Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1621 through 1640 of the previous episode. Qin Mu completely absorbs his divine treasure domain to refine his 72 palaces, unlocking a massive surge of prehistoric energy that expands his universe. He easily defeats multiple heavenly venerables in close combat by adapting his martial arts to counter their techniques. Facing a desperate collective strike from the remaining 7 masters, Qin Mu endures agonizing physical destruction but counters with calamity-cleaving sword, shattering their unified front. Though Heavenly Venerate Hao achieves a profound Tao state through force, Qin Mu utilizes his newly formed Chaos Hall to successfully isolate himself from the enemy's overwhelming pressure. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1641. I Have a Dream. Qin Mu's chapter. In the heavens of Jade Ridge, Qin Mu and Great Heavenly Emperor stood outside the heavens with 100 important ministers of the heavenly court behind them. Everyone looked down and saw that the originally incomparably rich heavens of Jade Ridge were now filled with war and chaos. The heavens of Jade Ridge could be said to be one of the few rich great worlds in the 10,000 worlds of the heavens. This heavens was originally famous for its forging and supplying the divine weapons of the heavenly court. The heavenly craftsmanship of the heavens of Jade Ridge was exquisite and the artistic attainments of the divine weapons were very high. The practicality was greatly discounted. The nobles of heavenly court took pride in having a divine weapon of the heavens of Jade City. However, after Eternal Peace's smithing rose to prominence, it broke the iron rice bowl of the heavens of Jade City. The power of Eternal Peace's divine weapons was strong, and their artistic achievements weren't weak at all. It was especially so for Eternal Peace's painting saint who had entered the path of painting with tens of thousands of disciples. It was already a compulsory course for Eternal Peace's various academies and palaces to cultivate the path of painting. After all, divine weapons with a better shape would sell for a higher price. More importantly, Eternal Peace's divine weapons were cheap. Just like that, many of the manufacturing factories in Jade Ridge heavens were squeezed out within a few decades. The various forces of heavenly court would usually choose Eternal Peace as their first choice when making divine weapons. Only Father Creator Heavenly Palace would occasionally hand over some unimportant tasks to Jade Ridge heavens. They would hang their lives for the few manufacturing factories in Jade Shoot heavens. However, with the appearance of the Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City, and Shurchilua's death in Jade Capital City, Father Creation Heavenly Palace had no owner, and the only source of wealth in Jade Shoot heavens was cut off. From Shurchilua's death until now, only 30 years had passed before Jade Shoot heavens collapsed. Originally, it was already difficult for Jade Shoot heavens to sustain themselves. The people had no way of living and there were gods and devils wreaking havoc everywhere. After the pillars of the Jinji heavens collapsed, the divine generals and divine priests who supported the Jinji ruler saw that the people were angry and decided to rebel. They killed the Jinji ruler and raised the banner of rebellion. The heaven court had long known about the chaos in the Jinji heavens. However, not long after Heavenly Emperor ascended the throne, he naturally reported the good news but did not report the bad news. The chaos in the Jinji heavens was suppressed and did not report it to Heavenly Emperor. The ruler of Jinji was a member of the Heaven Alliance. Since he was killed, this matter could no longer be suppressed. What was even more terrifying was that the rebellion in the heavens of Jinji was just a corner of the myriad realms. At the same time, Shixiu, Lingshu, and Lingyuan were also the ones who broke out into chaos. The other heavens were also showing signs of chaos. If they continued to suppress it, if the Heavenly Emperor knew about it, someone would definitely lose their head. Hence, the ministers would report it to the Heavenly Emperor. This world is destined to be an unparalleled era, far surpassing the past. What can we do about these unruly people? They can't even endure this bit of hardship. The Heavenly Emperor was the first to enter the heavens of Jadeite. There were starving refugees everywhere in the heavens of Jadeite. Most of the people in the heavens of Jadeite were demigod races. However, at this moment everything was in chaos. There were demons and monsters everywhere. They were burning, killing, and plundering everywhere. There were also some gods and demons who used their divine powers to create a sea of fire that spanned 10,000 miles. Some of them even created huge waves that drowned the enemy's cities. When the two rebel armies fought, They would even summon the stars from beyond the heavens and smash them into the heavens, as if it was the end of the world. The heavens of Yuji weren't all cold and hungry. On the contrary, some of the aristocratic families still had countless wealth, but they knew that this was a chaotic world, so they moved out of Yuji to seek refuge in other places. Qin, great heavenly emperor, and the rest met more than a dozen of such ships along the way. The ships were filled with treasures and were sailing toward the heavens. There were even rebels chasing after them from behind. Spirit Energy Mutual Migration Bridge had already been destroyed by the rebels to prevent the Heavenly Court from attacking, so they could only take the path of space migration. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven watched with cold eyes. These unruly people are always going to rebel and cause trouble at the slightest sign of discontentment. They think that I've mistreated them. What a heinous crime. Was it me who caused all of this? I've just inherited the throne, and with such great ability they can't live on in just a few years? This was caused by the previous dynasty, but they pushed the blame onto me. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. It's not that they can't live on, but they saw that I had just ascended the throne and my foundation was unstable, so they took the opportunity to blackmail me. These rebels are all ambitious people, the vermin of the heavenly court. This kind of thing cannot be tolerated. We must make an example of them. Otherwise, once the opening is opened, the other heavens will come to extort benefits from me. I want them to know that this world is not theirs but mine. In front of them, two large armies of gods and devils were fighting for territory. Both sides were killing with bloodshot eyes. The battlefield had almost become a sea of blood. Blades flashed, swords flashed, and blood flowed. At that moment, all the gods and devils that were fighting suddenly stopped and stood still. They maintained their fighting posture and didn't move at all. All the gods and devils on the battlefield lost their breath of life in an instant. The world seemed to become extremely silent. There was only the sound of the wind and no other sound. Heavenly Emperor Su has made his move. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven revealed a smile as his body slowly rose into the sky. Qin and the 100 important ministers of the heavenly court followed him into the sky. Qin looked around and saw that the city in the distance was the same. The entire city instantly turned into a dead city. Everyone in the city still maintained their actions when they were alive, but all of them had lost their breath of life. All the divine kingdoms in Yuji, including the gods and devil gods, all died in an instant. In an instant the flowers withered, the trees withered, the beasts crawled, and the birds fell to the ground. Even the water race, fish and prawns in the rivers, lakes, and seas all died at the same instant. All of the heavens in Yuji died in an instant. Apart from Qin, Heavenly Emperor Hao, and the rest, there was no other living being. Everyone looked around and saw the invasion of Devil Qi. The land of the heavens in Yuji quickly turned black, turning into a land of darkness. The mountains lost their color, and the rivers, lakes, and seas also rapidly turned black. Devil Qi filled the air. They raised their heads and saw that the stars in the sky were also rapidly dimming. The moon had lost its light, and the sun was also being invaded by the huge darkness, gradually being swallowed by the darkness. Jade Convergence heavens were completely dead. Qin hands and feet were cold. Even though he had long expected that the rebellion of Jade Convergence heavens would definitely end up like this, seeing this scene with his own eyes still gave him incomparable shock and fear. Back when Founding Emperor died, he had expected that Eternal Peace would no longer be able to compete with Heavenly Court for Yudu, and would continue to fight with Heavenly Court. In that case, Eternal Peace would definitely have the same ending. That was why his Tao heart collapsed and he couldn't recover from it. If not for Tao Ancestor and Great Brahma bringing the news of the chaotic space, he probably wouldn't have been able to walk out from the collapse of his Tao heart. And the encounter with the heavens of Jade Convergence proved this point. The power of Earth Count is truly an unparalleled power. With such a deterrence, who would dare to rebel? Minister Mu, if the heavens of Jade Convergence were to rebel, it would be the same for Eternal Peace. Qin face turned pale and he opened his mouth, unable to say a word. Heavenly Emperor Haotian took in his expression and couldn't help being in high spirits. He said in a clear voice, "Minister Mu, does this scene make you alert? I am not a stupid monarch like the retired emperor. He will feign civility and confer titles of nobility, but I will not. Rise and go to Shixiutian." Shixiutian. It was still a silent massacre. In just a short moment, everyone in Shishouqian, be it the rebels, the common people, or the birds, beasts, insects, and fish, all died. The stars withered, the sun died, the moon fell into darkness, and the entire world fell into a cold silence. The heavenly court not only had the deterrence of martial force, but they would also go on a killing spree. Your Majesty, the destruction of these two heavens is enough to intimidate all the worlds in the world, so that the petty people would not dare to rebel. Meng Yungue, also followed by the heavenly emperor, sighed this time. He bowed and said, "The heavens have the virtue of living well, so there is no need to kill anymore. I am willing to go to the two heavens, the spirit book and the spirit pool, so that the rebels there will be restrained and go to the heavenly court to receive their punishment." Ridiculous! Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's expression sank and he said coldly, "Since I've said it, there's no reason for me to take it back. These rebels deserve to die 10,000 times. Do they think that since they've surrendered, I won't pursue their crimes?" Meng Yungue fell silent and didn't speak anymore. Spirit Book Heaven Death. Spirit Abyss Heaven Death. The chaos of the four heavens was quelled just like that. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven shot a glance at Qin Mu. "Minister Mu, if you continue to be stubborn, your eternal peace will be the same as the four great heavens. I won't give you much time. The contract between the heavenly court and eternal peace is in my harem. I'll wait for you to come back and sign your name." With a flick of his sleeve, he led everyone away. Qin Mu looked at the destroyed Lingyuan heaven and turned around to leave the heavenly court. Meng Yungue took a step back and walked side by side with him. He asked in a low voice, "Heavenly Master Mu, did you expect this day to come?" Qin Mu asked in astonishment. "Why did Heavenly Master Meng say that?" Meng Yungue snorted. He lowered his voice and said, "Back then, in Eternal Peace Calamity, you set up the great plan of founding a country for eternal peace. It was called founding a country, but in reality, it was pulling the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron and breaking the plan of heavenly coins. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. I've long seen through your scheme and know that eternal peace will rise up, and the other heavens will definitely decline. Back then, the heavens that started out because of founding a country were all dragged into a land of eternal damnation by you, eternal peace." Qin Mu stopped his footsteps. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he said, "The natural selection of things, the survival of the fittest. The other heavens couldn't compete with eternal peace because they silently followed the old rules, but instead they blamed it on eternal peace. If the other heavens had changed their methods, how would they have fallen into the current situation?" "Change?" Meng Yungue sneered. "The heavenly court doesn't allow you to change, and if you change, you will die. If you don't change, life is worse than death." Qin Mu said indifferently, "Heavenly Teacher Meng, you are a human, right? As a human, if you don't think about the human race, why are you speaking for the demigods? It's not like you haven't seen how miserable the human race's situation has been in the past million years. We have risen up and have a few good days. We don't want to live a good life, we only want to be equal to the demigods. Can't we even obtain this lowly wish?" Meng Yungue opened his mouth, but Qin Mu didn't wait for him to refute. "Furthermore, we didn't rely on the charity of demigods, we relied on our own abilities. Eternal Peace people use their own hard work and sweat to reach this step. Every penny that Eternal Peace people earned was obtained through legitimate trade. We have already reached this step." He smiled at Meng Yungue and said softly, "Heavenly Teacher Meng, we have already come to this step. We can't go back and continue kneeling." Meng Yungue's body trembled slightly and his voice was hoarse. "You want to rebel? Didn't you see the fate of these four heavens? The human race will definitely be completely destroyed by your hands." Qin Mu patted his shoulder. He walked past him. "When I was young, I walked out of great ruins and met eternal peace. I got to know eternal peace Imperial Preceptor, Emperor Yanfeng, and many people who were simple but had pursuits. At that time I had a dream. I had a dream. It was the path of the saints and the daily needs of the people. It was for everyone to work hard and strive for a better life and a better future. I hope that the people in the future don't have to worry about whether they can live or not. I hope that they can discover their talents and interests when they were young and pursue their dreams tirelessly." Qin Mu turned his head back and looked at him with a smile. "Have you ever had such a dream?" Tears suddenly welled up in Meng Yungue's eyes, but he forcefully endured them and walked past him, saying coldly, "You won't succeed. He had caught a cold and it was a little serious. He had been muddle-headed for the whole day, and his update was 40 minutes late. Sorry, those who wanted a monthly pass didn't dare to ask. Dreams cannot be used as food, nor can they be used as a means of survival. Dreams will only be a burden, causing you to lose your current status, causing you to bleed in front of reality, and causing more humans to die for the illusory dreams. Meng Yungue walked faster and faster, chasing after Heavenly Emperor Haotian and the others. He thought to himself, dreams are too expensive and you need to risk your life for them. Dreams are worthless. Anyone can claim that they have dreams, but not everyone has the life to enjoy them. He followed Heavenly Emperor Hao. Heavenly Emperor Hao was deep in thought. It was unknown what he was thinking. Suddenly he said, Heavenly Master Meng, you are in charge of the Heavenly Court's economy. How long do you think the heavenly coins can last? Meng Yungue thought for a moment and said, if we suck the blood from the other heavens, we can last for another 10 years. If the Heavenly Court issues more heavenly coins and buys mineral resources from the other heavens, we can last for another 20 years. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven gave an O and became interested. 20 years? Celestial Master Shang, do you think Heavenly Court can last for another 20 years by issuing more heavenly coins? Shang Ping'an stepped out. He bowed and said, I believe that issuing more heavenly coins is like drinking poison to quench thirst, causing the heavenly coins to collapse even faster. Currently, a portion of the heavenly coins of the 10,000 worlds were concentrated in Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace, while the other heavenly coins were concentrated in the hands of the powerful families of the 10,000 worlds. The people of the 10,000 worlds didn't have much money in their hands. Increasing the issuance of heavenly coins to buy the mines of the 10,000 worlds would only make the additional heavenly coins fall into the hands of the powerful families, making the rich richer and pushing up the price of goods. The poor, the more likely they would rebel. Doing so will only speed up the collapse of the heavenly coins. Heavenly Emperor Haotian glanced at Meng Yungue and said, what Celestial Master Shang said makes sense. Meng Yungue said indifferently, Celestial Master Shang only acted based on his intuition and didn't go through detailed calculations. I have the algebra as proof. His vital qi turned into algebra runes and displayed the data of the trade between the heavens and 10,000 worlds. Countless complicated equations were arranged together and countless algebra calculations were performed. They were incomparably precise and could be said to be breathtaking. I am in charge of heaven's coin-making and know the goods of the heavens and 10,000 worlds like the back of my hand. These goods-making numbers are already accurate to a fuzzy number. Meng Yungue said unhurriedly, increasing the number of heaven's coins to a certain extent will push up the prices of goods and people to live in poverty. However, as long as it is controlled properly, all of this can be avoided. On the other hand, Heavenly Court holds the right to mint coins. They can use the increased issuance of heaven coins to buy Eternal Peace's manufacturing factory and suppress Eternal Peace. They can buy everything in Eternal Peace without bloodshed. He turned to look at Shang Ping'an with a challenging expression. Celestial Master Shang, your algebra is only a traditional algebra. In terms of attainments, you aren't higher than me, right? Shang Ping'an sized up the equations of his vital qi algebra and checked them one by one. He said to Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, there are no errors in Heavenly Teacher Meng's calculations. I was overthinking. However, I am not convinced when Heavenly Teacher Meng said that his algebra attainments surpass mine. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven laughed out loud. Both of you are the heavenly teachers with the strongest algebra under me. There is no need to fight endlessly for who is first. It's just that these 20 years have made me a little apprehensive and feel that we should give a discount. Meng Yungue bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. Shang Ping'an said, increasing the issuance of heaven coins is one aspect, and annexing Eternal Peace is another. As long as we swallow Eternal Peace, all the worlds in the world will be united, and the heaven coins will no longer be in danger of collapsing. Meng Yungue shook his head and said, What Heavenly Master Shang said is wrong. Even though Shang Ping'an had a good temper, he couldn't help but get angry after being rebuked twice by him. He said indifferently, What advice does Heavenly Master Meng have? Meng Yungue said, Just now Celestial Master Shang said that the additional heavenly coins would only fall into the hands of the powerful families. Even if His Majesty obtained eternal peace and allowed the circulation of the heavenly coins to be unimpeded, the heavenly coins would still fall into the hands of the powerful families. The people of all the worlds would still rebel regardless of whether they obtained eternal peace or not. Shang Pingyan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Celestial Master Meng, how do you think we can avoid this situation?" Meng Yungue said, "I think Your Majesty's biggest enemy in ruling the world isn't eternal peace, nor is it Heavenly Venerate Mu, Heavenly Venerate Ling and the others. It's a powerful person who has accumulated countless wealth. In the 10,000 worlds of the heavens, countless powerful families controlled their power and wealth. After 1,000,000 years, the wealth of the 10,000 worlds of the heavens was concentrated in their hands, resulting in the current situation. They had more and more heaven coins in their hands, while the heaven coins circulating in all the worlds were becoming less and less. As time passed, the grievances of the people accumulated, resulting in the chaos in all the worlds. The rise of eternal peace only brought forward this chaos by a few years." Shang Pingyan snorted. Celestial Master Meng said so much, but he only said the reason and didn't say the solution. "I really want to hear Celestial Master Meng's solution." Meng Yungue hesitated for a moment and didn't continue. "I'm worried that I will be punished for my words." Heavenly Emperor Hao laughed out loud. "I'm not a stupid monarch, just say it." Meng Yungue bowed and said, "The wealthy and powerful families have too much wealth in their hands. No matter how many more heaven coins are distributed, they will eventually fall into their hands. The only solution is to abolish the wealthy and powerful families. And the best way to abolish the wealthy and powerful families is to make the best use of their talents." "Impudent," Shang Pingyan said coldly. "Celestial Master Meng, you are too impudent. Abolishing the powerful families isn't the next step going to be a reform? Your Majesty, Meng Yungue is definitely a spy from Eternal Peace. Please give the order to bring him to God execution platform." The other civil and military officials said one after another. "Celestial Master Meng is a human. He is scheming and deceiving people with evil intentions. Your Majesty, please punish this person." Heavenly Emperor Haotian waved his hand and said with a smile, all right. Stop attacking Celestial Master Meng. Celestial Master Meng, your words are too direct. It doesn't match with the past you. My heavenly court, from the civil and military officials to the merchants and pawns in the heavenly court, are all powerful aristocratic families that you speak of. Even you are powerful. Your words have offended everyone in the heavenly court." He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "I am also from a powerful family, so you are trying to change the fate of heavenly court. Your words are inappropriate, so I won't blame you. I will only punish you for half a year." Meng Yungue's gaze dimmed and he bowed. "I accept your punishment." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven gave the order. "These few days we will follow Heavenly Master Shang's words and annex eternal peace while increasing the heavenly coins. Heavenly Master Meng, you don't have to worry about this matter. Leave it to Heavenly Master Shang to handle." Meng Yungue said dejectedly, "Yes, Your Majesty." The civil and military officials praised in unison. "Your Majesty is wise." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven returned to his harem and asked, "Has Heavenly Master Mu returned? I'm still waiting for him to surrender and sign the contract." A guard replied, "Heavenly Master Mu hasn't come yet. The envoys of eternal peace also left a few days ago." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven said, "They are no longer important. What's important is Heavenly Master Mu." After 2 days, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven asked again, "Has Heavenly Emperor Mu returned? I'm still waiting for him to come back and sign the contract." The guard replied, "Your Majesty, Heavenly Emperor Mu isn't in Heavenly Court." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven frowned. After another 5 or 6 days, Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven asked, "Heavenly Emperor Mu isn't back yet? If he still isn't back, I'll have to order Heavenly Emperor Su to wipe out half of Eternal Peace's population." The guard replied, "Heavenly Emperor Mu has arrived at the Ancestral Court and ordered someone to report that he will be there in another 10 days. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was furious. What a drag! 10 days later, Qin Mu came to the Heavenly Court and dawdled for more than 10 days. Only then did he sign the contract and leave dejectedly. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was overjoyed and ordered people to send Heavenly Emperor Mu off. When Qin Mu left the heavenly court, a fierce light shone in Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's eyes, and he summoned his minister. It's hard for me to feel comfortable with a single day that Thief Mu is alive. Go and ask Grand Supreme Emperor to kill him while he's on his way. He raised his hand and chopped down heavily. Tell Supreme Emperor that if he can't be killed, sink him into the river of chaos in the ancestral court, Jade Capital City, and destroy him. The minister asked, "Why did your majesty want to kill Heavenly Emperor Mu? He has already surrendered. I don't trust him." Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky sneered. "Even if his Tao heart is destroyed and he hides from the world, I won't be able to feel at ease. Only the dead Celestial Master Mu is the best Celestial Master Mu. The retired Emperor cannot kill him, but it is still possible to sink him into the chaos. If the river of chaos cannot destroy him, at worst." He smiled and said leisurely, "At worst Celestial Master Mu can go back to the past and be his young Master Mu. As long as he is not in this universe, I will be at ease." The High Chancellor shivered and left in a hurry. On the other side, Shangping secretly ordered the Heavenly Palace to increase the supply of heaven coins to purchase the mineral deposits of the various heavens. However, the price of the mineral deposits was unexpectedly high. He had no choice but to continue to increase the supply of heaven coins. However, this action caused the heaven coins to have an avalanche. The value of the heaven coins rapidly depreciated. In just 2 months, half of the value had been lost. Shangping couldn't understand it and was in a terrible state. He carefully recalled Meng Yungui's algebra formula, and there wasn't a single mistake. He wanted to ask Meng Yungui for advice but couldn't bring himself to do so, so he could only order people to investigate. Another month passed and the algebra experts of Heavenly Court returned from the various heavens. Eternal Peace made a move before us and used the heavens currency to buy the mines, raising the prices of the mines in many heavens. When the heavens currency flooded in and the heavens currency flooded in, the value of the heavens currency depreciated. Impossible, impossible. Eternal Peace must spend all the heavenly coins he has accumulated in order to make the heavenly coins flood, pushing up the prices of the ores and causing the value of the heavenly coins to fall. Shangping's mind went blank, and his legs felt weak. He fell onto his seat and suddenly stood up. How long ago was Eternal Peace buying ores? 5 years ago. The algebra experts from Heavenly Court answered. After the Battle of Yudu, Eternal Peace began to use heavenly coins to buy ores in all the heavens. Shangping frowned and walked around. 5 years ago, 5 years ago. Oh no. At that time it was also because Heavenly Venerate Mu's Tao heart was corrupted, and he planned to surrender. There's a trap in this matter. His goal is only to buy time and wait for Heavenly Court to issue more heavenly coins. Quick! Go see His Majesty. He flew to the harem and at that moment, he saw many generals who were heading to Eternal Peace to receive Eternal Peace's wealth rushing towards Ling Xiao Hall with their faces swollen. Shangping hurriedly stopped a person. That divine general cried out. Eternal Peace didn't even acknowledge the contract that Heavenly Venerate Mu signed and chased us back after beating us up. That Heavenly Venerate Ling said that those she didn't sign were all useless paper. We have suffered a loss, so we will report this to His Majesty and execute his 9 clans of Eternal Peace. Shangping was flustered, and all of a sudden, the light of a spirit energy mutual shift bridge in Heavenly Court dimmed, and the originally funnel-shaped spirit energy mutual shift bridge light flow gradually disappeared. The psionic mutual shift bridge is broken. Shangping's heart was in chaos as he cried out, "Quick! Quick! Repair that psionic mutual shift bridge. Wait a moment. Protect all the psionic mutual shift bridges. Be on guard against Eternal Peace breaking." Before he could finish his sentence, another psionic mutual shift bridge's light vanished in Heavenly Court, followed by the second and third. In a breath's time, thousands of psionic mutual shift bridges dimmed. Soon, all the psionic bridges in the Heavenly Court were completely extinguished. The Heavenly Court floated quietly above the Ancestral Court, far away from all the worlds in the universe. It was like an isolated island that had completely lost contact with all the worlds in the universe. Shangping's hands and feet were cold, and the spirit energy mutual relocation bridge had suddenly been cut off. It was obvious that they weren't starting from Heavenly Court. Eternal Peace didn't have such guts. and no one would be able to cause trouble in heavenly court. Eternal peace was starting from the other end of the bridge. The Spirit Energy Mutual Relocation Bridge required 2 altars to build a path for the mutual relocation of spirit energy, so that it would be convenient to go back and forth. If these bridges were broken, it would take 3 to 5 years for an existence at Emperor's throne realm to travel to the other heavens. If they were to go to the 4 extreme heavens, the time taken would probably be even longer. Of course, it would take a shorter time to travel from Mystic City to the 10,000 worlds in the heavens, but it would also take a very long time to travel from the Ancestral Court to Mystic City. Eternal Peace had obviously planned for this day for a long time. The Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge of Heavenly Court connected to the 10,000 worlds in the heavens, and there were many of them. If so many bridges were broken at the same time, they had to come up with a plan and agree on a time. With the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge broken, even if Heavenly Court could send a large number of gods and devils to all the worlds in the heavens in a short period of time to rebuild the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge, it would still take 30 to 50 years or even 100 years before the bridge could be built. Cold sweat broke out on Shang Pingyin's forehead as he rushed to Ling Zhao's treasured palace with a buzzing sound in his head. And with heavenly coins out of control, all the worlds in the heavens would no longer have the deterrence of Heavenly Court. 30 to 50 years would be enough for a few rounds of rebellion. Losing contact with the heavens and 10,000 worlds was the most terrifying thing. Heaven's Court relied too much on Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge, and lost the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge, instantly losing control over the heavens and 10,000 worlds. Heaven's currency would probably become useless currency. If Heaven's currency became useless currency, there would only be one outcome: chaos in the heavens. Now the chaos in the heavens and 10,000 worlds was already difficult to suppress. Without Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge, it would definitely be like a volcano erupting, spewing out the anger of the people. Without the replenishment of the gods and devils of the 10,000 worlds in the heavens, the Heavenly Court's crusade against eternal peace would become a war of attrition. The number of gods and devils would decrease with each death. The most crucial thing was the resources. The resources of Heavenly Court came from the 10,000 worlds and eternal peace. Among them, eternal peace took up the majority of the supply of the Heavenly Court's divine weapons. Why did all these things erupt at once? Shang Pingyin almost rushed into Soaring Heaven's palace when he saw Heavenly Emperor was already in court. Many ministers had already arrived and the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge had been severed. This was an important matter and had attracted them over. Heavenly Emperor's expression was gloomy. Shang Pingyin couldn't help but hesitate for a moment to suppress the matter of the overflowing heaven coins. If I say that the system of heaven coins has disintegrated, I'm afraid I'll be the first to be unlucky. With the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge severed, the disintegration of heaven coins isn't that important. I should still conceal this matter. Meng Yungue. When he saw Meng Yungue among the officials, his heart trembled and his gaze couldn't help but fall on Meng Yungue. All kinds of thoughts popped up in Shang Pingyin's mind. He proposed to issue more heaven coins. Did he think that eternal peace was also spreading heaven coins to all the worlds in the universe? This brat is a human after all, so he might have already joined hands with Heavenly Venerate Mu. However, there's nothing wrong with his algebra equation. It's just that he lacks the flow data of eternal peace's heaven coins. Furthermore, the merit of issuing more heaven coins was snatched by me and has nothing to do with him. Meng Yungue seemed to have sensed his gaze and turned his head to look at him. When their gazes met, Shang Pingyin shuddered. Meng Yungue was expressionless, and there was no emotion in his eyes either. They were as deep as the great abyss of Sinkhole. They were filled with darkness. He took a long breath. The depreciation of heaven coins and the breaking of the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge had happened at the same time, so he could take the opportunity to hide this matter. If it was exposed, Meng Yungue could also shirk his responsibility. Heavenly Emperor had no reason to punish him, and he would also be punished. The punishment would be so great that he would have to ascend to the god-slaying platform. Shang Pingyin often took a deep breath to calm himself down. He looked away from Meng Yungue as if nothing had happened. Meng Yungue looked away as well. He lowered his head and did not say a word. Heavenly Supervision Division, pass down my orders. The Ancestor God King has ordered the Sun Guardians to head to the various heavens to repair the Spirit Energy Mutual Relocation Bridge. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven passed down his orders, but his voice was still calm. Let the Ancestor God King calm the rulers of the various heavens. Heavenly Court is still here, and I am still here. Let them take good care of my empire. After the Spirit Energy Mutual Relocation Bridge is rebuilt, I will reward them greatly. The heavenly officer of the Department of Heavenly Supervision hesitated for a moment. He forced himself to step out and said, "Your Majesty, the Spirit Energy Mutual Relocation Bridge of Heavenly Court was handed over to Eternal Peace by Father Creator Heavenly Palace. The factory of Heavenly Court doesn't have the ability to repair the Spirit Energy Mutual Relocation Bridges of the various heavens. Even if the sun of the various places guarded the various heavens, it wouldn't be able to repair them." Before he could finish, thunder boomed in the Imperial Court, and the Department of Heavenly Supervision hurriedly shut his mouth. "You mean to say that the Spirit Energy of Heavenly Court can move the bridge, but you can't build it yourself?" Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's expression was gloomy as he said coldly, "What food does Father Creating Heavenly Palace make? What food does my factory of Heavenly Court make?" No one in the Imperial Court dared to speak. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's chest heaved up and down violently as he snorted angrily, his tone slowing down. "Since that's the case, get Ancestor God King to order all the suns to guard all the places, and if there is any disturbance from the heavens, send down a natural disaster. Also, get Ancestor God King to send a natural disaster to Eternal Peace." His expression was gloomy as he said coldly, "Order the ghosts and gods to descend to Yudu and inform Heavenly Venerate Su that all the people and animals in Eternal Peace will be exterminated. Not a single one will be spared. All the people and animals in Carefree Village will be exterminated." He suddenly stood up and said with a bone-chilling tone, "If Heavenly Venerate Mu dares to be a demon for me, I will kill everyone you care about." The Division of Heaven Surveillance immediately went to the Temple of Heaven and offered incense and prayers to inform the Ancestor God King. On the other side, the ghosts and gods of heaven entered Yudu to inform Heavenly Venerate Su. Heavenly Emperor Hao sat down and looked around. He said in a deep voice, "Inform the 4 emperors to mobilize their troops and head to the Yuan world. The 4 heavenly masters, you will lead your own troops. The 7 chancellors for butchers, 3 divisions, 2 auxiliary divisions, and 5 emperor thrones will lead their troops and horses to attack the Yuan world. They will use the Yuan world as their base to deal with the chaos in the universe. I will personally mobilize the 10 guards of the Heaven Court to personally attack the Yuan world." The 4 great heavenly masters frowned. Shang Pingyin hesitated for a moment. He stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, I thought that the origin world was there and couldn't be moved away, but the 4 extreme geniuses are a huge problem. In the crusade against the origin world, the first thing to do is to flatten the 4 extreme heavens. If North Emperor Black Tortoise, West Emperor White Tiger, and the criminals of the origin world meet up, that would be a headache." Meng Yungue stepped out and bowed. "Your Majesty, what Celestial Master Shang said is extremely true." Shang Ping glanced at him. Meng Yungue said with a serious expression, "Eternal Peace has Heavenly Venerate Void and Ancestor God King descending calamity and calamity. Only a small number of people can survive, but if the 4 extreme heavens were to fall into chaos, Northern and Western emperors would take advantage of the emptiness of Heavenly Court to march straight in and attack it. That would be a threat to their hearts. Changing hands in Heavenly Court would affect their morale." Heavenly Emperor Hao snorted. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Old thief Mu, how can he be dealt with by the likes of Su and Ancestor? Heavenly Venerate Su and Ancestor God King can't defeat him, and I'm afraid they won't be able to destroy Eternal Peace for a while. Therefore, dealing with Eternal Peace in Carefree Village in the origin world is the most important task." Meng Yungue protested. "Your Majesty, think twice. Your Majesty, conquering the 4 extreme heavens is the safest way." Shang Ping opened his mouth and wanted to refute him, but what Meng Yungue said was also what he wanted to say, so he couldn't refute him. Bai Yuqiong stepped out and bowed. "Your Majesty, what Celestial Master Meng said is extremely true. Your Majesty, please reconsider." The 4th Celestial Master, Zhu Xiaoping, stepped out. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." The current plan was to first stabilize the territory of Heavenly Court, which was the ancestral court. With the ancestral court, the orthodoxy would exist. The ancestral court was incomparably rich. Your Majesty, our heavenly court should first stabilize the ancestral court, uproot old Thief Mu's foundation in the ancestral court, capture all the people of eternal peace in Black Mountain sacred land, and threaten the thief. Shang Ping'an also said, Your Majesty, what the three heavenly masters said makes sense. Your Majesty, first stand firm in the ancestral court. You can attack or retreat, and then level the four extreme heavens, sending troops from the four extreme heavens to encircle and annihilate the origin world. With that, the general situation will surge, and the origin world can be wiped out. Meng Yungue said, Your Majesty, the weakness of the bandits is eternal peace. Black Mountain sacred land has a large population and rare goods can be kept. Using this to threaten the bandits is the best move. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven snorted coldly and said indifferently, Before old Bandit Mu entered the palace, he once stayed in the ancestral court for more than 10 days. What do you think he is doing? He sneered. This bandit is moving Black Mountain sacred land. The current Black Mountain sacred land is already empty. The four great heavenly masters were shocked. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven walked out of Ling Shao Palace and looked down at the ancestral court. In the distance he could see the world tree that was lush and lush. Its branches were lush and its crown covered the sky. That was Black Mountain sacred land. However, the growth speed of the world tree was too fast and it had already completely covered the original Black Mountain. The desolation of the past couldn't be seen. Outside Ling Shao Palace, the divine generals turned the heaven overseeing mirrors of heavenly court and shone them toward Black Mountain sacred land. After a moment, the countless heaven overseeing mirrors formed a huge circle in the sky. In the circle it was as clear as a crystal lake, clearly reflecting the details of Black Mountain sacred land. The divine city of Black Mountain sacred land was everywhere, filled with the people of eternal peace. It was bustling with activity, with people coming and going and commerce flourishing. The manufacturing factories there were also producing, and there were even ships sailing in the sky. Divine arts practitioners could even be seen helping the people to grow crops and rain. The ministers in the imperial court discussed among themselves. From the scene reflected by the heaven overseeing mirror, the people of eternal peace of Black Mountain sacred land were still there and hadn't been moved away by Qin Mu. They are all illusions. Heavenly Emperor Haoyan pointed in the direction of Black Mountain sacred land and sneered. Old Thief Mu stayed in Black Mountain for more than 10 days to create such an illusion with his divine consciousness, and he took the opportunity to move everyone in Black Mountain away. After a moment, the power of his finger came to Black Mountain. The officials of the heavenly court looked into the mirror and saw an intense fluctuation spreading out from the center of Black Mountain sacred land. Wherever it passed by, the Black Mountain holy land, which was prosperous just a moment ago, shook and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the Black Mountain holy land was empty and no one could be found. Bandit Mu is powerful. The faces of the heavenly court changed. Heavenly Emperor Haoyan sneered and said, The flat quadrupole heaven will only give old Bandit Mu time. What this old bandit lacks is time. For celestial masters, what you said is indeed reasonable. The flat quadrupole heaven encircles the Yuan world. This is a fair fighting method, but we can't use this fair fighting method to deal with old Bandit Mu. Leveling the four extreme heavens would give him an additional 20 years of breathing room. No one knew what would happen in these 20 years. Pass down my orders. He flicked his sleeves and his voice spread throughout the heaven. Raise the army and conquer the origin world. Yes, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials bowed one after another. Outside the origin world, Qin Mu walked leisurely. He had rushed back from the ancestral court and didn't take the spirit energy mutual shift bridge. Instead, he walked and took a few months to come here from the ancestral court. The reason why he walked was because he had brought countless eternal peace people from Black Mountain sacred land, which had almost been emptied by him. If he brought these people to walk on spirit energy mutual shift bridge, they would definitely surpass the limit of spirit energy mutual shift bridge. Therefore, walking was the safest. He allowed these people to live in his divine treasures universe so they could still endure for a few months. However, if the time was a little longer, they wouldn't be able to endure anymore and would probably cause large-scale deaths. Fortunately, He was proficient in Heavenly Venerate Moon's ultimate carrying void scripture, so he traveled very quickly. In front of him was the origin world, so he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment the celestial phenomenon suddenly changed, and the stars disappeared one by one. The starry sky completely returned to darkness. Qinmu stopped and smiled. Ancestral God King or Grand Supreme Emperor? He thought for a moment and smiled. It should be Grand Supreme Emperor. Asking the Ancestral God King to come and deal with me is just sending himself to his death. Only Grand Supreme Emperor's abilities can match mine. Grand Supreme Emperor, show yourself. The starry sky was bright as dazzling divine light came from the deepest part of the void. A great all-heaven appeared out of thin air. The Tao trees were green and the Tao flowers were dazzling. Amidst the dazzling light, a tall and extraordinary figure walked out from the divine light. He became clearer and clearer. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you don't look like you have lost your Tao heart. Absolute Beginning was surprised. He said with a gentle smile, Howard fell into your trap and gave you so many years to catch your breath. However, he is also very bold. After you signed the contract, he immediately sent me to kill you. Absolute Beginning, how do you know that his goal isn't to use my hand to get rid of you? Qinmu said with a smile that wasn't a smile. You are old and have lost all your spirit. You can't be beaten anymore. From the moment you died the first time, you have already lost the spirit of the founding emperor. If you fight with me, you might die. He hadn't recovered from his cold yet, so he asked for comfort. Taichu laughed loudly, his voice loud and clear, shaking the void. He was too powerful. Just by standing there he caused layers of void space to distort and tilt towards him. He had obtained his own physical body and used his strength to form the Tao. He had cultivated the great all-heaven of Wen Qi. Although he was suppressed by Heavenly Emperor Haotian, he was still one of the most powerful existences in this world. His laughter shook the starry sky and caused it to rise and fall violently. The stars that had been hidden just now were actually shaken to the point that they appeared once again, flickering and vanishing. Qinmu had a smile on his face as he looked at him quietly. Heavenly Venerate Mu, how many times have you lost? Absolute Beginning's laughter faded away. He said leisurely, Eternal Peace Calamity, your first loss was at my hands. Your life isn't like this. Eternal Peace's survival and destruction are all within my thoughts. In that battle you cried every day but you didn't respond. Your cries didn't work and you were cornered. You could only separate yourself from Qin Fengqing. You couldn't even keep your identity as Yudu's divine son. In the end, Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor became prisoners of the heaven. Eternal Peace was almost destroyed, and you almost lost everything. Qinmu smiled. That was also the first time I fought Second Brother. Second Brother was a scheming old man, and he made me suffer miserably. Absolute Beginning smiled and said, At that time you were just a little brat. Even though you were proud of yourself and seemed to have deep plans in my eyes, you were just a cricket in a jar. Your actions and thoughts were all laughable in my eyes. Your second defeat was even more ruthless. In the Battle of Mystic City you suffered a crushing defeat. You seemed to have saved the Heavenly Duke, but you lost the entire Mystic City and the Heavenly Duke's corporeal body. He revealed a mocking expression. Without the corporeal body of Heavenly Duke is just a mortal. Without Xiandu, Eternal Peace would be exposed below Xiandu, and natural disasters could descend wantonly. Humans are such a weak race. They aren't born strong like demigods, but they have extraordinary ability to reproduce and survive. However, if Xiandu falls into the hands of Heavenly Court, no matter how strong the reproduction and survival ability of humans is, they wouldn't be able to resist the natural disasters. Your second defeat has caused the human race to lose their future. Qinmu didn't mind it. I didn't lose the Battle of Xiandu, he said indifferently. Second Brother, you think too highly of yourself. You think too highly of Xiandu and the Heaven Court. In the Battle of Xiandu, I resurrected the Heavenly Duke and obtained 50 Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasures. With the Heavenly Duke and 50 Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasures, it's impossible for the Heaven Court to bring disaster from Xiandu. Fourth Brother, there's no need to flatter yourself. Absolute Beginning chuckled and said, Your third defeat was in Yudu. In the Battle of Yudu, You ambushed the Earth Count and killed the Earth Count one step ahead of us. It was indeed a stroke of genius. If the Heavenly Emperor didn't have the trump cards of the third and fourth young masters, I'm afraid you would have won a great victory and seized Yudu. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. He was filled with respect and said solemnly, in this battle, you weren't defeated by Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, but by third young master and fourth young master of Miluo Palace. Even though you lost, it's still glorious. Qinmu bowed slightly. Second brother, you flatter me. In the Battle of Yudu, I didn't lose completely either. At the very least, when Qin Fengqin grew up, Earth Count was also saved. To you I was defeated, but to me I had truly obtained Earth Count as an ally. At the same time, he smiled brightly. I also got a great opportunity. Heavenly Venerate Haoyan took over, Lang Xian died, Heavenly Venerate Fire died, and the 10 Heavenly Venerates fell apart. This is the great hope after great despair. Absolute Beginning said seriously, in the past I watched you as if you were on the palm of my hand. From the Battle of Hades you have already exceeded my expectations. Your growth is indeed fast. It had only been 100 years but you had already grown to this step. You are truly admirable and formidable. However, the 3 great defeats in your life have already used up all of your fate. After the Battle of Yudu, you knew that you no longer had the strength to resist Heavenly Court. You pretended to surrender, bided your time, and even got married in an attempt to stall for time. However, you would never have thought that Heavenly Emperor was more outstanding than me. He would never give you this time, let alone let you live. He said indifferently, you signed the surrender agreement of eternal peace, so your use would be gone. Heavenly Emperor asked me to come and send you on your way. He gave me 2 choices. One was to kill you, which I might not be able to do. The second was to sink you into the river of chaos in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. If you didn't die, you could return to the past universe and become the 7th young master of Miluo Palace. Emperor Haoyan's ideas and methods are indeed much better than mine. I was defeated by him, and I am sincerely convinced. Behind him, the great all-heaven of One Qi became brighter, and the aura of the great Tao from the Tao tree became more and more astonishing. He said leisurely, only after you have attained the Tao do you know how big the gap is between you and when you have not attained the Tao. Fourth, since we were sworn brothers in the past, I will give you a way out. You took the initiative to enter the ancestral court of Jade Capital City and jump into the river of chaos. I won't make things difficult for you. You won't die either. After all, you are the 7th young master of Miluo Palace. In the past universe you could still be alive and well. Qinmu laughed loudly with his hands behind his back. Back then, the 4 of us were sworn brothers. We didn't seek to be born in the same year, the same month, the same day, but we wanted to die in the same year, the same month, the same day. Third brother Luo Xiao died early. The 3 of us were all big liars who were full of lies, so none of us went to accompany him. Later, second brother and I sent big brother Great Emperor to accompany him on his way, so I was very gratified. Today, it's also time to send second brother to accompany big brother and third brother. Absolute Beginning's pupils shrunk slightly, and an emperor sword slowly flew out from One Qi great overarching heaven behind him. Emperor might pervaded the air as he said indifferently, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, and you still have this kind of temper. Qinmu slowly pulled out Calamity's sword and threw away its sheath. Second brother, I'll give you a chance as well, he said indifferently. The situation in eternal peace is great now. If you are willing to fight against Heavenly Emperor with me, you can still be your Tao practitioner in the future. You don't have to die. The 2 of us can join hands to resist the prehistoric invasion and atone for your sins in the past. Absolute Beginning sighed and held Absolute Beginning Emperor sword in his hand. Even though it was a replica of the real Emperor's sword, he had personally refined it after all. He said gloomily, the 4 of us brothers are sworn brothers. I didn't expect that I would be the only one left today. Qinmu flicked the sword and his gaze focused on the tip of the sword. His gaze was faint. In my life there have been 3 ups and downs, and there are no exceptions. After these 3 ups and downs, the only person who can defeat me in this world is myself. This sword of mine doesn't need to hide its sharpness anymore. He flicked his finger and the sound of the sword rang out. The sword light instantly pierced through the layers of void and filled the sky. Qinmu waved his sword lightly, and the tip of the sword pointed down at the origin world. For a moment, the sword light in the sky above the origin world was like a rainbow, traversing tens of thousands of miles of sky from the West Earth polar land of the origin world and floating on the sea in the east of the origin world. The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows slowly opened, and he said in a soft voice, "Break!" There were gods in eternal peace who saw this sword light and hurriedly notified Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. Emperor Yanfeng was indescribably excited, but Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor appeared to be much calmer. He immediately rushed to Smeldao College. "Break!" he shouted sternly. "There's sword light in the sky. Break the dual shift bridge. Quickly break the dual shift bridge." In Daowen Courtyard, Carefree Village's heavenly master woodcutter Wen Tiange raised his axe and waved it, sending out orders one after another. In the origin world and all the worlds in the heavens, the spirit energy mutual shift bridges were instantly destroyed by the gods of Heavenly Court and Eternal Peace Dao sect. All the worlds in the heavens were in chaos. The gods who were ordered to break the divine bridge immediately clashed with the guards of Heavenly Court guarding the mutual shift bridge. The battle was brutal. In the vast universe, more than 10 Taoist priests surrounded the Black Tiger God and fought bloody battles. They rushed to the altar of the spiritual energy mutual shift bridge with all their might. The army of gods and devils stationed here in the heavenly court kept surging forward. The Taoist priests shouted in unison and joined forces to form a sword formation. They turned into the 28th heaven of the Taoist sword and blocked the enemy. The Black Tiger God rushed forward with all his might. With a roar, he activated the spiritual energy mutual shift bridge. The layers of structures of the spiritual energy mutual shift bridge expanded outward and rotated in different directions. Suddenly, a Taoist body was pierced through by a divine spear. His primordial spirit flew out and was nailed to the altar. The Black Tiger God turned a blind eye and activated the altar with all his might, disrupting the sequence of the spells. The vast veranda heavens was the most powerful heavens in the heavenly court. The heavenly court had hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed here to guard the relocation bridge. They could react quickly and rush to the Yuan world from here. They could also send the news to the heavenly court as soon as possible. Therefore, they had to destroy the psionic bridge here no matter what. Otherwise, all their efforts would be for naught. Another Taoist died in battle, and the sword formation was broken. The heavenly court's army stationed here immediately pounced like wolves and tigers, drowning the remaining dozen or so Taoists. The Black Tiger God gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He pulled out the center of the psionic bridge, and the entire psionic bridge collapsed. He turned around and charged into the army of the heavenly court that was scattered because of the collapse of the mutual shift bridge, trying to save the dozen or so Taoists. "Run!" A Taoist was hit by dozens of swords, and his body was riddled with holes. He forcibly withstood 6 or 7 of the heavenly court's gods and devils. He turned around and grinned, his blood staining his teeth red. "We've already succeeded. Every single one of us is alive. Run!" Black Tiger God's tiger eyes were filled with tears as he turned around. Countless teleportation runes burst forth and swallowed him. He teleported away, and in the collapsed spirit energy mutual shift bridge, the Taoist's voice traveled over. "Our Tao sect views truth with algebra and seeks the great Tao. Don't underestimate the Tao techniques of Eternal Peace Tao sect. Small heavenly star Tao solution." Boom! Boundless starlight burst forth from there and spun crazily before expanding outwards. It was the microscopic algebra of Eternal Peace algebra, using algebra to analyze the abnormal phenomenon of heavenly star explosion. Its power was terrifying and soon drowned that place. The spirit energy mutual shift bridge from the 10,000 worlds to the heaven has been completely severed. Outside the origin world, the vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows slowly opened. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's actions are nothing more than asking Heavenly Venerate Su to make a move from Yudu to destroy all the living beings in Eternal Peace or Carefree Village, or to make a move from Xuandu to completely plunge the origin world into darkness, causing the Ancestor God King to bring disaster to the origin world. And I already have a plan for all of this. Absolute Beginning's pupils constricted as his gaze landed on the origin world behind him. In Eternal Peace, a young man's body was growing crazily, gradually becoming taller than Eternal Peace's origin would. His head was as tall as the clouds, and his 2 horns were curved in 9 curves and stabbed straight into the sky. The body I'm standing on is Yudu. A thick Yudu devil language came from the mouth of the young Earth Count. In an instant, the space where eternal peace was located split apart, forming a strange phenomenon of little Yudu overlapping with eternal peace. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Yu was sitting on a paper boat at the 33rd heaven of Carefree Village. He raised his hand to light the lantern in front of him. The lantern lit up, and his shadow instantly covered the land. His primordial spirit was as vast as his shadow, creating another Yudu in the west of Origin World. The 2 Yudu overlapped, and places where the edges and corners were not covered appeared in Fengdu World. The stone steels of the living realm of the dead grew taller and taller, like a mountain in the Yuan world, protecting these places. King Yama's cloak fluttered, and he held his sword to envelop Fengdu, standing tall in the darkness. At the same time, Heavenly Duke came to the center of the Yuan world and stabbed the Heavenly Order Supreme Treasure into the ground. He stood up straight, and the other 49 Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasures rose up. Wang, Heavenly Secrets, Heavenly Rights, Heavenly Fiend, and other supreme treasures floated into the sky of the Origin World and formed 49 layers of barriers in an instant. There were 49 layers of inner heavens in the Origin World, and the stars of the heavens appeared in the 49 layers of inner heavens. The sun, moon, everything was there, turning into a small mystical capital. When Absolute Beginning saw this scene, he said in a hoarse voice, "Fourth brother, you've prepared very well." Qinmu smiled slightly. "Second brother, you have praised me." A huge heavenly court suddenly appeared behind him, and 72 treasure palaces guarded 33 heavenly palaces. Qinmu's primordial spirit stood in front of Hall of Chaos, and his voice was Tao language. "Second brother, you know that I'm the 7th young master of Miluo Palace, but you don't know that I didn't become the 7th young master in the past universe." Qinmu stood under his heavenly court and looked extremely tiny. He raised his head to look at the huge Absolute Beginning and said indifferently, "I became the 7th young master of Miluo Palace here, in this universe." Absolute Beginning's corporeal body was extremely huge. He was the strongest ancient god, even stronger than Heavenly Duke and Earth Count. In front of his corporeal body, Qinmu was insignificant. Absolute Beginning's small pupils reflected Qinmu's tiny figure, but the 72 treasure halls of 33 heavenly palaces behind Qinmu were extremely huge. They were even more spectacular than his corporeal body. Qinmu's primordial spirit that stood in front of Hall of Chaos was filled with unimaginable divine power. This power made him feel threatened, especially Qinmu's last sentence, which made his heart waver and made him think of something bad. At the instant his Tao heart wavered, Qinmu stabbed out with his sword. Before this, be it Absolute Beginning or Qinmu, both of them had said a lot of things. The two of them seemed to be reminiscing about their old friends, but in reality, there was a sharp edge hidden in their words. The danger within was even more terrifying than a huge battle. They both knew how strong the other party was, and didn't have the confidence to win. Thus, before the battle started, they had dispelled the other party's battle intent and weakened the other party's Tao heart, creating an extremely great pressure on the other party's heart, thus increasing their chances of winning. Absolute Beginning had used Qinmu's 3 great defeats to defeat him, naming him as the one who had suffered 3 defeats. This made Qinmu realize his own stupidity as well as his own invincibility. If Qinmu had self-doubt, he would have been given the chance to take the initiative. Qinmu's counterattack had also caught him by surprise. He didn't say much and used his actions to attack his Tao heart. He had broken the spirit energy mutual shift bridge of the 10,000 worlds in the heavens, turning the heaven into an isolated island. The army of the heaven could forget about attacking the origin world within 10 to 20 years. This action had resolved the threat of the heaven in a short period of time. Then there was little Yudu of the origin world and the appearance of little Xiandu, which resolved the threat of Heavenly Venerate Yudu, Celestial Master Su Du, and Ancestral God King Xiandu. This series of methods dazzled everyone and finally made Absolute Beginning's Tao heart suffer a setback. Absolute Beginning used words to shake Qinmu's Tao heart, but Qinmu used actual actions to shake his Tao heart. It was even more impactful than a verbal attack. In the end, Qin Mu pointed out that he had become the 7th young master in this universe and displayed his Hall of Chaos, finally causing Absolute Beginning's Tao heart to waver. If Qin Mu had really become the 7th young master in this universe, then there would be no other opponent in this universe. Regardless of whether it was Absolute Beginning or Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, they would all be faced with the ending of failure. He would fail, Heavenly Court would fail, and once this seed was planted, it would take root and sprout. Once it sprouted, it would be unstoppable. The sword light of Calamity Sword instantly arrived in front of Absolute Beginning. He waved his sword to meet it while retreating. The sword in his hand was the Emperor Sword forged from the supreme treasure that had accompanied him, and his sword skills were sword skills that he had learned in Eternal Peace. Eternal Peace's reform was known as the Great Tao of Acquired Heaven. The divine arts practitioners and gods in Eternal Peace took it as their duty to perfect the Tao of Acquired Heaven. The Heavenly Court called it a reform, but to the people of Eternal Peace it was just using what they had learned and improving it. They used what they had learned in their daily lives, such as forging, medicine, and painting. Among them, Sword Path developed the fastest. Be it Qin Mu, Founding Emperor Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui, or Old Human Emperor Su Mucha, they were all great experts of Sword Path. If they spread their Sword Path throughout Eternal Peace, as long as they had sufficient aptitude and comprehension, they would be able to cultivate it. They would be able to develop a new sword path and a new sword skill on top of their foundations. There were 2 clones of Absolute Beginning lurking in Eternal Peace. He had learned the sword skills of Qin Mu, Founding Emperor Zhang Baigui, Su Mucha, and the others, and he had comprehended them by analogy. The power of his sword path couldn't be said to be weak. When he executed it with his incomparably vigorous magic power, the power of his sword path could even catch up to Founding Emperor's back then. The sword move he executed was also Founding Emperor's sword move, and he stabbed out 33 heavens in a single strike. It was absolutely stunning. However, his Tao heart had already collapsed, and the power of his sword path instantly decreased greatly. Not only that, the changes of his sword path also became somewhat sluggish. The instant their sword lights collided, Calamity Sword changed its moves and transformed into Tribulation Breaking. In just an instant, the 33 heavens formed by Absolute Beginning Emperor Sword was obliterated. The true body of Absolute Beginning Emperor Sword suffered countless attacks and broke inch by inch in his hands. Absolute Beginning flicked out the hilt of the sword, and innate One Qi burst forth. 10,000 paths became one and transformed into a finger of God. He ignored any changes in Qin Mu's Calamity Sword and pointed at it. Ding! With a crisp sound, his fingertip came into contact with the tip of Calamity Sword, and Qin Mu's Calamity Sword light stabbed into his finger. His sword path was unparalleled, and it followed the sword intent of his finger all the way to his arm. His other 4 fingers moved and brushed past the sword tip of Calamity Sword one after another, crushing the power of Calamity Sword. At the same time, Absolute Beginning's other hand pressed down. Under his palm, 10,000 paths surged, and it was as if countless sacred beings in the heavens and 10,000 worlds were under his palm. Divine light surged forth from this strike, and the might of an unparalleled ancient god and emperor could be seen in it. After all, he was the emperor who had ruled an era and also the emperor who had ended an era. The tens of thousands of ancient gods in the universe were all under his control. This strike wasn't just innate One Qi, it was also the path of Absolute Beginning. It was the divine art he had comprehended from comprehending the path of Absolute Beginning. Qin Mu drew his sword with his right hand, and the tip of the sword swayed, turning into 5 unites. At the same time, his left hand met Absolute Beginning's palm. At the same time, his primordial spirit raised his left hand in front of the Hall of Chaos in the celestial heavens, and did the same thing as him. This strike was also 5 unites. However, Qin Mu's palm was too small, so it was difficult to see the changes of the divine art. However, the hand of his primordial spirit was countless times bigger. His 5 fingers of his primordial spirit's palm were like the ancestral court, while his 5 fingers were like the 5 mineral veins of the ancestral court. Chaos, Absolute Beginning, Taisu Taichi all merged into one. The 2 palms collided silently, but boundless light burst forth from their palms, forming a round thin blade in the starry sky. The thin blade was almost without any thickness, and it expanded rapidly, slicing the starry sky into two in an instant. Qin Mu leaned back slightly, and behind him, thousands of palaces of the great heavenly court fell into disarray. They kept changing the buildings of the illusion heavenly palace, completely dissipating the power of this strike. Absolute Beginning's heart sank, and he took a step back to enter One Qi great overarching heaven to avoid Qin Mu's calamity sword. The 5 mineral veins formed by the calamity sword attacked One Qi great overarching heaven with a loud bang, pressing down on it. The 5 mineral veins transformed from sword light were like 5 angry dragons, and even the ultimate void couldn't destroy this sword skill in the slightest. His cultivation isn't weaker than mine. Now, he can probably use his own power to brand the void and become a Tao practitioner. And all of this was brought to him by the 72 palaces, or was it brought to him by his Hall of Chaos? Absolute Beginning's gaze landed on the 72 halls. No one had ever cultivated the 72 halls of the ancestral court of Jade Capital, so Qin Mu was probably the #1 person in the world. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven had only obtained the cultivation method for the 58 halls, while the other halls fell into Absolute Beginning's hands. Even after Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven ascended the throne and had unparalleled authority, Absolute Beginning still didn't teach him the remaining 14 halls. If Heavenly Emperor Haotian wanted them, he had to give them enough benefits in exchange. And this benefit was controlled by Heavenly Emperor Haotian, the 20-odd palaces that he did not have. So far, Heavenly Emperor Haotian and Absolute Beginning had not been able to cultivate the 72 palaces. This was because their situation was still the same as before. In the past, the top 10 heavenly venerates had feigned civility with each other and exchanged benefits in a secretive manner. They were all trying to get more benefits from each other. They all wanted to be one step ahead of the other, wanting to set a trap for each other, but they couldn't trust each other. Even today they were still continuing their previous structure. Instead, Qin Mu had cultivated the 72 halls before them. The 72 halls were the key to supporting the 36 heavenly palaces. Even though Qin Mu hadn't cultivated the 36 heavenly palaces, the 33 heavenly palaces were no trifling matter. However, the great heavenly court formed by 33 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure halls couldn't be compared to those who had achieved Tao. Because of that, Absolute Beginning suspected that it was Qin Mu's Hall of Chaos that allowed him to possess such astonishing magic power. However, he had never expected that Qin Mu's Hall of Chaos was just a facade. It didn't have any doors and couldn't be entered. Qin Mu was now equivalent to Soaring Heaven's realm, which could be called Chaos Realm. However, his cultivation system was different from the others. He was a few realms higher than Absolute Beginning. Absolute Beginning's main body was still cultivating according to the original system of divine treasures and heavenly palaces, while Qin Mu's realm was a great realm higher than the original. In the ancestral court there were 4 more Heavenly Gate Realm, Heavenly Sea Realm, and 9 prisons platform realm, which the traditional cultivation system didn't have. Qin Mu also applied these new realms to his own heavenly palace system. Each heavenly palace had a few more realms than the traditional minor realms of heavenly palace. If he were to divide them by realms, Qin Mu's Chaos Realm was equivalent to Tao Flower Realm and Tao Realm, which was the same as Absolute Beginning. What was even more terrifying was that Qin Mu had yet to attain Tao. If he attained Tao, he would probably be equivalent to a Tao practitioner who had gone through several great calamities. Furthermore, Qin Mu wasn't even prepared to brand his Tao into the ultimate void and increase the burden of the ultimate void. His goal was to brand his great Tao in his own divine treasures universe. He was prepared to use the world tree in his divine treasures universe as his Tao tree and create his own Tao. This was also the reason why Qin Mu was confident that he would be able to fight against Great Heavenly Emperor when he ascended Hall of Chaos. Absolute Beginning executed the Tao tree, and the branches of innately One Qi Tao tree danced in the air, blocking the sword light of 5 unites. He raised his hand and grabbed the Tao flower to welcome Qin Mu, who had entered great overarching heaven of One Qi. The Tao flower rotated, and that was the 30 heavens Tao realm. He had used his strength to form the path, and his own magic power had forcefully transformed into a Tao flower. It wasn't a Tao flower cultivated by Tao realm, but the power of this strike was no trifling matter. Could be said that it was done with his full strength. Calamity's sword stabbed into the stamen, and Qin Mu was exhausted. The Dao flower rotated, and the magic power of Dao realm burst forth. Just as it was about to drown Qin Mu, he suddenly roared, and the 32 heavenly Dao realm gathered into one palm and slammed heavily on the hilt of the sword. Qi. A sword light pierced through the Dao flower and stabbed into the heart of Absolute Beginning's brows. Qin Mu's primordial spirit roared, and he wrapped his arms around it to transform into great abyss of returning ruins, forming 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. Around Qin Mu's primordial spirit, heavenly palaces surrounded him, forming an even grander 10,000 heavenly wheels to support his divine arts. The technique of Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky had already been thoroughly comprehended by him, and this strike of his had the demeanor of Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky. Boom boom boom. Layers after layers of 10,000 heavenly wheels struck out one after another and imprinted themselves on the heart of Absolute Beginning's brows, causing Calamity's sword to strike deeper and deeper into Absolute Beginning's brain. Absolute Beginning staggered back, his back leaning against the Dao tree. Qin Mu raised his hand and pointed, and primordial chaos runes condensed on the tip of his finger, turning into primordial chaos finger. His finger pointed at the hilt of the sword, and around the hilt were the revolving 10,000 heavenly wheels. Ding! A soft sound rang out, and Calamity's sword pierced through the back of Absolute Beginning's skull, nailing him to his own Dao tree. Truly formidable. If I hadn't been to the ancestral court, I really wouldn't be your match. Absolute Beginning struggled for a moment, but he couldn't break free from the Dao tree. He smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you indeed have the capital to become 7th Young Master. No wonder 3rd Young Master is so wary of you." Qin Mu's pupils constricted, and he executed Calamity's sword. At that moment, Calamity's sword was jolted away from the heart of Absolute Beginning's brows and shot back. The Dao voices in the heart of Absolute Beginning's brows rumbled, and numerous treasure halls flew out and landed around Qin Mu. The 24 treasure halls of the ancestral court of Jade Capital City surrounded Qin Mu. In the treasure halls, incomparably powerful phantoms walked out one after another. Absolute Beginning cut his wrist, and the blood of Absolute Beginning's ancient god path spilled out, landing on the phantoms. The flesh and blood of the phantoms squirmed, and they gradually gained corporeal bodies. 7th Young Master. A woman slowly raised her head, and her gaze landed on Qin Mu. "We meet again." Qin Mu raised his hand to grab the Calamity sword that was flying over. He held the hilt of the Calamity sword with both of his hands and looked around. He smiled and said, "You guys are here to stop me from attaining Dao again? You guys have done well this time. Using the blood of Absolute Beginning to transform into a corporeal body, your abilities are a little stronger than before." There were only 24 palaces, and the 24 palaces represented the 24 Dao practitioners of the past universe. These existences were Dao practitioners like the original sage, and could be said to be the core strength of the Miluo Palace. For example, the original sage was an existence that had lived for 3 universe epochs. His human strength was definitely greater than that of Heavenly Emperor Haotian, Absolute Beginning, and Founding Emperor Haotian. Even though he had died at the hands of 10 heavenly venerates, that was because he hadn't truly come to this universe. Only Dao Fruit Dao Tree had descended, and he had been plotted against by Wei Suifeng and Shujun. That had caused him to clash head-on with Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky, and his injuries were extremely serious. That was why he had been killed by 10 heavenly venerates. Even though Primordial Saint had died, the others from the 72 halls were still alive. Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky and Primordial Beginning had taken away 56 halls in total. There were still 16 halls left in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, and among them was Prime Saint's Incense Burner Hall. Even though Qin Mu had mocked these 24 people who had attained Dao in prehistoric times, he didn't look down on them at all. Everyone who had attained Dao in prehistoric times and lived until now had extraordinary achievements. Even if they couldn't descend with their true bodies, they were no trifling matter. These 24 people who had attained Dao weren't just slightly stronger than before, they were much stronger. When they had stopped Qin Mu from achieving Dao the last time, their power had come from the treasure palaces, and they were the 72 palaces that Qin Mu had comprehended. They weren't the real 72 palaces. They had taken the opportunity to descend, but their abilities weren't too strong. They could only descend the projections of their corporeal bodies in Tao trees, flowers and Tao fruits. Qin Mu had also used the reincarnation of life and death in the universe of his divine treasures to completely refine and absorb the power that they had projected. He had the geographical advantage and the advantage of unifying his techniques. Yet now, the treasure halls of these 24 Tao practitioners had truly appeared in one Qi Great Overarching Heaven. Furthermore, this was Absolute Beginning's one Qi Great Overarching Heaven, and not Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure. He didn't have any confidence in defeating these 24 Tao practitioners. More importantly, Absolute Beginning was still at the side. Qin Mu had a smile on his face as he held Calamity Sword without moving. The 24 Tao practitioners also stood there motionless. They didn't let the projection of their Tao tree, Tao flower, Tao fruit descend this time. But the palaces seemed to come alive. The runes, Tao patterns and Tao chains of the palaces were revived and filled with the unique Tao charm of Tao practitioners. Their corporeal bodies were getting stronger and stronger, and their abilities were also increasing crazily. The runes, Tao patterns and Tao chains of the palaces flew up and drilled into their bodies to strengthen their strength. Absolute Beginning felt waves of formidable power and was secretly astonished. These 24 existences were already undying and indestructible. Even though they couldn't descend with their true bodies, they could raise their abilities to this step just by obtaining a little of his blood. They were like 24 heavenly venerables, which was truly terrifying. Absolute Beginning, you can see it, right? Qin Mu smiled and said leisurely, "You and heavenly venerables are walking on the wrong path." Absolute Beginning was slightly stunned. Why did heavenly venerate vast heaven say that? The results of the cultivation of these 24 prehistoric Tao friends weren't Ling Xiao Hall or Purple Xiao Hall. Instead, they had transformed into their own halls after their paths and skills had reached Tao. Qin Mu's gaze swept past the Hall of Imperial Meeting, Ling Su Hall, Hall of Treasure Light, Hall of Illumination and other halls. In their hearts, you and heavenly venerate vast heaven aren't on the same side, so they haven't imparted the true path of Jade Capital to you, he said unhurriedly. If it's the true path, you won't cultivate Ling Xiao Hall or Purple Xiao Hall, but your own treasure hall, your emperor's throne and your own path. Absolute Beginning was stunned and kept silent. It was just as Qin Mu had said. The great Tao of the 24 prehistoric Tao practitioners had all turned into their own treasure halls instead of Ling Xiao becoming Tao and Purple Xiao becoming Tao. It could be seen that the Ling Xiao that he had walked with heavenly venerate vast heaven had attained Tao and Purple Heaven had attained Tao. It was clearly a trap. Qin Mu was right. He and heavenly venerate vast heaven were just pawns of the third and fourth young masters of Miluo Palace, not people who were on the same side in the hearts of the third and fourth young masters. However, things have already come to this point, and there's no turning back. Absolute Beginning thought to himself. Suddenly, the 24 prehistoric Tao practitioners moved together and attacked Qin Mu from all directions. It was the first time that the great Tao divine arts of prehistoric times had appeared in this universe. These existences were all peerless geniuses in their era. Even though their divine arts and paths were different from the divine arts and paths in this universe, their power wasn't inferior in the slightest. In fact, their divine arts and paths had gone through thousands of tempering and were followers of the master of Miluo Palace. Regardless of whether it was in terms of exquisiteness or usage, they had surpassed the current heavenly court by countless numbers. One of them was clearly walking the path of using strength to achieve the Tao. He cultivated his physical body, and his Yuan Shun and physical body were as one. The strength of his physical body was rarely seen in the world. His moves were similar to martial arts. They were open and wide, like a giant that could split the heavens and earth. His hands tore the sun and moon apart, and his palms were like heaven and earth. Another walked the path of the innate sacred fire. His flames cultivated the wind of heat and silence, surpassing the fire heavenly venerate. His Taoist techniques distorted space, and with a single strike, flames could transform into anything. There was another person who walked the path of heavenly Tao. His cultivation realm was comparable to that of the ancestor god king, but his path and skills were even more exquisite and mystical than that of the ancestor god king. Numerous prehistoric Tao practitioners burst forth with their combined strength and charged at Qin Mu. Absolute Beginning took a step back to suppress the injury on the heart of his brows and waited for the right moment. His injury was very serious, and his corporeal body could be said to be the strongest corporeal body in the world. With it, Supreme Emperor could sweep through everything without being defeated. In the end, he was ambushed by Heavenly Venerate Ling, and that was how he died. However, Qin Mu had already grown to the point where he could destroy this invincible corporeal body. When he had fought with Qin Mu earlier, he had almost been killed by Qin Mu. Not only had he injured his corporeal body, but he had also injured his primordial spirit. Qin Mu's calamity-cleaving sword was good at destroying the great Tao, and when that sword had stabbed into the heart of his brows, he had suffered a very serious Tao injury. The instant he retreated, Qin Mu's domain erupted and spun with a whistle, colliding with his One Qi Great All Heaven. Absolute Beginning lost his footing and took another step back, sending One Qi Great All Heaven flying backward. When one's domain was cultivated to the extreme, it would be Great All Heaven that could be imprinted in the ultimate void. Supreme Emperor's Divine Consciousness Great All Heaven and Founding Emperor's Sword Path Great All Heaven were all domains. Yet when Qin Mu's Divine Treasure domain collided with Absolute Beginning's One Qi Great All Heaven, it was actually not weak at all, which made him even more astonished. His growth speed is simply too fast. He has already reached this step with just 32 heavens of Tao realm. It's a good thing he didn't cultivate Tao tree. Just as Absolute Beginning thought of this, a world tree suddenly rose from the ground behind Qin Mu, and the unique Tao charm of a Tao practitioner filled the air. The corners of Absolute Beginning's eyes twitched violently, and he thought to himself, not good. The appearance of this world tree made Qin Mu's aura soar, and he had the demeanor of a Tao practitioner. Boom! Violent tremors came from Qin Mu, and his muscles were ferocious. He collided with the prehistoric being who had attained Tao with his strength. The instant they collided, the body of the Tao practitioner exploded, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Mu's strength surpassed him, and with a punch he hammered him into his treasure hall. The blood that burst forth covered the walls. Absolute Beginning immediately felt that the corporeal body that was formed from his blood had been completely wiped out of all spiritual energy. One punch, just one punch, and Qin Mu had completely wiped out this existence that was comparable to a celestial venerable. At the same time, the divine arts and paths of the other 23 Tao practitioners slammed into Qin Mu's body at the same time, and terrifying ripples drowned him. At the same time, the shadow of a lofty hall appeared behind Absolute Beginning's head. He couldn't help leaping forward and rushing into the divine arts of the 23 Tao practitioners. He was shocked. This power was not his own power, but the power of the Lingxiao Palace. The shadow of the Lingxiao Palace behind his head was given to him by the third young master to protect him. He had once used this power to deal with the Supreme Emperor to protect himself. Later on, he obtained his own physical body. He also used this power to brand the ultimate void and form the Great All Heaven. When he had used this power, he didn't feel anything wrong. However, now that he was controlled by this power and had entered a dangerous situation, his hair stood on end. The more he relied on Third Young Master's power, the more he was controlled by this power. It gave him the feeling of falling into a spider's web. He saw himself executing a divine art that was abnormally terrifying. It was ancient and vast, the ultimate power of the path of Absolute Beginning. It had gathered the 36 heavens of divine consciousness and the 36 heavens of One Qi. It was the divine art formed by the ultimate Tao realm of the path of Absolute Beginning. He rushed into the burst of divine art and saw Qin Mu's ragged figure. 23 Tao practitioners with the strength of celestial venerables had combined their strength to strike, but they still couldn't kill Qin Mu. Not only did Qin Mu not die, he was even executing the divine art of not ease and profound skill of creation, trying his best to recover his corporeal body and primordial spirit. When Absolute Beginning saw his palm pushing forward, the power of the path of ultimate Absolute Beginning poured out from his palm. It was so domineering and resplendent, a power he had dreamed of, yet it made him shudder. Third Young Master is controlling my corporeal body. What exactly is he trying to do? He was filled with terror. He can control me to slaughter and make me his clone, forcing him to descend earlier. The moment he stretched out his hand, Qin Mu turned around and raised his hand to meet his palm. 5 red ropes shot out from Qin Mu's palm and passed through Absolute Beginning's divine art. With a swoosh, they passed through Absolute Beginning's brain. The red ropes were knotted and locked down the Hall of Supreme Heaven behind his head. Second brother, I saved your life. Qin Mu revealed a smile and was immediately shattered into a ball of qi of Absolute Beginning. Absolute Beginning was bewildered, and he immediately felt the power of Qin Mu's red rope burst forth, pushing the power that had surged out from Ling Zhao's treasure hall behind his head back into the treasure hall and sealing it. Seventh brother, you are still so slippery and merciless. An unfamiliar voice came from Ling Zhao's treasure hall. Absolute Beginning's hair stood on end, and he immediately sensed the power that didn't belong to him rapidly fading away, allowing him to regain control of his corporeal body. Both of them are injured, so I can take this opportunity to absorb Heavenly Venerate Mu. Absolute Beginning's eyes lit up, and he took a long breath. He planned to swallow the qi of Absolute Beginning that Qin Mu had transformed into and refine it. At that moment, Qin Mu's world tree swayed, and his ultimate erupted to devour everything. The domain of his divine treasures reopened, and in an instant, he experienced the 5 great changes of the universe. The qi of Absolute Beginning in front of Absolute Beginning vanished, and he immediately heard the sound of divine arts colliding behind him. He turned his head back and saw Qin Mu raising his sword to kill the clone of a prehistoric Dao practitioner. Third brother, this is our first exchange. Qin Mu stabbed through the heart of the brows of a prehistoric Dao practitioner and pushed the hilt forward. The other Dao practitioner exploded and turned into chaos. He smiled and said, "When I return to the past, I will personally experience it." The sword in his hand flew out and stabbed into the Palace of Soaring Heavens behind Absolute Beginning's head. The phantom of the Palace of Soaring Heavens exploded with a boom. "I'll wait for you." A muffled groan came from the Lingxiao Palace. The college entrance examination is approaching. The third-year students should hurry back to revise and prepare for the college entrance examination. You can come back to look at the Book of the God of Mu after you get your name on the golden roll. Hurry up and go. You guys concentrate on the college entrance examination while I concentrate on writing. The Book of the God of Mu is right here. It can't run away. When Qin Mu's sword stabbed over, Absolute Beginning only moved his fingers, but he didn't block Qin Mu's sword. With his abilities, it wasn't difficult for him to block Qin Mu's sword, but under the influence of God and Ghost, he chose to give up. The apparition of Ling Xiao Treasure Hall disintegrated, and he immediately felt the power coming from it dissipating. This Ling Xiao Treasure Hall was the power given to him by the third young master of Miluo Palace, not the Ling Xiao Palace in his celestial heavens. The dissipation of this power made him heave a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he became even more wary of Qin Mu's abilities. In one qi great overarching heaven, figures rose and fell one after another. Countless chains interweaved, and the attacks of the 20 prehistoric Dao practitioners became extremely peculiar. They didn't seem to be attacking Qin Mu directly, but using their corporeal bodies as a medium, they executed their treasure palaces. Those treasure palaces were formed from the great Dao of their own bodies, and their achievements were too high. That was why their bodies couldn't unleash the power of the treasure palaces. Their current bodies were only the corporeal bodies that Absolute Beginning had used his blood and the black technique of creation to create for them. They couldn't compare to the power of their real corporeal bodies. If the power absorbed from the treasure palaces was too strong, it would cause their bodies to collapse and disintegrate. They used themselves as a medium and tried their best to mobilize the power of their treasure halls. Their corporeal bodies cracked under the terrifying power and everyone became bloody, as if they could burst their bodies at any moment. Soon Dao chains interweaved in the domain of one qi great overarching heaven and Qin Mu's divine treasures. Countless chains combined with each other like incomparably precise machines, interlocking with each other. Qin Mu raised his sword and slashed at several people in a row. His mood became somewhat anxious. There were too many of these chains, and the incomparably thick ones formed a net that restricted his divine treasures and his movements. Even his world tree was being entangled and locked by these chains. Qin Mu felt the circulation of his magic power becoming more and more sluggish, and his primordial spirit gradually lost its space to move. Not good. The structure of these Dao chains actually seems to be a divine art that was specially created to counter my techniques. That's right. I fought with them before I ascended Hall of Chaos, and they found out my techniques and divine arts. They researched my flaws and created a set of combined attacks to counter my flaws. Just as he thought of this, the dozen or so survivors suddenly shouted out in unison, "Seventh Young Master! This is the divine art third young master created to deal with your flaws." Boom! Countless chains seethed, bursting the bodies of the dozen or so Tao practitioners. Their corporeal bodies exploded one after another, and their flesh and blood mixed with the chains, fusing with the chains. On the chains, flesh and blood grew crazily, making the chains thicker and thicker. The wriggling chains of flesh and blood instantly froze Qin Mu's divine treasure domain. Qin Mu had 32 heavens of Tao realm, and there were 32 layers of divine treasure domains, but all of them were pierced through by the chains made of flesh and blood. In just an instant, Qin Mu's 32 layers of divine treasure territory was covered in rust. The incomparably thick chains were all over the place. Some pierced through the sky, some through the earth, some into the 5 mines, and some into great abyss of sinkhole. The flesh and blood on the chains were like threads that extended in all directions, causing his territory to rust and contaminate the sun, moon, and stars. Only one of the dozens of Tao practitioners still had his corporeal body. The others had already exploded and fused into the strange path chains, but he was the only one who was still able to protect himself. Seventh Young Master. The prehistoric Tao practitioner wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. He bowed and said, "This is the divine art third young master prepared for you. Third young master asked me to greet you." He straightened his back and executed the divine art. Primordial chaos path transformation. Countless chains burst forth, and Qin Mu's layers of divine treasures instantly collapsed and squeezed together. The collapsed divine treasures frantically shrank back into Qin Mu's body, and together with the flesh and blood path chains, they entered his body. Qin Mu instantly felt the great Tao in his body go out of control, and the paths, skills, runes, and path chains all disintegrated. Even his primordial spirit was crushed to smithereens. Bang! Under the world tree, his corporeal body exploded and transformed into primordial chaos vital qi. This ball of primordial chaos vital qi was purple in color and was full and clear. It could be seen that all of Qin Mu's great Tao in the purple qi had shattered, and even the great Tao of Sinkhole couldn't be saved. The power of this strike was truly terrifying. Third young master of Miluo Palace had lost previously, and was ambushed by Qin Mu with the red rope knot. With a sword, he had broken through the phantom of his soaring heavens treasured palace, and now, he had turned the tables. However, what was strange was that there was an eyeball floating in the primordial chaos purple chi that Qin Mu had transformed into. That eye suddenly shone, and the primordial chaos purple chi expanded, pulling the world tree into the purple chi. The world tree's branches and leaves floated in the purple chi, and its roots slowly spread out. The only thing that wasn't destroyed by this terrifying divine art of primordial chaos transformation was Qin Mu's eye. Not only did it have Dao Do that was too easy, but it also had a drop of Dao Do on the Dao tree of the master of Miluo Palace. Everything about Qin Mu was destroyed and shaken into primordial chaos vital qi. Only this eye remained. This eye became his hope for revival. Seventh young master, there's no need to fight anymore. The prehistoric path creator chuckled and tried his best to execute the path chains that were wrapped around the world tree. However, the path chains surrounded this ball of primordial chaos vital qi and weaved through it, quickly forming a pagoda of primordial chaos purple qi. It sealed the primordial purple qi and the world tree within it. On the surface of this pagoda, flesh and blood squirmed again. In just a moment, it had transformed into a giant pagoda made of flesh and blood, standing tall in the great overarching heaven of one qi. The Tao-achieving cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his spirits were lifted. He glanced at Tai Chu and said, "The seventh young master has already been suppressed by me. Tai Chu, quickly bring me to your Hades." Absolute Beginning was puzzled. He asked, "Tao brother, we can't kill the seventh young master of the Miluo Palace. Why don't we sink him into the river of chaos and bring him to Hades instead? In my opinion, if we send him to the ancestral court, Jade capital city now, I'm afraid that something might happen if we delay." The Tao-achieving cultivator shook his head and said, "There's a blood and flesh sacrificial formation in Hades. The third young master's goal is not just to capture him, but to sacrifice him. Although it's difficult to kill him, we can use the blood sacrificial formation to sacrifice him to the 16th epoch. He smiled. He was a little excited. His power isn't enough to exchange for Third Young Master, but it's enough to exchange for one of Third Young Master's Dao Fruit avatars. As long as Third Young Master's Dao Fruit avatars come to this world, then all the Dao achievers in the ancestral court of Jade Capital can descend. Before he could speak, Absolute Beginning raised a finger and pierced through his glabella. The Dao achievers' head exploded with a bang, and their bodies swayed as they fell to the ground. Absolute Beginning's face was gloomy as he looked up at the squirming primordial chaos pagoda. Through the squirming flesh Dao chain, he could see the primordial purple chi inside as well as the world tree floating in the purple chi. I'm useless if I let Third Young Master descend. Now that Heavenly Emperor Haotian is the Heavenly Emperor and I'm the retired Emperor, I'm still second to one person. If the Third Young Master came and summoned all of you here, I'm afraid that he would have to sacrifice more than half of the universe in order to replace all of you. He walked around the primordial chaos pagoda and said in a low voice, "At that time, who am I? Do I still have enough benefits?" He laughed coldly. Suddenly, the great overarching heaven of One Chi moved quickly and carried him and the primordial chaos pagoda to the ancestral court. Howard is still too young. If it were him, he would most likely agree to use Heavenly Master Mu to exchange for Third Young Master. However, I am different. Absolute Beginning stood under the flesh pagoda and stared at the floating eyeball in the purple clouds. He said calmly, "I will not do that. I will send Heavenly Master Mu into the river of chaos, and let him return to the past universe. I will let him fight to the death with Third Young Master and Fourth Young Master, and we will be able to rule this universe in peace." Well said. Suddenly, Qin Mu's voice came from primordial chaos pagoda. It came from the eyeball that was floating beside the world tree. Absolute Beginning frowned and touched the sword wound on his forehead. Qin Mu's sword had pierced through his skull, and the injury he had received was still there. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are actually still alive. This is truly beyond my expectations. Absolute Beginning sat under the tree and looked up at the flesh pagoda. He said leisurely, "What you said is right. I don't have the sharpness of the past, but I'm still alive after all, and you have become a prisoner." He smiled slightly. "Now I'm outside and the Lord is inside. You will soon be sunk into the river by me and sent to prehistoric times. In that case, you can be your seventh young master in the time and space of the universe that collapsed in the past, and this universe doesn't need you anymore." Ha 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 ha. Qin Mu's loud laughter came from primordial chaos pagoda and he said leisurely, "Good plan, but even if you can send me to the prehistoric universe, you will still be the second and your son will still be the boss." Absolute Beginning smiled. "That's hard to say. No matter who I am, you will always be the seventh." "Not necessarily. Dutian Devil King, please come out of Blue Royal Field." In the purple clouds, the eyeball suddenly said, "Let him help me deal with this primordial chaos transformation Dao." Absolute Beginning's heart trembled slightly. He hurriedly stood up and looked into the tower. He saw that the eyeball contained the heaven and earth, and its internal structure was extremely complicated. There was the Yudu formed from the horn of the earth count, and the Xuandu refined by the heavenly duke. There was even a Tai eggshell, and in that piece of heaven and earth, there was a demon god with 4 heads and 8 arms, holding a jade pot in his arms. The demon god raised the jade pot, and instantly the heavens appeared. Tai Chu cursed inwardly. The 8-armed demon god bowed and said, "Master Lan, the cult master invites you." He's here, he's here." A familiar figure walked out from the heavens. It was none other than Heavenly Lord Royal. The corners of Tai Chu's eyes twitched. Heavenly Lord Royal was his inner demon. The moment he met this person 1,000,000 years ago, he knew that he was no match for this human youth. He saw the decline of the future ancient god. He had seen the rise of the human race and the postnatal race, destroying his rule and trampling the ancient gods under his feet. Thus, he had the intention to kill and ordered Heavenly Grandmaster Haoanin Tianzi to assassinate Heavenly Grandmaster Royal. And now, that Heavenly Grandmaster Royal had appeared again. Primordial Chaos Transformation Path Divine Art? Heavenly Grandmaster Royal followed Qin Mu's gaze to examine the flesh and blood path chains. After a moment he said, "Brother, This is a divine art that is targeted at your technique. There's a flaw in your technique and someone has found it. Brother. Absolute Beginning was stunned. Heavenly Grandmaster you calls Heavenly Grandmaster Mu brother? Nonsense. Qin Mu said unhappily. I beat them up and they found the flaw. Is there any way to crack it? If we delay for a little longer, Absolute Beginning will sink us into the river of chaos. Lan Yuqian examined it carefully. If Su Xianghua was here, it wouldn't be difficult to work with him to crack this divine art. It's a pity that you've left him in the ancestral court. Brother, don't you know primordial chaos runes? Isn't primordial chaos vital qi your specialty? Qin Mu grunted. I've only cultivated to primordial chaos vital qi because I haven't fully comprehended the path of divine consciousness and innate one qi. Primordial chaos vital qi is also just SOSO. I haven't cultivated to primordial chaos vital qi yet. Lan Yuqian smiled. Brother, you're thinking wrongly. Tai Chi vital qi, Tai element vital qi, primordial chaos vital qi, primordial chaos vital qi, and primordial chaos vital qi weren't cultivated in order. There is no difference between these 5. As long as you understand them, you will be able to cultivate them. Let me teach you. Tai Chu's expression darkened. He took out a Tai Chu original stone and stuck it between his brows. He activated his divine sense and blasted it into the primordial chaos pagoda. He planned to kill Lan Yuqian. Unexpectedly, his divine sense and divine ability charged into the pagoda and disappeared. It was swallowed by the pagoda and disappeared without a trace. The corners of Tai Chu's eyes twitched. He repeatedly activated his divine sense, but was unable to break into the pagoda formed by the primordial chaos transformation Tao. He could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to activate the great all-heaven of one qi to rush to the ancestral court. As long as I reach the ancestral court and sink them into the river before Heavenly Lord Royal decodes the primordial chaos transformation Tao, I don't have to worry about them becoming demons. The great all-heaven of one qi galloped at lightning speed through the ultimate void and whizzed away. However, before he arrived at the ancestral court, he heard a banging sound coming from the pagoda of flesh and blood. As if something had broken, Absolute Beginning made a prompt decision and threw the flesh pagoda out of one qi Great All Heaven. He then executed Great All Heaven to fly away. Since I can't stop him from escaping and I can't sink him into the river in time, I'll throw him into the ultimate void. Whether or not the ultimate void can destroy him will depend on luck. Great overarching heaven of one qi vanished without a trace. Absolute Beginning was also worried that if Qin Mu escaped, he would definitely kill him. If he couldn't beat him, he could retreat. The ultimate void was so vast, so as long as he hid, no matter how great Qin Mu's divine arts were, he wouldn't be able to find him. The void was silent with nothing but the flesh pagoda floating alone in the ultimate void. Qin Mu's voice came from the pagoda, and he said with a smile, Absolute Beginning has left. The 8-armed devil god Dutian Devil King put down his divine bow and said in astonishment, Pulling the bowstring can really scare him away? He's a Tao practitioner, so how did he become a frightened bird? The bow in his hand was just an ordinary divine bow. The banging sounds coming from the pagoda just now were from him pulling the bowstring of the divine bow and shooting a few arrows in vain. Absolute Beginning is a person who is quick-witted and ruthless. When he sees small gains, he forgets his life. When he does big things, he cherishes his body. Qin Mu said unhurriedly, You pulling the bowstring and firing a few arrows in vain, making him think that I have already broken the divine art of primordial chaos path and undid the Tao chains. He would naturally be like a frightened bird, fleeing in panic. 10 heavenly venerables are all like this. There are rarely people who are brave and courageous. Speaking of which, Heavenly Venerate Vast is considered good among them. It was easy to say that he had broken primordial chaos path transformation, and Lan Yuqian was full of confidence. However, the actual process would take a very long time. By then, the flesh pagoda would probably have been sent to the river of chaos by Absolute Beginning. That was why Qin Mu had Dutian Devil God imitate the sound of the Tao chains breaking and scare Absolute Beginning away. He could be said to have a deep understanding of Absolute Beginning's personality. Because he had been framed by Supreme Emperor, Absolute Beginning had no choice but to come into the world early and become the godson of Supreme Emperor. He worked under Supreme Emperor's hands and was all kinds of cautious. At the same time, he was secretly plotting how to get rid of Supreme Emperor. 1. However, it took him billions of years to obtain this opportunity. This opportunity was given to him too easily. If it wasn't for the transformation of Tao to make the ancient gods resist Supreme Emperor, Absolute Beginning might still have endured it. After he became the Heavenly Emperor, he was full of ambition. However, he was overthrown by Heavenly Venerate Yun and Heavenly Venerate Vast. After that he turned into Dawn, a fly running around in a dog's nest. He and the other Heavenly Venerates feigned civility and didn't do anything for 1,000,000 years. He wanted to restore himself, but he never did anything about it. He only cared about concealing his identity. Later, Qin Mu came into the world and Taichu had all sorts of schemes. They seemed flawless, but he valued his life too much. As a result, he was defeated by Heavenly Venerate Vast Emperor and had no choice but to submit, allowing his son, Heavenly Venerate Vast Emperor, to become the Heavenly Emperor. And sometimes, for the sake of a small profit, he would even risk his life. He was good at planning without being decisive. He had a stern appearance and was timid. When he saw a small profit, he would forget his life, and when he did great things he would cherish his life. This was the best evaluation of him. The treasure pagoda of flesh and blood floated quietly in the ultimate void. Qin Mu learned from Lan Yuntian how to transform his cultivation into primordial chaos vital qi. No one could control this treasure pagoda of flesh and blood, and it was carried by the cold wind to an unknown place. Just how big was the ultimate void? No one could answer this question. Even Qin Mu only knew that the ultimate void was many times bigger than the known universe. But he didn't know where the boundary of the ultimate void was. There was no matter in the void, and everything here would decompose endlessly until it turned into nothingness. The void transformation of the first layer of void wasn't that terrifying, but the deeper one went, the stronger the power of the void transformation would be. Even Heavenly Venerate existences wouldn't be able to stay in the 35th layer of void for long otherwise. There was also the danger of being turned into void. And the ultimate void could only be preserved by Tao practitioners. However, the flesh pagoda was extremely strange. It actually blocked the cold wind of the ultimate void and formed a barrier. It protected the primordial chaos vital qi that Qin Mu had transformed into, and the eternal peace people within it. The pagoda drifted for an unknown amount of time before it suddenly came to a slight stop as if it had bumped into something. It stopped and stopped moving. The pagoda was completely silent. Lan Yuqian and Duqian Devil King looked out through Qin Mu's eyes and saw that the place where the pagoda had stopped was a ruin. There were broken walls everywhere and it was in ruins. There were incomparably ancient buildings here, but they had all collapsed. However, even if the cold wind blew past, it could still remove the ruins here. The layout of this ruins is like another jade capital. Lan Yuqian had been to the ancestral court's jade capital before, and immediately discovered something. He said in surprise, "It's just that the layout of the 72 palaces is different. Strange, could there be a second jade capital in this world?" Just as he was about to examine it carefully, a wave of chaotic energy suddenly surged out from the ruins, blocking their vision. After a moment, when the cold wind dispersed the chaotic qi, the strange place from before disappeared. Lan Yuqian clicked his tongue in wonder. The cold wind continued to blow the flesh pagoda and float in the ultimate void. After an unknown amount of time, the flesh pagoda crashed into something and gave off a cracking sound. Lan Yuqian used Qin Mu's eyes to look over and saw that the thing that collided with the flesh pagoda was a huge skull that was countless times bigger than the flesh pagoda. There was no flesh and blood on the skull, only bones. They were blown away by the cold wind. However, during the collision with the flesh pagoda, a portion of the blood on the pagoda had stained the skull. Qin Mu's vertical eye was really powerful, and even Lan Yuqian could see it clearly through the pagoda. On the surface of the huge skull, the thread of flesh was actually squirming and growing. Lan Yuqian was astonished. He didn't know what was going on with the skull and why flesh and blood could grow on it. A cold wind blew over, and the flesh and blood on the skull quickly dissipated. However, there were still some flesh and blood that had already grown out that took the opportunity to drill into the depths of the skull and hide in the skull, trying to escape from the cold wind. Lan Yuqian's heart pounded wildly. Where did the cold wind send us to in the ultimate void? How could there be such a strange thing? He could no longer see where the skull had been blown by the cold wind. However, the situation just now seemed to indicate that there was still spirituality in the skull, as if something was residing within it. Using a thread of flesh and blood from the flesh pagoda, he attempted to regenerate his physical body. The ultimate void was formed when the universe was created. It can be said to have existed since the beginning of the universe. Could it be that some prehistoric monster is hiding here? Just as Lan Yuqian thought of this, the flesh pagoda came to a stop again. He immediately looked outside and saw the pagoda crashing into an incomparably smooth stone wall. It should have been a stone wall made of chaos stones. It was as smooth as a mirror and didn't have the slightest flaw. Lan Yuqian tried to control Qin Mu's eyeballs to look up, only to see that the stone wall was neat and tidy. He didn't know how long it was, but its width was limited. It was like a long stone tablet. It stood alone in the ultimate void. The cold and lonely wind blew over, and the pagoda crashed into the huge stone tablet twice before being blown away by the wind. Lan Yuqian turned Qin Mu's eyeballs and looked at the back of the stone tablet. There was a line of words written on the back of the stone tablet that was arranged vertically, dripping with blood. However, those words were clearly not the words of the present, so he didn't know what they meant. What a strange place! Lan Yuqian's heart jumped. Where did the cold wind send us to? Why hasn't Big Brother woken up yet? Is primordial chaos vital chi so hard to comprehend? He frowned and thought to himself, I've already passed down what should be passed down to him, so it shouldn't be too difficult to comprehend it. Su Shenghua should just stay here. I don't know how to teach people. It's better for him to be more proficient. At this moment, the pagoda of flesh and blood bumped into something else. It was a broken ship that was only left with half of it. Its broken surface was uneven, and some parts were extremely sharp, almost piercing through the pagoda. The flesh and blood on the surface of the pagoda had been pierced through and hung on the broken ship. Lan Yuqian suddenly saw a white bone embedded in the wall of the ship. That should be a Dao practitioner, whose corpse had not been dissolved by the ultimate void yet. The Dao practitioner had obviously been killed. His sternum had been cracked open and a rusty weapon had pierced through his chest. Crack. The white bone skull suddenly twisted over. Its empty eye sockets looked at the pagoda as if it could see through everything in the pagoda. Lan Yuqian was shocked and hurriedly covered his eyes. After a moment, he sneakily peeked out from between his hands. Dutian Devil King saw this and thought to himself, Master Lan is still a child, how could he be so scared? What scared him? Scared him. He also saw the scene outside and was so scared that his hair on his forehead stood up like hedgehogs. He's dead. Lan Yuqian put down his hands, he smiled at him and said, Don't worry, he's dead. It was the wind that blew his head, making me think he was still alive. Strange, when the universe was created, these things should have been destroyed in the creation of heaven and earth. How could they still be preserved? He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought, so he asked in a low voice, Could it be that the wood of this ship is made of the material of the world tree? He was eager to give it a try and wanted to get out of Qin Mu's eyes to take a look at that broken ship. However, even if he could get out, he wouldn't be able to leave the treasure pagoda of flesh and blood. He didn't have the ability to do so. Furthermore, once he was outside, he wouldn't be able to resist the cold silence wind of the ultimate void. Even though Qin Mu didn't know much about paths, skills and divine arts, his cultivation and abilities were much stronger than his. If Qin Mu were to come back to life with his abilities, he could go out and explore and find out the strangeness of this place. The cold silence wind blew, and the pagoda finally swayed. It moved away from the broken ship and continued to drift away. Lan Yuqian looked at the skeleton on the ship, and his hair stood on end. The skeleton was slowly turning its head, staring at the pagoda. Alive! Lan Yuqian's heart was pounding, and he quickly composed himself. The flesh pagoda must have accidentally entered a mysterious area in the ultimate void. While drifting, it encountered all kinds of strange things. There were withered Dao trees, broken divine weapons, and unknown bones. He even saw a head stuck on a flag. This place was like a place where the ultimate void piled up useless things. Anything that could not be turned into void was thrown here. Lan Yuqian looked at this strange place in confusion. The ultimate void was like an invisible giant beast, throwing all the things it could not digest here. This flesh pagoda is probably also something it could not digest, so it was thrown here as well. He blinked his eyes and thought to himself, what exactly is this place? Where is it located in the ultimate void? The ultimate void only had Tao practitioners in the Great Luo Heaven, and each Great Luo Heaven was not in a fixed location. It was extremely difficult to find their current location. The dumping ground of the ultimate void was very vast, and the flesh pagoda floated silently like this. After an unknown period of time, it encountered an unknown number of strange objects. Lan Yutian saw another strange object floating past from outside. It was a door. Or perhaps it was a door frame because the door frame had disappeared. Lan Yutian looked inside through the door frame and could not help but be startled. He saw that behind the door frame was actually not the ultimate void, but countless stone tablets. These stone tablets were exactly the same as the incomparably smooth stone tablet he had encountered earlier. However, the stone tablet was facing away from him, so he could not see if there were any words on the front. Could that stone tablet have floated out from here? Then where did the door go? He was still thinking when Qin Mu's voice suddenly sounded out. Brother Yu, I already have the confidence to deal with the divine art of primordial chaos path transformation. Lan Yutian was delighted, and he saw the primordial chaos vital qi that enveloped Qin Mu's eye surging towards it. Instantly, with the eye as the center, Qin Mu's flesh and blood grew and quickly formed his head. The three eyes on Qin Mu's head opened and the purple qi in them stirred, revealing an excited expression. At the same time, the chains in the flesh pagoda shone in all directions and the power of the chains burst forth, suppressing primordial chaos vital qi and bombarding towards him. The divine art of primordial chaos transformation was hidden in the flesh pagoda, and wanted to beat him back to the state of primordial chaos vital qi, so that he wouldn't be able to revive. Qin Mu laughed loudly and allowed these divine arts to reach his body, but they couldn't hurt him in the slightest. On the contrary, rays of purple light shot out from his three eyes and cut off the three flesh path chains that were close to him. But what was strange was that once the flesh path chains were cut off, flesh and blood would grow. This divine art of primordial chaos path was like a living divine art that had combined with the primordial chaos runes of the master of Mycroft Palace, and turned this divine art into a living body. It could grow and repair itself. It was the first time Qin Mu had seen such a strange divine art, and he was astonished. Under his head his neck grew and he grew shoulders, chest and arms. His waist was also growing on its own. Qin Mu raised his hand, and Calamity's sword flew out from the heart of his brows. It pierced through the pagoda, and the path chains were cut off by him. The path markings that formed the path chains were destroyed, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, a cold wind blew over, stirring the pagoda and causing the outer area of the flesh pagoda to begin to melt. The pagoda spun and whizzed toward the outer area of the abandoned land. The ultimate void was extremely strange. Things that couldn't be turned into void would be sent to this unclean land by the cold wind. However, things that could be turned into void would be sent out of this place. When Qin Mu's sword had broken through the flesh and blood pagoda, it had caused the power of the pagoda's self-defense to be greatly reduced and started to turn into void. Hence, the pagoda was carried away by cold silence wind. Qin Mu didn't notice this at all. While he was absorbing the primordial chaos purple qi, he was trying to devour the power to refine primordial chaos path. He said solemnly, Brother Yu, cold silence wind is about to blow into the pagoda. Your cultivation isn't enough, so you must be careful if you hide in my eyes. The cold solitude wind blew past Qin Mu's body and flattened his corporeal body, almost breaking it into countless particles. Qin Mu executed the modified Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to forcefully suppress his corporeal body to resist this terrifying power. He could barely withstand the cold solitude wind of the ultimate void, but it was omnipresent. He was also worried that the cold solitude wind would blow into the vertical eye in the heart of his brows and hurt the people in his eyes. In his eyes there were not only Lan Yutian and Dutian Devil King, but also hundreds of millions of eternal peace commoners and gods. If they were blown in by the cold and lonely wind, they would all turn into nothingness in a short moment and cease to exist. If they died here, even their souls would turn into nothingness, unable to summon their souls. Lan Yutian immediately got Dutian Devil King to hide in Pot Heaven bottle. He thought about it and didn't follow Dutian into the bottle. If the cold and lonely wind blew into Qin Mu's vertical eye, even Pot Heaven Bottle wouldn't be able to protect everyone. The heavens would soon turn into void space and everyone would die in the bottle. Even though his abilities weren't as good as Qin Mu's, they were still no small matter. His paths, skills, and divine arts were even more profound, so he planned to stay outside to protect the bottle. Qin Mu's corporeal body was still growing rapidly as he executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. When the cold and lonely wind blew over, his body seemed to be formed from primordial chaos runes formed by primordial chaos vital chi, and didn't move at all. No matter how cold silence wind tugged at it, it was unable to turn his corporeal body into nothingness. However, the divine art of primordial chaos transformation in the flesh pagoda was also attacking at the same time. It was resisting these two powers at the same time, increasing the pressure on him. I have to grow my corporeal body quickly, or else it'll be hard to deal with the situation in front of me. Qin Mu executed primordial chaos vital chi, and the power of Calamity Sword instantly soared. Even though his corporeal body had yet to completely recover, the power of the divine art of sword path was still better than before, making him both surprised and happy. The path chains of this flesh pagoda crumbled even faster, and they disintegrated into Tao patterns. However, this divine art was designed by Third Young Master to restrain him, so he couldn't break it completely in a short period of time. Finally, Qin Mu grew 2 legs, but only the roots of his thighs had grown out. His primordial chaos vital chi had already been used up. Qin Mu opened his 3 eyes wide and shouted, "Brother Yu, my primordial chaos vital chi has been used up. I haven't even formed 2 legs in primordial spirit. What should I do?" Lan Yuqian looked at his surroundings warily in his vertical eyes, wary of the invasion of the cold and silent wind. Hearing that, he immediately said, "You have used primordial chaos vital chi to reconstruct your corporeal body, which is much better than the corporeal body in the past. That's why you have consumed so much. However, don't worry, there's a chaos mine in the ancestral court. You can grow it after absorbing the chaos chi there." Qin Mu had a headache. Lan Yuqian was also an unreliable fellow. Water from afar couldn't save the fire near it. Even though the chaos chi in the chaos mine of the ancestral court was abundant, how could he fly over now? Furthermore, it didn't seem to be that easy for the chi of chaos to transform into primordial chaos purple chi. Lan Yuqian might know how to transform it, but learning from him would probably take a lot of time. Boom! The top floor of the flesh pagoda collapsed, and countless chains carrying flesh and blood swept toward him like incomparably thick arms. Qin Mu held his sword and tried his best to block, cutting off the chains one by one. He tried his best to refine the divine art of primordial chaos transformation path, in an attempt to get some chi of primordial chaos from the pagoda. However, the divine art of primordial chaos path was created by the Third Young Master of Miluo Palace, and was specifically aimed at him. What was even stranger was that it was a living divine art that could repair itself, making his progress slow. He had started to use the chi of primordial chaos to evolve his primordial spirit. However, the speed of the transformation of primordial chaos path was slower, and the wind of cold solitude became fiercer and fiercer. It wasn't easy for him to refine a bit of primordial chaos vital chi. He would often be blown away by the wind of cold solitude. "Door plank." Lan Yuqian's voice sounded out. "Brother door plank." "What door plank?" Qin Mu used all his strength to resist the divine art of primordial chaos path, and inadvertently looked outside. Sure enough, he saw a huge door plank fluttering in the wind of cold solitude like a falling leaf. The door plank was unbelievably huge, and in his haste, he even saw some strange words on it. However, it had been too short a time so he couldn't see them clearly. "Brother, take that door away," Lan Yuqian called out excitedly. Qin Mu braved the pressure of transforming primordial chaos into Tao and rushed into the sky, breaking through the top floor of the blood and flesh pagoda. Countless blood and flesh path chains danced behind him as they chased after him. Qin Mu wanted to run, but his legs were only 2 inches long, so he couldn't move at all. He could only curse in his heart and execute his ultimate void divine art. However, the divine art was dissolved the moment it appeared. He could only use his hands as if they were flying as he sprinted crazily toward the door board. Shwa! The flesh and blood path chains wrapped around him tightly, and the flesh pagoda flew over once more, pressing down on his body with a thud. At the same time, Qin Mu's palm had already grabbed onto the door board, and he was immediately pressed down by the pagoda. He couldn't escape for a moment. Third young master, your divine art is really sinister. Qin Mu was suppressed to the point he almost vomited blood. Using all his strength, he forcefully lifted the pagoda up and shouted, "Brother Yu, there's primordial chaos purple qi in this door panel?" "No," Lan Yuqian immediately said. "I saw a door in the ultimate void earlier and there was no door panel. It was most likely this door panel, so I asked brother to pick it up." "Brother, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Qin Mu gritted his teeth and executed Calamity Sword with primordial chaos vital qi. He used his qi to control the sword and stabbed it into the pagoda. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Break the calamity." Wang! Sword light exploded in the pagoda and broke through more than 10 chains of flesh and blood. The sword light came out of the pagoda and stabbed into the door plate with a thud. However, the huge door plate only gave off a string of flames and wasn't pierced through by Calamity Sword. A complicated rune appeared where the door was pierced by Calamity Sword. It circulated continuously and only disappeared after a moment. Qin Mu was stunned and couldn't care less about using his qi to control the sword to stab at the pagoda. At the same time, he exerted strength with both of his arms and threw the pagoda out with all his might. The pagoda disintegrated and turned into countless chains of flesh and blood path that once again wrapped around him. Qin Mu paused heavily and the door flew up with a whoosh. He hugged a corner of the door with both of his hands and raised it up like an unbelievably huge divine knife. He slashed down at the blood and flesh Dao chains. In the past, when he had studied under the 9 elders of disabled elderly village, Mute had forged 2 black iron knives the size of a chopping board for him. Even though this door was bigger, Qin Mu didn't find it strange when he used it. Qi! The countless blood and flesh Dao chains were actually sliced apart by this huge door. The cold wind whistled and blew the broken blood and flesh Dao chains in all directions. Those blood and flesh path chains were like worms swimming in the ultimate void, trying to put them together. However, there were still quite a number of them that were completely blown away by the cold wind. Qin Mu raised this doorboard and used it as a knife. He moved his knife like lightning and slashed down continuously, slicing apart the path chains that had gathered together once again. Finally, with a violent cold wind blowing past, Qin Mu along with the broken blood and flesh path chains were blown out of the abandoned land. "Brother! Stone tablet!" Lan Yuqian's pleasantly surprised voice sounded out once again. "Stone tablet! What stone tablet?" Qin Mu gritted his teeth and raised the door to block the cold wind. He was then blown away by the wind, rolling and rolling. He looked over in a hurry and indeed saw a square stone tablet of unknown height standing in the ultimate void. However, his speed was too fast and the stone tablet quickly disappeared. After a long time, Qin Mu finally managed to stabilize his body. There was no flesh pagoda by his side nor the abandoned land. This door tablet is indeed not bad. Qin Mu's upper body stood on the door and praised. He then felt that his current image was somewhat familiar. "I seem to be the same as Grandpa Butcher from back then." Back then, Butcher was even more miserable than the current Qin Mu. Back then, Butcher had been chopped in half at the waist, leaving only his upper body. Qin Mu now had a waist, but his thighs had yet to fully grow out. He had used primordial chaos vital qi to reconstruct his corporeal body, but his vital qi had been exhausted, so he had no way to make his corporeal body recover. Now there are only 2 paths. The first path is to cultivate honestly and raise your cultivation. As your cultivation rises, your corporeal body will slowly grow out. Qin Mu stood on the door and raised his hand to scratch his head. The other path is to search for the qi of chaos and learn from Lan Yuqian how to transform the qi of chaos into primordial qi. There are chaos mineral veins in the ancestral court. Even though there aren't any chaos divine stones or raw stones, the qi of chaos is enough for me to absorb and refine. The former path was more stable and relied on one's own cultivation step by step. However, it was uncertain when it would grow back. The latter was faster, but the spiritual energy mutual transfer bridge to the ancestral court had been completely destroyed. Even if Heavenly Venerate you were to send him to the ancestral court, it would still take 1 to 2 months. In addition to the cost of learning, It would probably take 4 to 5 years to learn how to convert the chaotic energy into primordial chaos yuan qi. This encounter could be said to be a blessing in disguise. He had completely grasped the primordial chaos yuan qi. Using the primordial chaos yuan qi to reconstruct his body and primordial spirit, just the strength of his body had definitely surpassed that of ancient god absolute beginnings. It was not an exaggeration to call his body the #1 body in the world. Of course, it was just that it was not complete. If his primordial spirit was cultivated to the same level as before, then his primordial spirit would also be the #1 primordial spirit in the world. His vital qi would also reach the level of primordial chaos purple qi that he had been dreaming of. The benefits would be so great that it could be said to be unprecedented. If he recovered to his peak condition, even ordinary Tao practitioners wouldn't be able to break through his corporeal body and primordial spirit, leaving him with Tao injuries. However, Qin Mu was truly worried about when he would be able to recover to his peak condition. He looked down and couldn't help being stunned. There wasn't a single world in all the heavens and 10,000 worlds, nor were there stars and galaxies. There was only nothingness. This place was like the pure black and empty space of the universe without any matter. Qin Mu had long established the great cosmos star map and marked the geography of the universe clearly. The algebra experts of eternal peace had even calculated the total amount of matter in this universe. To him, the universe no longer had many secrets to speak of. When looking at the universe from a macro perspective, the matter was basically evenly distributed. This was the result of the rules. Because of the effect of the 36 voids, the space was constantly stretched. The matter was moving away from each other, from galaxies and planets to every particle. However, in the universe below there was a large space that was completely dark. There was no matter, which was something that was almost impossible to happen. Qin Mu was stunned. He thought of the abandoned land where the ultimate void had thrown the undigested trash. That abandoned land seemed to correspond to this place. Perhaps I can find the abandoned land of the ultimate void from this land of nothingness. Qin Mu stood on the door and floated aimlessly, searching for a reference that could determine his position. The words on this door seemed to be a seal. He controlled the door to resist the cold wind while observing the words on the door. The words were extremely ancient and were formed in the prehistoric universe. They were different from any other words in the present. If one wanted to understand the meaning of the words, they could only start from the most basic runes that formed the words. The runes that formed the words were extremely numerous, but if one were to decipher the Tao language within the runes, they would be able to deduce the basic meaning of the words. This was the method to decipher the prehistoric words. This land of nothingness was unbelievably huge, and it wasn't easy to find the familiar world of the heavens. Qin Mu chose to stand on the door and float against the cold wind. The cold wind of ultimate void couldn't melt him in the door, so the direction of the wind was to send him back to the abandoned land. As long as he walked against the wind, he would be able to leave this land of nihility and find the familiar world of heavens. At that time, he would be able to determine his position in the universe, and once he left ultimate void, he would be able to return to the origin world. His primordial spirit entered the vertical eye in the heart of his brows, ready to check the ecology of the pot heaven bottle, and see if it could still allow the billions of eternal peace people and gods and devils to survive. Lan Yuqian looked at his primordial spirit that was only the size of a little bean and had a strange expression. How vast was Qin Mu's primordial spirit before? Now that it was reconstructed with primordial chaos vital qi, it was only the size of a bean sprout and was extremely small. Qin Mu checked it and found that other than the eternal peace people, there were also devils and devil gods in Dutian world. There were many of them and there were billions of them. The development speed of the devils was extremely fast, and the consumption of resources was also astonishing. The ecological structure in the bottle was very dangerous. A divine art of creation alone wasn't enough to alleviate the pressure on the ecology. I can probably last for another 2 months. The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows opened, and he analyzed the runes in the prehistoric words in detail. He listed them out one by one, and he also read out the meaning of the runes one by one. Then he slowly read them out in Tao language. After a few days, Qin Mu finally understood the words on the door. His expression was strange. The words on the door roughly meant that the eldest young master of Miluo Palace had sealed a mortal enemy of Miluo Palace, forever suppressing the ultimate void so that this enemy would never be able to escape. The mortal enemy of Miluo Palace? The eldest young master of Miluo Palace has personally sealed it. Qinmu was slightly stunned. The second young master of Miluo Palace was a goddess of Sinkhole, and her abilities were so strong that even the great calamity of the universe couldn't wipe her out. This eldest young master's abilities were probably even stronger, and he was close to the existence of the master of Miluo Palace. If he had to personally seal and suppress him, then who was this mortal enemy of Miluo Palace? Could it be too easy? Or is it some other terrifying existence? His thoughts became active. In the past universe, there were quite a number of powerful existences that hadn't joined Miluo Palace, and High Priestess Spirit Jade was one of them. Of course, High Priestess Spirit Jade's abilities weren't particularly high and couldn't compare to the young masters of Miluo Palace, but he still had the means to survive the great calamity of life and death. Apart from Supremacy Spirit Jade, there should be other existences that were even stronger. From the words left on the door by the young master of Miluo Palace, there wasn't only Miluo Palace in the prehistoric universe. There was also another huge force that wasn't inferior to Miluo Palace. This existence that had been sealed by the young master might have been too easy, or it might have been another prehistoric strong practitioner from that force. Qinmu frowned and sized up the door. The door was so hard and indestructible. It was the strongest treasure Qinmu had ever seen and was even better than his calamity sword. To be able to refine such a treasure and only treat it as a door, it could be seen how much importance eldest young master placed on the being suppressed. An existence that has cultivated to the level of Tai Yi is basically impossible to be killed and obliterated. It can only be suppressed. I have never found a place that matches Great Change's geographical map in this universe. Maybe Great Change was really suppressed in this filthy space and treated as trash by the ultimate void. Qinmu looked down and saw the starry sky. The door had already left the realm of nothingness without him realizing it, and the first heavens entered his sight. From the Tao Tree of Great Change that always appears in the sky above the World Tree of the Ancestral Court, Great Change is indeed still alive. His Tao Tree would appear every night and drip down Tao Dew so that we can repair the Great Black Mountain. This means that he can still control his Tao Tree. Qinmu turned back and looked at the land of nothingness with some hesitation. Of course, the one suppressed there might not be Great Change, but it could also be some other extremely powerful devils. Devils that Miluo Palace can't kill. He frowned. Regardless of whether Tai Yi was suppressed there or not, he had to go back to the abandoned land in the ultimate void to find out the secrets there. It's just that I can't do it yet. I have to return to eternal peace as soon as possible, and release the people of eternal peace from the ancestral court. He composed himself and his gaze landed on the heavens nearby. They were the heavens of star origin at the border of the North Heaven. Regardless of whether it was the origin world or the ancestral court, they were extremely far away, but they were very close to the North Pole Heaven. However, what surprised Qinmu was that there was actually a spirit energy mutual shift bridge in this heavens. The light of the mutual shift bridge formed a funnel, and was connected to an unknown heavens. For such a remote place located at the border of the universe and close to the heavens of the North Pole Heaven, the heavens wouldn't build a spirit energy mutual shift bridge. There was a spirit energy mutual shift bridge here, so it definitely wasn't connected to the heavens. Qinmu's eyes lit up, and he immediately controlled the door to fly out of the final void toward the heavens of stellar source. With my speed, I'll need 5 to 6 months to go to the origin world. During that time, I'm afraid the people in Hutian will die on a large scale. However, when I reach the heavens of stellar source, I can temporarily resupply them and continue for an even longer period of time. After 2 days, he came to the heavens of stellar source, and he saw that they were actually richer than he had imagined. They didn't seem like a place of bitter cold. Most of the people who settled here were gods with Black Tortoise bloodlines. Compared to the bloodlines of Tong Shi and Black Tortoise, they were much inferior. They should be low-grade gods formed from the fusion of the bloodlines of many races. Apart from the gods, he also saw humans, demons, and other postnatal races. Humans built many factories here and hired the gods of the heavens of stellar source to work. They smelted divine mines and forged divine weapons, and business was very lively. Qin stopped a person to ask, but that person clearly didn't recognize Qin. The mutual shift bridge? He asked. Of course it's built by eternal peace. 6 years ago, Imperial Preceptor ordered to connect to the other heavens, and Si Puha ordered the envoys of eternal peace to come here through the other heavens. They signed a trade contract with the ruler of the heavens, and helped them build the mutual shift bridge of spirit energy. They built many branches of eternal peace's manufacturing factories here. Si Yunxiang is still very efficient in handling matters. Qin smiled. He thought to himself, Eternal Peace has even built spirit energy mutual shift bridge in the most remote celestial heavens of stellar source, which means that most of the other heavens are also doing business with each other. This is a good thing. This mutual shift bridge leads to eternal peace, so we can let the people in Pot Heaven leave in batches to go to eternal peace. He let out a long sigh of relief. If he directly stepped into spirit energy mutual shift bridge, it would definitely cause an incomparably intense spirit energy mutual shift. It might even exceed the limit of the sacrificial altar, and cause it to collapse. However, if he used 1 to 2 months to go to eternal peace in batches, then there was no need to worry. That person saw him standing on a doorboard and didn't have legs. He was truly pitiful, so he rewarded him with 2 great abundance coins. Don't go around begging and disgrace our eternal peace. Take this bit of money and go to Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge to buy a ticket to eternal peace. Return to eternal peace as soon as possible, he said. He shook his head and left. Qin raised his eyebrows and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took the 2 great abundance coins and invited Dutian Devil King and Lan Yutian out. Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge leads to eternal peace to collect money. If this isn't Si Yunxiang's handiwork, it must be Hu Ling'er's handiwork. To get everyone there, it looks like I'll have to spend a huge sum of money, Dutian Devil King said in astonishment. You still need to collect money to build a bridge in eternal peace? The rules cannot be changed. Qin blushed and said, I don't have any money on me. Lan Yutian was puzzled and said, Brother, you are the former Imperial Preceptor. It's precisely because I'm the former Imperial Preceptor that I don't have any money. My money was taken care of by Ling'er. Ever since I got married, Ling'er ignored me and passed the money to my wife. Qin sighed. Furthermore, I never carry money with me, so bringing all of you to eternal peace is a huge sum. Only the merchant just gave me 2 great abundance coins to buy a ticket to eternal peace. I'll return to eternal peace first and get that last Si Yunxiang to bring the money over. You guys wait here for a few days. Du Tian and Lan Yutian could only stay here while Qin stood on the doorboard and floated towards Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. He passed the 2 great abundance coins to the gods and devils of Star Origin Heavens who were guarding it. The god and devil glanced at him and returned him another great abundance coin. Qin was puzzled and the god and devil said, The ruler has set a half price for the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. You can have it at half price. Qin gave a faint smile and stuffed the great abundance coin back into the hands of the god and devil. There's no need for that, I have plenty of money. Keep these 2 great abundance coins for now. If it's not enough, I'll make it up next time. The god and devil were stunned as they stared blankly at Qin standing on the door plank and floating into the light flow of Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. They saw that the moment Qin and the doorboard entered the Spirit Energy light flow of Mutual Migration Bridge, the light flow suddenly expanded and became several times thicker. The entire heavens of stellar source trembled, the earth trembled and the stars shook. The sacrificial altar of Spirit Energy Mutual Migration Bridge was extremely tall, like a 1,000 miles tall mountain. Its entire body was cast from divine gold, and it was divided into different layers. When it revolved, the different layers would rotate in different directions. The runes on the layers kept on jumping, enduring the pressure caused by Spirit Energy Mutual Shift. In the past, Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge was created by Qin and the Black Tiger God. There was only one main sacrificial altar, and the other was an ordinary sacrificial altar. However, Qin and the Black Tiger God's algebra attainments at that time weren't too high. The Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge that was created was still very crude. However, after more than 100 years of development in eternal peace, the efficiency of Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge had increased greatly. Both sides were main sacrificial altars, so they could share the pressure caused by spirit energy mutual shift. However, when Qin Mu entered the mutual shift bridge, the speed of light expansion was so fast that the runic symbols of the main altars in the heavens of stellar source instantly rose to the extreme. The god and devil stared straight at it and saw that the speed of the rotation of each layer was like a top. The rotation speed was too fast, and the changes of the runes were too fast, causing the entire sacrificial altar to be burned red as if it was placed in the sun. Quickly invite the water god. The god and devil hurriedly shouted. Lower the temperature of the sacrificial altar. Every psionic mutual shift bridge would be equipped with a water god river god. This was the rule to prevent powerful existences from crossing the psionic mutual shift bridge, causing the sacrificial altar to be overloaded, and causing the bridge to be destroyed and people to die. Back then, when Heavenly Court had moved from the outside of the origin world to the ancestral court, Heavenly Court had ordered eternal peace to create many incomparably huge mutual shift bridges. These mutual shift bridges had moved the entire Heavenly Court into the ancestral court, causing the psionic energy fluctuations to be even more intense. As a result, the god and devil army of Heavenly Court had no choice but to use Heavenly River to cool down the altar. A few water gods flew over and tried their best to mobilize the nearby river water in an attempt to cool down the altar. However, the ordinary river water was useless. The rotation speed of the various layers of the altar became faster and faster, burning the altar red. Someone beside them immediately shouted, "Draw the water of Heavenly River to cool down." The others looked at each other. The Heavenly River flowed through the North Pole heaven and passed through the territory of the Black Tortoise. Although the starry sky was also built near the Heavenly River, it was quite far away from the psionic bridge, who had the ability to draw the water of the Heavenly River over. At this moment, a youth suddenly flew into the sky and performed a spell. The water of the Heavenly River descended from the sky like a long water dragon, revolving around the psionic bridge. Everyone cheered in unison. Suddenly, someone recognized the youth and said in pleasant surprise, "It's Heavenly Venerate Mu's younger brother, Lan Yutian." Lan Yutian controlled the flow of the Heavenly River, but the temperature of the sacrificial altar continued to rise. Just as it was about to exceed its limit, the intensity of spirit energy mutual migration stopped increasing. Lan Yutian was slightly stunned. He instantly knew the whole story. Brother should have noticed that the speed of his mutual migration was too fast and caused the mutual migration bridge to be unable to withstand it, so he controlled the speed of his mutual migration so that the heaven of origin world and the heavens of stellar source could balance each other's spirit energy in time. Qin Mu was too powerful. If he reached eternal peace in one go, he would definitely make the mutual migration bridge explode. Therefore, he deliberately slowed down in the flow of spirit energy to protect the mutual migration bridge. If he did that, he would probably have to wait a few days before he could reach eternal peace. The rulers of the heavens of stellar source also rushed over when they heard the news. When they saw that the mutual migration bridge of spirit energy wasn't destroyed, they let out a sigh of relief and thanked Lan Yutian in the sky. They then grabbed the god who was guarding the mutual migration bridge. He grabbed the god by his collar and asked in exasperation, "What's going on?" The god said bitterly, "I don't know either. I just saw a cripple without legs sitting on the doorboard and entering the bridge, and this happened. According to the ruler's orders, I only charged him 1 abundance coin for crossing the bridge." The ruler of the astral source heavens was fuming as he stuttered, "1 abundance coin for crossing the bridge." The god and devil immediately said, "But he insisted on giving me 2, saying that it wasn't enough to make up for it later. Can it be made up?" Ruler of star origin put him down and stared nervously at the altar that was still spinning nonstop. He muttered, "Eternal Peace went through a lot of trouble to build this bridge, and we also made some money from our trade with Eternal Peace. If it collapses, then it's all over." He walked around Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge, and suddenly came to a realization. He picked up the god and devil again. Who is the person who entered Mutual Shift Bridge? The god and devil struggled. It's a cripple without legs. What does he look like? The god and devil hurriedly used their vital chi to draw Qin Mu's appearance. Star Origin ruler was stunned, and after a long while, he came back to his senses. He put the god and devil down and waved his hand. "Forget about this matter and don't think about him making up for the bridge fees anymore." The god and devil didn't understand. Ruler of Stellar Source stroked his beard and thought to himself, that person is Heavenly Venerate Mu, the chief of the Heaven Alliance. I saw him at the last meeting of the Heaven Alliance. How did he come to my tiny stellar source heaven? What happened to his legs again? He raised his head to look at the spirit energy that was still surging nonstop and was slightly astonished. Heavenly Venerate Mu is really powerful, to be able to transfer so much spirit energy over. How could an existence with such strength lose his legs? After 6 or 7 days, Ruler of Star Source was even more astonished. The spirit energy mutual transfer bridge had already been operating at full power for so long, yet it was still not over. This was something that was almost impossible to happen. Even if a ruler like him entered the bridge, with such a strong spirit energy mutual migration, he would probably be able to reach eternal peace in just 2 hours. As expected of Heavenly Venerate Mu, after another 2 or 3 days, the spirit energy mutual migration bridge suddenly slowed down. Not long after, the mutual migration bridge returned to its usual state. The rotation speed of the various layers of the altar slowed down, and only after a long while did it begin to rotate. The Sovereign of Stellar Source breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, indicating that the caravan could enter the spiritual energy mutual moving bridge. Over the past 10 days, the merchant ships that were blocked around the altar had already formed a long line, waiting to enter the bridge. However, the spiritual energy of the mutual moving bridge was too intense, so it was blocked by the gods and demons guarding the place. When the Sovereign of Stellar Source saw Lan Yutian descending from the sky, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. After carefully sizing him up, he felt a chill in his heart. He bowed and asked, "Are you Heavenly Lord Royal?" Lan Yutian waved his hand and smiled. "My name is Lan Yutian. Celestial Master Yu is the title of the past." The ruler of Stellar Source quickly bowed and said respectfully, "By creating the Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure and the Divine Formation Technique, Celestial Master Yu will bless countless people in the future." Lan Yutian held his arms and shook his head. "Not necessarily. I created the Divine Formation Technique, and the people did not benefit much. However, the gods and demons benefited too much, so they were able to bully the people." The ruler of the Source of Stars was silent for a moment and said, "The Heavenly Venerate taught him well. Z-Man will definitely remember it." His name was Z-Man, but because he was the ruler of the Source of Stars, very few people called him by his name. They usually called him the ruler of the Source of Stars. He was also a member of the Heaven Alliance. In the Heaven Alliance, other than the 10 Heavenly Venerates, the rulers of the various heavens held power. Lan Yutian said, "My brother might not come over. His energy is too great, so your Star Source Heaven's shift bridge needs to be expanded 100 times to be able to withstand his energy. But you can rest assured that he will get someone to bring money over." The ruler of Star Source immediately said, "This bit of money isn't worth the concern of the chief of the Heaven Alliance." Lan Yutian smiled. "My brother is a person who follows the rules. The more he treats ordinary people, the more he follows the rules. The smaller the matter, the bigger the matter in his eyes, which is why he is loved by everyone." A few days later, numerous ships from Eternal Peace sailed out from the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. The cabins of those ships were filled with large abundance coins that were so bright that it was eye-catching. Ruler of Star Origin had never seen so much money before. He jumped in shock and immediately said, "Alliance Master, why did you use so much money? It's too much, it's too much. Of course it's too much." Si Yunxiang walked out of the cabin and clapped her hands. She smiled and said, "This money isn't just for Heavenly Venerate Mu's bridge fees. It's also for the bridge fees for billions of people and the devils, so I prepared some more." "Congratulations, Ruler of Star Origin. Your Star Origin heaven is going to be rich." Ruler of Star Origin was muddle-headed and didn't understand what was going on. Why did Pusha say that? Dutian Devil King went forward and took out Hutian bottle. He raised it up and turned it into a sky in the sky. The gods and devils of Eternal Peace immediately began to migrate the people of Eternal Peace who lived in Hutian bottle. They brought them to the Spirit Energy Mutual Relocation Bridge and let them head to Eternal Peace. They were orderly and coordinated properly, allowing the Spirit Energy Mutual Relocation Bridge to maintain a reasonable state of operation. The migration wasn't chaotic at all. When Star Origin ruler saw this, he was filled with admiration. "Ruler, there are 10 billion in total on the ship." Si Yunxiang came to his side and said, "Ruler, have you ever thought about how to use this much money?" The Star Source ruler's mind buzzed as he stammered, 10 billion. When will it be used up? Si Yunxiang snickered and said, "Ruler, spending money is easy but earning money is difficult. If you think that 10 billion Dafeng coins is too much, then you are gravely mistaken. The Star Source Heaven suddenly becoming rich might not be a good thing for the Star Source Heaven. Instead, it would make the people lazy and evil for money. Making money, that was the right path. If the ruler doesn't know how to make money, I can teach you." The Stellar Source ruler bowed and said seriously, "Please enlighten me. With this money you can open more factories and produce more goods, trading between the heavens. The people enter the factories to work, and the money they earn is done by their own labor, so they have no evil intentions." Si Yunxiang continued, "You also have to develop the wisdom of the people, run schools, and open more academies and palaces. When the people have higher knowledge, they will naturally have more money and more wealth." Ruler of Star Source hesitated for a moment before saying, "To tell you the truth, our Star Source Heaven isn't a fertile land like Eternal Peace, nor do we have so many elites. It will be very difficult to open factories and academies." Si Yunxiang beamed with joy. "Eternal Peace can help you. We have some skilled craftsmen and also some college palaces. Let them come here to help you build more manufacturing factories and more college palaces. In just a few decades, Xingyuan Heaven will have enough manpower and financial resources. However, Eternal Peace isn't doing it for free," she said meaningfully. "Ruler still needs to spend the money that needs to be spent." A few months later, Si Yunxiang once again transported the ship of Great Abundance coins back to Eternal Peace. However, the benefits that Xingyuan Heaven had obtained were also obvious. With Eternal Peace's manufacturing factory and academy palace, Xingyuan Heaven, this borderland, it would definitely become the strongest and most fertile heavens in the north. In Surging River Heavenly Palace, village chief, butcher, mute, blind, and the rest were sizing Qin Mu up and down. Suddenly, Butcher couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. Qin Mu's expression was gloomy as he snorted coldly. "What's Grandpa Butcher laughing at? I'm much better than you were back then. I have legs." 2 thin calves grew out from his thighs, and tender legs grew out from under his calves. Qin Mu stood there, his height only reaching the waist of everyone. Of course, even so, he was about the same height as Blind. Ever since he came back from Stellar Source Heaven, he had cultivated diligently, and it took him 4 to 5 months to barely grow his calves back. "I won't be able to share a room with my wife for a while. Granny," as I felt a little regretful inside. I still planned to hold the child earlier. After saying that, she took out the little shoes she had made for the baby and gestured at Qin Mu's feet. Qin Mu turned a deaf ear to her and stood up the door panel to study it in detail. The inheritance of the path, skills, and divine arts of the great young master of Miluo Palace also came from the primordial chaos runes. Qin Mu tried to activate the runes in the door panel. This door panel should have been forged from the Dao tree of a Dao practitioner. However, that Dao practitioner was too strong, and his Dao tree had become indestructible. However, when he studied the runes in it, he immediately found some clues. This young master of Miluo Palace should be the direct disciple of the master of Miluo Palace. His divine arts, paths, and skills walked the path of the master of Miluo Palace, so his primordial chaos runes were the purest. This could be seen from the rune markings on this door panel. Because all the rune markings on this door panel were ultimately one rune, and that was the primordial chaos rune. The primordial chaos symbol was unique. Different arrays and sequences formed different functions. As for the basic symbols of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th young masters of the Miro Palace, other than the primordial chaos symbol, there were other symbols that formed. This meant that they were not the disciples of the master of the Miro Palace, but followers. Among them, the 2nd young master was the most obvious. The path that the sinkhole goddess took was completely different from that of the master of the Miro Palace. She did not cultivate the Tao of flowers and Tao fruits, and she did not even approve of the actions of the master of the Miro Palace. Eldest young master has most likely received the legacy of the master of Miluo Palace. His legacy is the purest, but it's still impossible to comprehend his technique from the door plank. Qin Mu fell into deep thought. The second young master of Miluo Palace was suppressed, and the third and fourth young masters held the power of the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. The Dao practitioners of Miluo Palace followed them. Then where was eldest young master? Logically speaking, eldest young master should be the successor of Miruo Palace, so how could the third young master and fourth young master have seized the power of Miruo Palace? Studying this door plank was of great benefit to him. He was currently cultivating primordial chaos vital qi, and had yet to recover his own vital qi cultivation. There were many insights of eldest young master hidden in the door plank, which could help him comprehend more. Qin Mu cultivated in peace. His 2 weak calves were also slowly growing, but at a slow speed. On this day, the earth suddenly shook and the mountains shook. The sky of the origin world changed drastically, and the stars shattered one by one. The stars of the origin world were formed by Heavenly Duke using Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasures. And when the stars shattered, it was clearly the Ancestor God King. In the past 2 years, the Ancestor God King would come to harass the origin world from time to time, but he was blocked by Heavenly Duke using Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasures. Furthermore, with Heavenly Venerate Moon around, it was difficult for the Ancestor God King to gain any advantage, so he would often leave at the touch without causing much damage. However, this time the Ancestor God King's attack became incomparably fierce, causing the 50 Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasures to shake endlessly. Not long after, the sky was torn apart, and a huge face filled up the entire sky. Qin Mu stood up and looked up with a solemn expression. The Ancestor God King tore apart the sky of the origin world, and below him, Heavenly Duke slowly rose. He had white eyebrows, white beard and white robe, and his body was getting bigger and bigger. He was prepared to fight with the Ancestor God King outside the sky. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Moon immediately rose up and flew into the sky. He planned to join hands with Heavenly Duke to fight against the Ancestor God King. However, the instant Heavenly Venerate Moon moved, the earth trembled, and Yudu Devil Chi suddenly invaded the origin world. It turned into a black vortex in the East Sea and spun with a whistle. The heavenly river that flowed through the origin world was also polluted by the devil Qi. Countless Yudu devil gods rushed out from the heavenly river. There were millions of them and they were densely packed. They stepped on the surface of the East Sea, and wherever they passed, some of the divine kingdoms at the bottom of the sea were directly destroyed by these devils and devils. Yudu devils and devils dyed the surface of the sea black and surged toward the east coast of eternal peace. Behind the devils and devils that blotted out the sky and earth, the underworld river invaded the origin world, and Heavenly Venerate Void's figure stood behind those devils and devils. Qin Fengqing and Heavenly Venerate Yu immediately raised their feet and heavily paused. The entire origin world trembled violently, and Yudu of the origin world appeared, pulling all the Yudu devils and devils into Yudu of the origin world, preventing them from invading the world of the living. The devils and devils that were surging toward the east coast of eternal peace pounced onto the shore, but they suddenly missed. The geography of Yudu of origin world was exactly the same as the geography of origin world. They were two overlapping spaces. After all these years of development, there were also many ghosts and gods in Yudu of origin world. Among them, Fengdu led by King Yama was the leader. He led the army to meet the devil god army of Yudu. As those fiend gods and fiend monsters ran, the huge treasures in the army flew up one by one. They whistled forward, but they were all gates. When those gates landed, they immediately stood tall. During the Battle of Hades, many fiend gods and fiend monsters escaped from Hades, and escaped to the Yuan world and other worlds. They built many ghost domains in the world of the living, forming many powers that were not small. The places where these gates landed were the locations of these ghost domains. After the gates landed, the demonic gods in the ghost domains struggled to push the gates open in the world of the living. The demonic army of Yudu did not clash with the demonic army of Fengdu. Instead, they rushed into these gates and rushed into the world of the living. There were too many demonic gods and monsters. If they rushed into the world of the living, they would definitely bring disaster to the Yuan world and cause great damage to the Yuan world. King Yama was leading his army in battle. When he saw this, he felt a chill in his heart. He shouted loudly, "Pave the bridge! Set up the bridge between life and death!" Flying bridges soared into the sky from the Fengdu army. One end of the bridge was laid in Fengdu, while the other end was set up in the world of the living. The bridge between life and death was a treasure created by the first ancestor, Prince Qin Wu. Back then, he had refined this treasure because he missed his late wife. He planned to use this treasure to connect the world of the dead and the world of the living, so that he could meet his wife on the bridge. Later on, he was so dejected that he gave up his corporeal body to live in seclusion in Fengdu. He was also worried about the matters in the world of the living, so he often ran out again. That was why he had left the bridge between life and death in Fengdu, becoming the only bridge connecting the dead and the living. When Qin Mu became human emperor, he had made this bridge. Hu Linger had collected the bridge fees and accumulated the first bucket of gold. During the period of eternal peace reform, the people of eternal peace had understood the principle of the bridge between life and death, and had improved it. They had refined many bridges like this, also known as the bridge between life and death. At this moment, bridges were erected one after another. Countless ghosts and gods of Fengdu rushed up to kill their way from Fengdu to the origin world before life and death. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Void waved his underworld river and swept over with a whoosh. Wherever the underworld river passed by, the bridges between life and death collapsed one after another. The ghosts and gods of Fengdu who were crossing the bridge were swept into powder, and their primordial spirits were shattered. They turned into black sand. The long whip of the Styx River swept through everything. However, in the next moment, Qin Fengqing blocked in front of Fengdu. She grabbed the long whip of the Styx River and wrapped it around her arm. Celestial Master Su shook the long whip with all her strength, causing Qin Fengqing to fly up and fall toward her. Her gaze was cold as she raised her palm and struck toward Qin Fengqing. Just as her palm was about to land on Qin Fengqing, Celestial Master Yu's primordial spirit passed through Qin Fengqing's body from behind her. Their palms collided heavily. Heavenly Venerate Su's hair fluttered in the wind, and the primordial spirit behind him expanded with a hum, blocking Heavenly Venerate Yu's attack. Qin Mu stood on Surging River Heavenly Palace and looked at this scene from afar. His heart trembled. Ling Yuxiu quickly walked to his side. She said in a low voice, "Husband, logically speaking, the Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Su shouldn't be so rash. If they take the initiative to attack the origin world, they won't cause much damage. Instead, they will give us a chance to kill them." The reason why they took action was because Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky, Madame Yuanmu, Ancient God Taiji, and Supreme Beginning had arrived. Qin Mu raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, "Only when they arrived would the Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Void have the confidence." He let out a turbid breath and said, "Ancient God Taiji has Supreme Beginning to stop them, and Supreme Beginning can be blocked by Heavenly Venerate Cloud in the Ultimate Void. Madame Yuanmu and Heavenly Venerate Clear Sky are enough to cause great damage to the origin world." Ling Yuxiu's heart trembled and she said, "It's impossible for the army of Heavenly Court to arrive so quickly." Qin Mu shook his head. "Of course it's impossible for the army of Heavenly Court to arrive. They still need more than 10 years to rush over from the Heavenly River. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's move is just to test Eternal Peace's reality and mine." He looked into the distance and saw huge silver balls rising from the god cities in the sky above Eternal Peace. They dragged long silver flames and rose into the sky. The silver balls were formed by hexahedral mirrors that kept rotating. The mirrors spread out in all directions like silver mirrors. Hundreds of gods and devils stood on the mirrors. The light from the mirrors shone down and protected all parts of the cities. The gods and devils standing on the mirrors activated all kinds of divine weapons and kept bombarding down to kill the Yuda devil gods and devils that were charging toward all parts of Eternal Peace. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly brightened up and a huge sand table appeared in the sky above the world barrier of the origin world. It was a Tai Chi sand table, the treasure of the ancient god of Tai Chi who had attained Tao. It was black and white, and with a slight rotation it cut open the world barrier of the origin world. A huge sun took advantage of the battle between Heavenly Duke and the Ancestor God King to squeeze into the world barrier of the origin world from the Tai Chi sand table. The flames burned fiercely and burned the sky red. Golden crows flew in the sun, dragging long golden crow sacred flames and pulling war chariots out from the sun. Hundreds of golden crows dragged hundreds of war chariots, and the chariots carried many gods and devils of Mystic City. Those gods and devils stood on the chariots with their hands raised high. Huge fireballs were like small suns in their hands, smashing down on the origin world below. In the god cities of eternal peace, huge sun-shooting divine cannons suddenly rose into the sky. Beams of light from the cannons tore through the sky and flashed across the sky above the origin world. They shattered the golden crows in the chariots. Boom! Another violent tremor came and another huge sun squeezed into the origin world. Following that, the world barrier of the origin world in the sky trembled continuously and more huge suns appeared. Countless golden crows pulled their war chariots and rushed toward the origin world. At that moment, Carefree Village's 33 heavens floated into the sky, and countless gods and devils of Founding Emperor era rushed into the sky to fight against the gods and devils of Xiandu. The main force of the Heaven Court had yet to arrive, and just the armies of Xiandu and Yudu were enough to make the gods and devils of the origin world feel great strain. If the main force of the Heaven Court's army rushed over, the power of the entire origin world might not be able to block the first wave of attacks. Qin Mu turned his head and said to Ling Yuxiu, "Madam, leave this place as soon as possible and head to Eternal Peace to send reinforcements. I'm afraid we won't be able to protect this place." Ling Yuxiu hurriedly returned to the palace and shouted, "Village Chief, Grandpa Butcher, let's go to Eternal Peace." Village Chief and the rest had long been prepared and said with a smile, "We really can't interfere in the battle of Heavenly Venerate. Let's go, let's go. Moor, be careful." Granny Si instructed. Qin Mu waved his hand and watched them leave Surging River Heavenly Palace. He then returned to the Heavenly Palace and sat in the lotus position in front of Ling Xiao Treasured Palace. After a moment, Qin Mu smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Vast." Heavenly Emperor Vast walked over from the main gate of Surging River Heavenly Palace and looked around. "What a peaceful place to retire," he said leisurely. "However, the people who live here are unwilling and want to rebel. Heavenly Venerate Vast, you have disappointed me." Qin Mu watched him walk closer and saw Madame Yuan Mu walking out from his shadow behind Heavenly Venerate Hao with a smile on the corner of her mouth. "Little enemy, we meet again." Her gaze landed on Qin Mu's legs, who was sitting on the ground. She saw him wearing baby pants, short legs and baby shoes. She couldn't help laughing in astonishment. Little enemy is getting younger and younger. Qin Mu smiled slightly, and Ling Zhao's hall behind him suddenly opened. Heavenly Venerate Ling buried his head in the vast ocean of scriptures, and was writing at full speed. Heavenly Venerate Ling raised his head, threw his brush and stood up. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's gaze moved away from Heavenly Venerate Ling's body and returned to Qin Mu's body, staring at his two short legs. He suddenly burst into laughter. "It seems that Supreme Emperor has reaped some rewards. I thought he had suffered a crushing defeat, but I didn't expect him to still leave a deep lesson for you." Qin Mu laughed loudly and stood up. He walked over to him with his short legs and raised his head to look at him. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven lowered his head, and their gazes met. Qin Mu was originally taller than Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, but now he was only at his chest. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven held back his laughter and said, "Mu! Boom!" Qin Mu smiled and punched his chest. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven was sent flying backward, and a series of loud bangs rang out. Layers of void were blasted through by Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's figure that was sent flying backward. Madame Yuanmu turned her head back and stared blankly at the cracks in the 36 layers of void, unable to speak. The power of Qin Mu's strike was truly terrifying, and he had attacked without any warning. How powerful was Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven? He had actually been punched into the ultimate void. Qin Mu walked over with his short legs and raised his head to smile. "Madame Yuanmu, under my path of reincarnation, you won't be able to survive one move from me." Madame Yuanmu giggled and retreated. The returning ruins behind her split open and her figure suddenly vanished. Qin Mu turned his head to the side and said, "Ling, Madame Yuanmu is the kind of person who won't shed tears until she sees the coffin. I'll go and meet Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, be careful." Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven walked out of Ling Zhao's treasured hall and said indifferently, "Go ahead." Qin Mu took a long breath and a huge doorboard flew over from the treasured hall. Qin Mu leaped up and landed on the doorboard, which carried him into the void. The layers of void that had been knocked away by Great Heavenly Emperor closed rapidly, But the speed of the door panel was extremely fast. Before the 36th void had even closed, it had already rushed into the ultimate void. The door panel stopped and Qin Mu looked around. The void was silent, and he couldn't see the figure of Great Heavenly Emperor. Two great overarching heavens suddenly appeared in the distance and collided with each other. The two great overarching heavens almost overlapped with each other, and under the two Dao trees, primordial qi and heavenly venerate yun collided. The Dao flower Dao fruit that was formed from innate one qi and supreme divine consciousness. It seemed like they were about to fuse together. Both of them wanted to swallow and refine each other's achievements to form absolute beginning Dao fruit. Hence, when they made their moves, they were extremely extreme. The collision this time was extremely dangerous. Qin Mu took a glance and suddenly became alert. At the next moment, a Dao tree swept over and swept him away with a boom. Qin Mu flew backward along with the door. The tree swayed and its branches fluttered. It was like a huge octopus with countless tentacles that followed closely behind. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven stood on a protruding treetop, and the Dao flower flew out and landed in front of Qin Mu. Before Qin Mu could react, it spun and bloomed. The inner structure of the Dao flower was different from the others, and there were actually circles of darkness inside. One layer of darkness followed by another layer of light kept spinning. Shua! Qin Mu was swallowed into the Dao flower, and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven raised his hand. The Dao flower flew over and was held in his hand. Sneak attack me, Minister Mu, you've gone too far. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. The Dao flower split open, and Qin Mu waved the huge doorboard to cut it open. Blood flowed out of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's finger, and he hurriedly let go, freeing Qin Mu. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven sneered, and 72 heavenly palaces suddenly appeared behind his head. One was the great heavenly court of innate one qi, and the other was the path of destruction of Sinkhole. They fused with each other and spun like wheels, becoming one. His magic power rose in a straight line, and the two heavenly courts spun to meet the door that Qin Mu had cleaved down. The two of them raised their magic power to the extreme, and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven immediately sensed the weakness in Qin Mu's magic power. He was delighted, and when he sensed the terror in Qin Mu's corporeal body, he raised the door. He had actually sliced open the cold wind of the ultimate void. Qin Mu had invincible power, and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's magic power was also invincible. Qin Mu used the doorboard as a knife and only executed the path of knives in his battle skills. Great Heavenly Emperor raised the power of 10,000 paths heavenly wheel to the extreme. At the instant the two of them collided, Great Heavenly Emperor crushed Qin Mu's magic power. But the doorboard sliced open the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel and sliced open 2 layers of heavenly quartz to come to the top of his head. Great Heavenly Emperor roared, and the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel spun. The power of Dao Realm 31 heavens burst forth, and waves of terrifying power crashed into Qin Mu's corporeal body. At the same time, the innate qi above his head rushed into the sky and bloomed like a Dao tree in midair. Another Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven stood on the Dao tree formed by the innate qi, and pointed at the heart of Qin Mu's brows. The innate qi burst forth. Another path of returning ruins shot into the sky above Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's main body and transformed into another Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. He clasped his hands together, and a lotus flower appeared in them. Its petals danced and entangled Qin Mu. The door was chopped down and landed on the head of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven. The strike of Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven contained the power of the 31st heavens of Dao Realm, so it also landed on Qin Mu's body without holding back. The two of them moved apart, and Qin Mu's muscles twitched, shattering the lotus flowers wrapped around his body. A huge hole opened up in the heart of his brows, and it was bright from the front to the back. Following that, the huge hole slowly closed up. Great Heavenly Emperor's head was almost cut in half by the door. However, the other two Great Heavenly Emperor's bodies turned into innately one qi and the path of returning ruins, and the two halves of Great Heavenly Emperor's head actually slowly closed up and returned to normal. Qin Mu shook the door and turned around. The Great All-Heaven of one qi spun, and Great Heavenly Emperor faced him head-on. Their gazes met and they said in unison, "You're not bad." Qin Mu laughed loudly and looked at his healed head. He asked curiously, "Is this the zero someone formed by your innate one qi and the path of returning ruins?" The path of returning ruins was the path of destruction that reduced everything to zero, and the innate one chi was the one of the path that gave birth to the one. With that, you could fight without stopping, and even if you were injured you could recover quickly. Did you comprehend this from your battle with Supreme Emperor in Great Void? Great Heavenly Emperor nodded, he praised. It's all thanks to Minister Mu. Back then I was already comprehending how to achieve this step. At that time my injuries were extremely serious and I planned to be reborn. But you found me and chased after me for 600,000 miles. That was why Taisu appeared to save me. I comprehended the reason for my technique to become one from Taisu. Qin Mu was deep in thought. The transformation of the corporeal body of those who are Taisu. Taisu wanted to control you, but she was still too young, so she was controlled by you. In the end, all of her cultivation and Tao path became yours. It's very difficult for you to achieve the transformation of 0 and 1. However, comprehending the path of Taisu and devouring Goddess Tai-Su gave you the capital to unify your technique. Heavenly Emperor Haoyan smiled and a surge of Taisu Qi surged out. It kept changing and transformed into various rare treasure forms. He said leisurely, Minister Mu, you are no small matter. Your ability has also unified the cultivation techniques and turned you into the person who is the hardest to kill. I have never been worried about Founding Emperor. Founding Emperor is more than resolute, but he lacks strategy and doesn't know how to change. However, you know how to endure and judge the situation. You lurk when it's time to lie low and rise when it's time to rise. You are much more difficult to deal with than him. However, after I refined Taisu, my power was complete and there was no longer a match for me. What is your path? Qin Mu's gaze landed on the chi of Taisu. With the path of Taisu, you will be able to grant every request, evolving all the treasures in the world and all the techniques in the world, he said. Whether it's Founding Emperor's sword path, Heavenly Venerate Su's path of Yudu, Heavenly Path, or even the path of Taiji, you will be able to evolve them all. Heavenly Emperor Haoyan sighed in admiration. I'm very gratified to have such an enemy. Minister Mu, ever since I became a Taoist, I have never used my full strength. Even in the Battle of Hades against the Founding Emperor, I have never used my full strength. Because I'm already standing at the top of the world, no one is worth me using my full strength anymore. He opened his palm, and the Taisu Chi fell into his palm, changing unpredictably. I can target anyone's weakness and turn into a divine weapon that can restrain him, he said leisurely. Even if it's Heavenly Venerate Ling, I can find her weakness and capture her alive. Even if it's Supreme Emperor Absolute Beginning, I can also use the Chi of Ether to target his death acupuncture points. Even if it's Founding Emperor, I can kill him easily with my full strength. Qin Mu asked curiously, then how are you going to deal with me? I'm prepared to transform the Ether Chi into the path of divine consciousness to fill in the missing link in my path of absolute beginning. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled. I'm prepared to execute the path of absolute beginning that Grand Supreme Emperor has always dreamed of, the path tree of absolute beginning, to send you on your way. He had a smile on his face. If I can't kill you, I still have one more path, and that is to transform the path of ether into the path of life of sinkhole to fill in my path of sinkhole. I will obtain 2 kinds of supreme achievements. In that case, can I bury you? Behind Qin Mu, the world tree rose from the ground and said solemnly, Your Majesty's achievements are extraordinary. Please make a move and send me on my way. The Chi of Ether and Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven's hand changed. Qin Mu's heart jumped, and his pupils constricted. Heavenly Emperor Clear Heaven's Chi of Ether transformed into a divine axe of great change. At the same time, Heavenly Venerate Ling stood in front of Surging River, Heavenly Palace's Ling Shao Hall and waited quietly. At that moment, Sinkhole appeared and swallowed the entire Surging River Heavenly Palace. Surging River Heavenly Palace was the Heavenly Palace that Qin Mu had visualized. It occupied an extremely vast area. But when faced with Sinkhole, it was completely unable to resist, and was directly torn to pieces by the terrifying power of Sinkhole. Countless pieces fell down together with Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Ling still stood there without moving, allowing the power of the returning ruins to pull her into the great abyss. She didn't have much achievements in battle, and couldn't resist the power of the returning ruins. If she was pulled into the returning ruins, She could forget about escaping the terrifying gravity of the great abyss of the returning ruins. Suddenly, a lotus flower smashed down with a loud bang. Madame Yuanmu leaped up and looked down from above. She raised the lotus flower and smashed it ruthlessly at Heavenly Venerate Ling's head. "Ling, no one can kill you, but that doesn't mean that the ultimate can't kill you," Madame Yuanmu said sternly. "The ultimate can transform into anything." The lotus flower burst out with endless power and smashed down. Heavenly Venerate Ling raised his finger to face the lotus flower and tapped on the lotus hammer. Boom! The great abyss of the ultimate shook violently. The lotus flower in Madame Yuanmu's hand suddenly exploded and turned into dust. Madame Yuanmu was shocked, and the lotus in her hands was only left with a bare pole. The great abyss of the sinkhole pulled Ling Tianzuan down. Madame Yuanmu gritted her teeth and did not chase after him. She thought to herself, she must be dying after falling into the sinkhole. Even if she doesn't die, she won't be able to climb out. Just as she thought of this, Ling Tianzuan suddenly pointed at the stone wall of the great abyss. The sacred land of the sinkhole shook and was about to explode. Madame Yuanmu was shocked. This sacred land was where she was born. If it was destroyed, her strength would also be greatly reduced. She gritted her teeth and rushed down. Numerous divine abilities bombarded Ling Tianzuan's body. The two women fell into the deepest part of the great abyss one after another. "Liuyi, I wish you a happy birthday in the empty city." Dong! Madame Yuanmu and Ling Tianzuan crashed into a lotus leaf at the bottom of the great abyss one after another. Madame Yuanmu was still unable to kill her, and she could not help but feel anxious. One of the two women stood on the left side of the lotus leaf, while the other stood on the right side. Ling Tianzuan's expression was still calm. Madame Yuanmu's attacks did not seem to have any effect on her. It was indeed difficult to kill her. The fourth young master of the Ilua Palace had once had this opportunity, but founding Emperor Qin Yi had blocked it for her. Unless a young master of the Ilua Palace took action, it was impossible to kill her. Madame Yuanmu stared at her cautiously while Ling Tianzuan looked around. His gaze landed on the lotuses and he exclaimed, "This is the sinkhole? There are so many secrets hidden inside." She looked at the lotuses carefully. In the sky above the chaotic sea, there were 17 great abysses of the ultimate, corresponding to 17 universes. These 17 universes appeared in order, but there seemed to be no such order of cause and effect in the ultimate. To ordinary people, this situation was difficult to understand, but to Ling Tianzuan it was very simple. To her, the essence of the universe was mass and energy. The 17 universes were just 17 states of mass and energy, and the sinkhole great abyss was an unchanging point. She could observe these 17 states at the same time. This was similar to her by divine ability, but it was more profound. This is another difficult point in the universe besides the Great Black Mountain. Heavenly Venerate Ling muttered to himself. He said in a low voice, "The Great Black Mountain's world tree has become the object of imitation for all Tao practitioners because of its difficult attribute. The great Tao of Tao practitioners are imprinted in the ultimate void in the form of a world tree, with the hope of surviving the cosmic apocalypse. And the sinkhole is another difficult spot. Logically speaking, this place also contains a path to Tao." Madame Yuanmu's hair stood on end. When she met the second young master of the Miluo Palace here, the second young master had told her that there was another path to Tao. Furthermore, it was the characteristic of the sinkhole goddess. Only the ancient gods that were born in the sinkhole could do it. She did not expect that Heavenly Venerate Ling would notice that there was another path to Tao the moment he arrived here. Furthermore, he had seen through the principles of the world tree and the sinkhole. This kind of talent and comprehension was truly heaven-defying. This kind of Tao requires one to cultivate the path to the sinkhole and plant a lotus in the chaos. It sounds simple, but it's actually a little troublesome. Ling Tianzuan tilted his head and thought for a moment. It doesn't seem to be particularly troublesome. Madame Yuanmu had a smile on her face as she said softly, "Sister Ling, you said it's not troublesome, so how can I cultivate the path to Tao in the sinkhole? Look at me, have I already achieved the path to Tao in the sinkhole?" Heavenly Venerate Ling glanced at her and shook his head. "You didn't succeed. The path you took was only the traditional path tree becoming a Tao skill, but your path of sinkhole clashed with the ultimate void and couldn't cultivate a Tao tree. Your path has gone astray. Madame Yuanmu's aura froze. She was the most powerful existence in the world, and no one had dared to say that her path had gone astray in front of her. However, ever since Heavenly Emperor Clear Sky had saved her mother and rescued her from Qin Mu's red knot, she had indeed tried to brand her path in the ultimate void, but every time she had failed. The cold wind of the ultimate void would cancel out in two when it met the hot wind of her path of returning ruins. Even if she entered the ultimate void, she would feel the danger of death, not to mention the tree of life. There is one person in this world who has achieved the path of Tao in the ultimate. Heavenly Venerate Ling continued. Heavenly Venerate Mu used himself as the universe to evolve the ultimate. The ultimate grew chaos lotuses and lotus flowers. Hence, he is the authentic path of Tao in the ultimate. However, his path was a little off. He did not cultivate the chaos lotuses by comprehending the path of the ultimate. Instead, he relied on external objects like his world tree. He relied on the seeds of the ultimate. Madame Yuanmu was deep in thought. At that moment, a lotus leaf silently floated over from afar. The second young master, who was suppressed in the sea of primordial chaos, had originally planned to attack the two people on the lotus leaf and forcibly abduct them. When he heard that, he could not help but be slightly startled. He did not attack. Your insights are extraordinary. To think that the 17th epoch has an existence like you. What a treasure land. The sea of primordial chaos churned and billowed. The second young master's enormous face slowly emerged from the sea. His voice piercing into the ears of the two, he said, "Looks like teacher was right. He once lamented that we Taoists are the vermin of the universe. We sneaked into the next universe and invaded the spiritual energy there, causing the original universe to become smaller and smaller, and the number of intelligent beings born to it to become fewer and fewer. As a result, an existence capable of resolving the apocalypse appeared. The 17th epoch was not invaded by those who achieved the Tao in prehistoric times, but it actually gave birth to a beautiful woman like you." Her face gradually emerged from the primal chaos sea and appeared on the surface of the sea not far away. Tianzuanling looked down and saw that this second young master of the Miro Palace was very beautiful. Compared to Madame Yuanmu, there were some similarities, but she was a little more beautiful. "You are the one who has truly attained Tao in the ultimate." Ling Tianzuan asked curiously, "What is your name? Why are you suppressed here?" "I am the second young master of the Miro Palace. My name is no longer important. I have achieved success in my cultivation and attained the limitless palace. That is why my teacher called me Wuji. Back then, because I wanted to destroy the entire universe and destroy all civilizations, after I killed many people who had attained Tao, my teacher discovered that it was you." The second young master of Miro Palace suddenly noticed Heavenly Venerate Ling's appearance and cried out as if he had seen a ghost. "Why is it you?" Heavenly Venerate Ling asked in bewilderment. "It's me. What's wrong?" Madame Yuanmu was a little lost. She looked at Heavenly Venerate Ling, and then looked at the second young master of Miro Palace. She didn't know what was shocking her. Ultimate void. Qin Mu and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's aura rose to their limits. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven forcefully transformed his ether chi into the path of divine consciousness, and his one chi Great All Heaven instantly evolved and transformed into Absolute Beginning Great All Heaven. In Absolute Beginning Great All Heaven, the path of Absolute Beginning was vast and boundless. It made his Great All Heaven seem like the beginning of the universe, and the world tree stood tall in the boundless chi of Absolute Beginning. In his hand, another wisp of ether chi transformed into Great Change Divine Axe, which he grabbed like a giant that could split the heaven and earth apart. In the distance, Absolute Beginning, who was fighting with Heavenly Emperor Yun, immediately sensed the near-perfect path of Absolute Beginning. He looked over in a hurry and couldn't help losing his soul. That was the realm that he had always dreamed of, the realm that he could not have hoped for. But now it was displayed on his son's body. Although Heavenly Emperor Haotian had used the chi of ether to evolve the great overarching heaven of Absolute Beginning, so that the great overarching heaven was not perfect, Absolute Beginning himself could not even achieve this step. Boom! Heavenly Venerate Yun took advantage of the moment when he was in a daze and stabbed his sword into his chest. Absolute Beginning hurriedly collected his thoughts and retreated rapidly. He flicked his fingers repeatedly and sent the Emperor's sword flying. It's really as Heavenly Venerate Mu said. I've probably lost my vigor and motivation. He sighed inwardly and fought Heavenly Venerate Yun with all his heart. Heavenly Venerate Yun's improvement was divine, and he had already adapted to Supreme Emperor's Tao fruit of Tao tree. However, his corporeal body was too weak, so his hands and feet were restrained when he attacked, making it difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Absolute Beginning was injured in the battle with Qin Mu, and he had also been defeated by Qin Mu of the Ling Shao treasure hall that third young master had given him. However, he still had 24 treasure halls from the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, which was his trump card. As long as their great overarching heaven fused a little more, he could directly execute these 24 treasured palaces to suppress Heavenly Venerate Cloud. As long as Heavenly Venerate Cloud was suppressed for a moment, he could take the opportunity to devour and refine his opponent's great overarching heaven and cultivate it into great overarching heaven of primordial chaos. The battle between the two of them became more and more intense. In their desperate battle, they were looking for a chance to get rid of their opponent and devour their opponent's great overarching heaven in one go. At that moment, Great Heavenly Emperor's body moved and took a step forward. He raised Great Change Divine Axe in his hand and swept it at Qin Mu. He was still accumulating power. This strike brought with it the supreme power of great overarching heaven, along with his own magic power and comprehension of the Tao. Wherever the AX passed, the ultimate void would crack open. This was definitely the strongest strike he could unleash in his entire life. The power of this strike was unrivaled. At the same time, the world tree behind Qin Mu rumbled, and its branches fluttered. Countless roots danced and took root in the ultimate void. Incomparably thick roots spread out in all directions, piercing through the ultimate void and absorbing the cold wind, allowing the gale to blow the precious tree unmoving. Qin Mu basically didn't have much magic power in his body. His vital qi was used to reconstruct his corporeal body and primordial spirit, but the world tree contained his brand of great Tao. At that moment, as the world tree took root in the ultimate void, the brand of great Tao in the world tree instantly seemed to be branded in the ultimate void. The surging power of great Tao surged out from the world tree. Qin Mu let out a long howl, and the power that surged out from the void filled his body. At that moment he seemed to have become a Tao, feeling the ultimate power of the great Tao that filled his body. The door in his hand flew up and the great Tao was injected into the door. He used the door as a big knife and did not face the axe of the Heavenly Emperor. Instead, he chopped at the Absolute Beginning Tao tree in the Heavenly Emperor's Absolute Beginning Daoyuo heaven. Boom! The ultimate void in the infinite burst of light swept two people, their figures submerged. In the light there was a loud cracking sound. The Tao tree in the Great Luo heaven shook, fell down and smashed into the Great Luo heaven. The Tao chain collapsed and the Tao patterns rose up like dust. Behind Qin Mu the world tree shook, then suddenly broke and fell down. The light gradually dispersed, and Qin Mu and Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's bodies swayed. Their presences rapidly declined. A smile appeared on Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's face, and he said in a low voice, "Heavenly Emperor Mu, you can injure both of us, but you never thought that behind me was third young master and fourth young master, as well as the entire ancestral court, Jade Capital City." From the center of his brows, numerous treasured palaces flew out. Now, as long as I get rid of you, all the chaos in the myriad worlds of the heavens can be easily quelled. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven straightened his back and said solemnly, "Fellow Taoists of the 32 treasured palaces, I'll be counting on you." There was no movement in the 32 treasured palaces. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Fellow Taoists, Heavenly Emperor Mu's world tree has already been felled by me. You guys can take action now." There was still no movement in the 32 treasured palaces. Qin Mu turned around unsteadily and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven, in the ancestral court's Jade Capital City, there are not only third and fourth young masters, there's also seventh young master. And I am the seventh young master." Ancestral court's Jade Capital City. The great calamity of the 16th epoch had been destroyed. The Tao tree swayed, and the fourth young master of Miluo Palace played the zither under it. Beside him were the numerous hall masters of Miluo Palace. On the other side, a world tree floated over from the chaos. A figure stood under the tree. His voice came from afar. "Whoever dares to go against me, I will kill them. Seventh brother, you are too presumptuous." Another voice came and the soaring heavens palace appeared. "Seventh brother, you usually like to dream, but why aren't you dreaming now?" The fourth young master of the Miro Palace stopped playing the zither and raised his head to look at the figure under the world tree. He said indifferently, "Teacher isn't here, but the Miro Palace doesn't have the right for you to be impudent. You are ranked 7th in the Miro Palace, not number 1. The figure under the world tree walked closer and gradually became clearer. Even if great calamity was to destroy everything, it wouldn't be able to shake the figure under the tree. Even his aura wouldn't be able to shake it. He walked in the chaos, and the great calamity of destruction made him feel like a fish in water, relaxed and satisfied. He had a tall and sturdy figure, but his temples were white. There were traces of time and wind on his face. He was exactly the same as Qin, only more mature and steady. It was clear that he had experienced many things in the past universe. Teacher is one of the 7 teachings, so no matter which one of us comprehends the things, they are all different. Qin gaze swept through the past universe and swept across the faces of the Tao practitioners, sizing up their Tao fruits. "Each of us has our own achievements," he said. "Our rankings are only based on the order in which we entered teacher's tutelage, and not on our abilities. Teacher, when you lead us into the palace, you have to train on your own. In truth, I've long since transcended the principles teacher taught me. 3rd, 4th, I've trained to an even better level." The 4th young master of the Miluo Palace lowered his head and stroked his zither, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. A palace was speeding towards him from the depths of the Miluo Palace, breaking through the layers of chaos and transcending the 15 universe epochs of destruction to arrive behind him. Purple Firmament Palace. He was known as Purple Firmament by the master of the Miluo Palace, but people outside of Jade Capital City called him Tao Lord Purple Firmament. The 3rd young master smiled slightly. At the same time, the palace of the soaring heavens also crossed the layers of chaos and appeared behind him. He was known as Ling Xiao by the master of the Miluo Palace, while people outside of Jade Capital City called him Tao Lord Ling Xiao. Not only that, the heavenly court of the 17th era had a great relationship with him. When Absolute Beginning first entered the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, he showed them his palace of the soaring heavens. It left an indelible impression on Supreme Emperor Absolute Beginning. Later, Absolute Beginning became the Heavenly Emperor, created the Heaven Court, and rebuilt the Ling Xiao Palace. The Ling Xiao Palace of the Heaven Court became the symbol of power and status of the entire universe. Heavenly Lord Royal created the Heavenly Palace realm, and Heavenly Lord Yun perfected the last 2 realms of the Heavenly Palace. Ling Xiao and the throne were the reference to the Ling Xiao Palace of the Heaven Court. And the source of all this was the 3rd young master's Ling Xiao Palace. Not only that, anyone who cultivated to the Ling Xiao and Emperor's throne realm in the 17th epoch was equivalent to helping the 3rd young master cultivate. As their cultivation increased, so did the 3rd young master's cultivation. 7th, your accumulation is too shallow. The 4th young master of the Mycroft Palace lowered his head and continued to play the zither. The zither music was intermittent, he said indifferently. "Come over earlier and be with us. We can also go over earlier and find a better way to resolve the great calamity. Our goals are the same. Why must we kill each other?" 3rd young master placed his hands behind his back. He said leisurely, "Old 7, for the sake of teacher, we won't make things difficult for you. Now that Grand Supreme hasn't come out, Wuji has been suppressed, no sect and Zhangji have gone missing. All the Tao practitioners of Miluo Palace will listen to our orders, so you have no chance of winning." Qin sighed and sat down. Hall of Chaos emerged from the River of Chaos. "It's really tiring to talk to you all. I'm sitting here, and whoever dares to lend strength to heavenly venerate vast heaven will be my mortal enemy." The Tao practitioners in Jade Capital City fell silent, and no one moved. 3rd young master raised his eyebrows, and the Tao tree behind him appeared with 9 Tao fruits hanging on it. He walked forward to welcome Qin, who was sitting still. Qin 3 eyes were shut tight, and he didn't open them. 3rd young master walked to Qin, who was still 40 yards away from him. He raised his foot but it didn't land. Fourth young master raised his head in astonishment, and the zither music under his hand suddenly changed. It was no longer the intermittent zither music, but instead became impassioned and full of killing intent. The Dao tree Dao fruit behind him burst forth with dazzling Dao light which jumped along with the zither music. For a moment, the jumping Dao light became extremely beautiful and surged towards Qin Mu. Third young master's footsteps landed and got closer step by step. He said indifferently, "Even teacher wouldn't dare to be so arrogant when facing us. Get up." Qin Mu remained seated and didn't get up. Third young master raised his hand and flipped the sky with a palm, causing the entire river of chaos to shake endlessly. He took another step forward and his palm descended. The killing aura of the zither music became incomparably dense. Qin Mu's 3 eyes were still shut tightly and didn't open. Third young master's palm came down. However, at this moment, the world tree behind Qin Mu swayed, and where the branches and leaves flew, a Dao fruit appeared. With a hum, it spun and the great Dao divine art became incomparably dense as it met third young master's palm. Boom! The river of chaos trembled, but it soon calmed down. The wind of heat and quietness howled. The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows slowly opened, and a dense fog of chaos could be seen in the crack between it. Purple light could be faintly seen swallowing and spitting out from the chaos, but it had yet to come out. Third young master's clothes fluttered in the wind, and he stopped and turned around. He said solemnly, "Old 7, on account of teacher, I'll let you off this time. It won't happen again. Let's go." He flicked his sleeves and left. The Dao practitioners of Jade Capital City hesitated for a moment before turning around to follow him. However, only one batch of the 72 hall masters had left, and there were still some who stayed behind to stand behind fourth young master. Fourth young master frowned slightly, and his gaze landed on the vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows. Third young master didn't really stop and leave on account of the master of Miluo Palace. Instead, he had sensed the danger and took the initiative to leave so as not to lose face. What could make him feel the danger was definitely no trifling matter. "I only have one goal, and that is to break the great calamity of destruction and find my dead wife." Fourth young master placed his palm on the zither string. "I'm different from Ling Xiao," he said indifferently. "What he wants is eternal power and influence. He wants to create a universe that will never be destroyed. And I only have this tiny wish. I will kill anyone who stands in my way." The vertical eye in the heart of Qin Mu's brows slowly opened, and a ray of light shot out. Fourth young master tried his best to pluck the zither strings, and the sound of the zither burst forth. Suddenly, the sound of the zither became hoarse, and one of the strings snapped. Fourth young master gave a cold snort and got up to put away the zither before turning around to leave. The remaining hall masters hurriedly followed him and disappeared without a trace. Under the world tree, Qin Mu's other pair of eyes slowly opened. He let out a turbid breath. "To you it's either for power or for your loved ones. To me, it's for the survival rights of the people in the future." He stood up and the Dao fruit on the world tree suddenly split open and fell into the river of chaos. The roots of the world tree plunged into the river of chaos and absorbed the qi of chaos. After a moment, a new Dao flower slowly bloomed and the Dao fruit was born. "Eternal peace, how are you guys?" Qin Mu asked in a low voice under the world tree. "The 17th epoch, ultimate void." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven's expression was solemn. After waiting for a moment, there was still no movement from the 32 treasure halls and no Dao practitioners had descended. Suddenly a muffled grunt sounded out. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven hurriedly looked over and saw that Absolute Beginning had also executed the 24 treasure halls, preparing to suppress Heavenly Venerate Cloud and Divine Consciousness Great Overarching Heaven to seize One Qi Great Overarching Heaven to refine the Tao of Absolute Beginning. However, to his surprise, the 24 treasure halls did not move at all. The power connection between the treasure halls and the Dao practitioners in Yujing City was completely severed. Heavenly Venerate Yun saw that it was a good opportunity. With a 13-layered sword, he pierced through 13 parts of Absolute Beginning's body. Finally, he stabbed into the center of Absolute Beginning's brows. With a flick of the tip of the sword, the Absolute Beginning original stone in the center of his brows was removed. Tai Chu was in pain and immediately retreated. His mana surged and forcefully separated the great all-heaven of one qi from the great all-heaven of the divine sense. After Heavenly Venerate Yun received the Tai Chu original stone, he immediately pointed it at the center of his brows. There was also a piece of original stone in the center of his brows. When the two pieces of original stone collided, they instantly merged into one and became a complete original stone. Heavenly Venerate Yun's divine sense expanded and the Tao fruit of Supreme Emperor's Tao tree immediately burst out with boundless Tao power. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven turned around and waved his sleeve to return the 32 treasure palaces. He said indifferently, "Heavenly Emperor Mu, it's your fate that's good. Let's meet again next time." He waved his sleeve and forced Heavenly Emperor Yun back before leaving with absolute beginning. Behind him, the Tao tree that had been cut off by Qin Mu whistled up. The Tao chains were connected, and it quickly recovered to its original state. However, the power of this Tao tree was clearly much weaker than before. Qin Mu didn't give chase. In the ultimate void, the roots of the world tree that had been cut off by Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven were also reconnected to the tree. Qin Mu nourished it with his great Tao, but if the world tree wanted to recover to its peak state, it would probably need some time to recuperate. Divine Consciousness Great Overarching Heaven carried Heavenly Venerate Cloud over and said solemnly, "Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and Absolute Beginning have retreated. In terms of strength, we shouldn't be inferior to them." Qin Mu nodded and looked down. Heavenly Venerate Void and the Ancestor God King should have retreated as well. This is just a test, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven wants to see our strength. In another 10 years, the great army of the Heavenly Court will arrive, and it will be the true decisive battle. Your world tree. Heavenly Venerate Cloud glanced behind him and asked hesitantly, "I saw Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven cutting off your world tree just now. Did it affect you greatly? After more than 10 years, I should be able to recover." Qin Mu let out a turbid breath and looked at the deepest part of the ultimate void. He asked softly, "What about you? Can you deal with absolute beginning during the decisive battle?" Heavenly Venerate Yun smiled faintly. "I didn't have any confidence before, but now I have 70% confidence. 70% confidence isn't enough. I have to have 100%. Qin Mu turned his head around and said, "I'm always a little worried. When Heavenly Venerate Clear saw that he couldn't defeat me, he would probably have other methods, such as luring a few people who had achieved Tao in prehistoric times. No, I have to make a trip to that abandoned land." Heavenly Venerate Cloud was astonished, and Qin Mu was already standing on the door as he whizzed away. "Yun, go scare away Madame Yuan Mu. She's currently fighting with Heavenly Venerate Ling, so I'm a little worried about her." Heavenly Venerate Cloud frowned. Madame Yuan Mu. In the deepest part of great abyss of returning ruins, the chaotic sea surged. The face of second young Master Wuji of Mycroft Palace floated up from the surface of the sea, dragging thick Tao chains that swam around the lotus leaf at a moderate speed. "So that's how it is, so that's how it is." She suddenly giggled. "So you're the same as old Seven, you're also from the 17th epoch in the future. No wonder teacher always speaks highly of you when he talks about you." Madame Yuan Mu's face was filled with bewilderment. She looked at Heavenly Venerate Ling and then at the second young master, not knowing what she was talking about. "You're giving the Miluo Palace a headache. Logically speaking, as the second young master, I'll definitely attack you and kill you when I see you." The second young master Wuji blinked his huge eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement and chaos. Madame Yuan Mu was very familiar with this kind of gaze. It was a gaze that wanted the world to be in chaos. She was the same type of person as the second young master. "However, I won't do that. I'm suppressed here by teacher. Why would I help Miluo Palace?" The second young master of Miluo Palace suddenly laughed out loud. A strand of white hair wrapped around Heavenly Venerate Ling and sent him to one of the twin lotuses on the primal chaos sea. "I will only fulfill your wish, fulfill your unparalleled fame, fulfill your legend." That strand of white hair wrapped around Ling Tianzuan and rushed straight up towards the destruction of another universe. He heard the voice of the second young master of the Miro Palace. He laughed maniacally. Go to the 6th epoch and become the shadow of the Miro Palace." Boom! Ling Tianzuan could not help but pass through the extremely dense tide of the ultimate. What she saw was the magnificent history of the sixth epic universe. In the next moment, she was thrown into the destruction of the sixth epic universe. Ling Tianzuan looked over and saw the vastness of the primal chaos. It spun and destroyed everything. Many Dao practitioners struggled in misery. One Dao tree after another burned and broke. However, even such a terrifying scene could not erase her. It was not easy for her to grasp the quality energy. It was too difficult to kill her. However, she could not escape the erosion of the long river of primal chaos. She was like a duckweed drifting along the long river. At this moment, an ancient hall floated past her eyes. The hall stopped, and a young man reached out and grabbed Ling Tianzuan's palm. He smiled warmly and said, "Who are you? You haven't attained the Tao. So how are you able to survive this great calamity of destruction?" Ling Tianzuan ascended the hall and said, "My name is Ling. Where is this?" The young man smiled and said, "This is Tiandu, and I am the master of Tiandu. I am prepared to reopen the skies and reenact the chaos of the universe, opening up another universe." The crisis in the origin world came quickly and left quickly. Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Void retreated one after another, leaving behind a mess on the ground. The soldiers of Eternal Peace and Carefree Village swept the battlefield and found that both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Emperor Yanfeng was furious and immediately gave the order to clean up all the ghost towns in the origin world. The reason why Yudu was able to invade so smoothly this time was mainly because back in the Battle of Yudu, the devils and devils of Yudu and the ghosts and gods of Yudu had sneaked into the various heavens that were affiliated to the origin world and formed ghost towns. In addition, after the death of the Earth Count, there was no one to guide the lonely ghosts and wild ghosts into Yudu, causing the influence of the ghost domains to grow larger and larger. Previously, the ghost domains were just a scabies disease, but this time, the invasion had turned the ghost domains into Yudu's invasion channels, resulting in a large portion of the casualties in the Yuan world. The various places in the Yuan world and the various heavens affiliated to Yudu immediately mobilized their troops and swept away the hidden sinkholes. Heavenly Venerate Yuan Qin Fengqing also established the Yuan world's Yudu, guiding the lonely ghosts and wild ghosts of the ghost domains into Yudu, rewarding good and punishing evil. As for the soldiers who died in the war, they were brought to Fengdu. As a ghost army, they were also a great force. Bringing souls into the Yuan world's Yudu is no different from the actions of the Earth Count. It will increase the burden on the Yuan world's Yudu. King Yama said, "In the long run, the Yuan world's Yudu will be full of ghosts. Without the power of the Earth Count, Qin Fengqing will sooner or later be unable to suppress them. In the future, there will definitely be trouble in the Yuan world's Yudu. We cannot ignore it." Di Yanue summoned Heavenly Teacher Wen Tian Pavilion and asked, "Sacred Teacher, do you have any insights?" Wen Tian Pavilion said, "I heard that Eternal Peace's Heavenly Venerate Mu has cultivated the path of reincarnation, so he can refine a treasure based on it. He can let the souls of all living beings reincarnate in the myriad worlds of the heavens, punishing evil and promoting good." Di Yanue went to Eternal Peace to meet Emperor Yanfeng and talk about this matter. Emperor Yanfeng smiled and said, "Founding Emperor, there's no need to worry. This treasure is already being refined." Emperor Yanue was shocked and asked, "When was it refined?" Ever since the Battle of Yudu was lost, Emperor Yanxiu and Heavenly Venerate Mu had ordered all the major manufacturing factories of Eternal Peace to forge all kinds of heavy weapons in preparation for the battle in the future. Emperor Yanfeng said, "This treasure is one of them. Eternal Peace can be refined by craftsmen day and night, so many heavy weapons have already taken on a scale. Can we go and take a look?" Emperor Yanue asked. Emperor Yanfeng gladly led her to the Golden River Supervision Factory. The huge supervision factories on both sides of the river were lined up like long dragons. Countless ships shuttled back and forth across the river, and some of the huge ships only carried one divine weapon component. The ships that carried the divine weapon components came to the largest divine armament supervision factory, and only after dozens of gods joined hands could the components be unloaded. At this place, Diyu saw a huge divine artifact that was taking shape. It was dozens of times bigger than the altar of the biggest divine artifact made by Heavenly Court, Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge. It was majestic and majestic. Diyu raised his head and looked up. The shock in his heart was incomparable. The top of this incomparably complicated round wheel had already reached the clouds, and it was even higher than Eternal Peace Shangjing, which was built on the crown of an origin tree. Many Eternal Peace gods' primordial spirits left their bodies and worked together to support the huge components one by one. They flew into the clouds and embedded the components into the round wheel. There were also quite a number of gods connecting the runes. Those components were already extremely huge, but compared to this round wheel, they still appeared extremely small. This is probably the greatest marvel in the past 20,000 years. Emperor Yue praised from the bottom of his heart. To make such a heavy weapon, you need an incomparably powerful divine kingdom, and you need the close cooperation of tens of thousands of industries to be able to make it. Back then, founding Emperor Era could also make such a heavy weapon, but it's no longer possible now. She sighed endlessly in her heart and smiled wryly. Carefree Village doesn't have these industries anymore. Your Majesty, what's the name of this heavy weapon? The Six Paths Heavenly Wheel that controls the cycle of life and death. Emperor Yanfeng smiled. In the future, once the divine weapon is refined, it will be able to suppress Yudu forever, making it difficult for ghosts and gods to cause chaos. Furthermore, the power of the divine weapon is also unbelievably great. Heavenly Venerate Mu said that once this divine weapon is refined, Earth Count Qin Fengqing will be able to fight head-on with Heavenly Venerate Void. As for victory or defeat, it still depends on Qin Fengqing's cultivation. Di Yangyue nodded silently. However, the Six Paths Heavenly Will isn't the only divine weapon that is being built, Emperor Yanfeng said. Apart from that, there are dozens of other divine weapons that aren't much smaller than this divine weapon. Di Yanyue's heart trembled violently. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I ask how many heavens are there under Eternal Peace?" The reason she asked was actually to ask about Eternal Peace's financial resources. Back in founding Emperor Era, he had ruled 33 heavens and had more than 100 heavens under his command. However, the financial resources of founding Emperor Era could only refine a heavy weapon like Carefree Village. After refining Carefree Village, he had refined 2 resurrection divine boats that had completely depleted founding Emperor's financial resources. There are only 46 heavens under Eternal Peace. Emperor Yanfeng led her to look at the other heavy weapons. After passing through a teleportation gate, they arrived at Jiangling Governor's manufacturing factory. It was also incomparably spectacular, and the manufacturing factory was like a forest. However, there are over 2,700 heavens that have a trade contract with Eternal Peace, Emperor Yanfeng said. Eternal Peace has over 2,000 heavens that trade with Eternal Peace. In addition to buying mines all these years, even though there aren't many heavens in Eternal Peace, we can still support them financially. Di Yanyue nodded silently. Suddenly, she saw a familiar heavy weapon and cried out in a low voice. Divine Weapon of Creation? It was a divine weapon that was similar to the divine weapon of creation in Heavenly Court's Father Heavenly Palace, but it was a little smaller and had a big difference. The 5 mountain-like brackets held 8 round wheels in the center. The 5 brackets looked like 5 mineral veins with all kinds of runes imprinted on them. There was a fundamental difference in the structure of the divine weapon of creation from back then. This divine weapon of creation was improved by Heavenly Venerate Mu and Heavenly Venerate Ling. Emperor Yanfeng said, "It can be used to create divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal. When Lan Yuntian came here a while ago, Dao Master Lin Xian led many Taoists to survey him, so he should be done soon. Founding Emperor, please look over there." Di Yanyue followed him and flew over. They saw another supervisor factory building a huge ship that wasn't inferior to Nirvana Ark. The uniqueness of this huge ship was that it could split into countless ships at any time and attack separately. The ship was like countless modules that could be pieced together at any time to turn into a peerless huge ship. This side was designed by old cult master Wei Suifeng to deal with Heavenly River Navy's Heavenly River Buddha. "We're preparing to build 5 of them," Emperor Yanfeng said. "The first one is about to be built." Di Yanyue's eyes flickered. "Lend me 2 for Carefree Village to use." Emperor Yanfeng smiled. "Of course. This way please." Di Yanyue saw vermilion bird war chariots again. These vermilion bird war chariots were used to deal with Sun Guardian of Xuandu. She saw that Southern Emperor Vermilion Bird was actually here as well, helping the heavenly craftsmen of the supervising factory to design the war chariots. Apart from that, she also saw numerous divine weapons of Northern Emperor. They were different from the traditional divine weapons of Northern Emperor. The traditional divine weapons of Northern Emperor used a type of gourd in the ancestral court to contain the 5 great thunderclouds. The North Emperor divine weapons refined by Eternal Peace Governor's factory were made of divine gold and divine materials, supplemented with runes, and refined into the shape of a gourd. Meanwhile, those factories were still refining Green Dragon divine weapons, which were treasures in the shape of pagodas. White Tiger divine weapons were treasures in the shape of horns. They then came to Surging River Governor's factory near Heavenly Saint Academy and Surging River Academy. This place was the sacred ground for formations and divine abilities. Surging River Governor's factory was currently building a huge formation map. The formation map was designed by the formation experts of Eternal Peace led by Divine Spear. Each formation map has a Heavenly Palace level technique. If the magic power is sufficient, it can display the power of an Emperor's Throne expert. Emperor Yanfeng said. However, this kind of formation map requires an army of gods and devils to enter the formation. Only when they work together can their power burst forth. It's crucial for the control of the formation. The Divine Spear and Eternal Peace Formation Masters had already designed more than 200 kinds of formation maps of heavenly palaces. More importantly, these 200 kinds of formation maps can form different great heavenly courts. Emperor Yenua let out a turbid breath and muttered, "If the number of gods and devils is enough, can they simulate the battle prowess of heavenly venerates? That's the theory," Emperor Yanfeng said dejectedly. However, the number of gods and devils in Eternal Peace is probably not enough to unleash the power of all the formation maps. After more than 100 years of development, the number of gods in Eternal Peace is still far inferior to Heavenly Court. Emperor Yenua said hurriedly, "Carefree Village needs a set of formation maps of Great Heavenly Court, so it must be able to form a perfect Heavenly Court." Emperor Yanfeng smiled. "That's not difficult," he said. Heavenly Saint Academy's manufacturing factory had also built some cloud chariots. The cloud chariots were equipped with sword pagodas. Each sword pagoda contained 5,000 sword pills, and each sword pill contained 2,000 swords. These cloud chariots were used to wash the ground and seal the sky. Does Founding Emperor need some as well? Dus said resolutely. Yes. The more the merrier. Li River's manufacturing factory still has some good stuff. Founding Emperor, please. Emperor Yanfeng raised his hand. There's more. Emperor Yue suppressed the shock in her heart and followed him into the teleportation portal that led to Li River Academy. The climate here is suitable. The supervisory factory is mainly used to refine medicine and is supplemented by other supervisory factories. Emperor Yanfeng led her to Li River Supervisory Factory and saw huge pill furnaces burning day and night. Many alchemists worked hard to refine all kinds of spirit pills and store them away. This is the place that Medicine King God, Poison Master Muingxue, and Little Poison King Fu Yuanqing are in charge of. They specialize in refining all kinds of spirit pills, wondrous medicines, and poisons. Emperor Yanfeng said, "It's inevitable that there will be some casualties on the battlefield, so spirit pills that can save lives are indispensable." "Yes," Emperor Yue said resolutely, then blushed. "Your Majesty, can poison kill gods and devils?" Emperor Yanfeng smiled. "It's not troublesome. It's hard to avoid getting injured during battle, so just smear some lethal poison on the divine weapons. Does Founding Emperor want some too? The more the merrier." Emperor Yanfeng asked again. "Founding Emperor, have you heard of Painting Path? I'll bring you to Painting Saint Pavilion to take a look." Painting Saint is currently drawing the geographical map of the mountains and rivers in the heavens. In the sky above the sinkhole, 36 layers of void opened up, and Divine Sense great overarching heaven appeared. Heavenly Venerate Yun stood under the Tao tree and stared at the sinkhole. Suddenly, his body became unstable, and he was almost sucked into the sinkhole along with great overarching heaven. He couldn't help but be shocked. Celestial Master Mu really thinks highly of me for asking me to rescue Celestial Master Ling. This sinkhole is also a desperate situation for Tao achievers. It can even devour the ultimate void. He steadied himself and looked down. He saw layers of void being captured by the sinkhole and pulled into the sinkhole. He instinctively sensed danger. The sinkhole, this mysterious place, could even destroy the ultimate void. It was extremely destructive to the great all-heaven and the Tao tree of Tao achievers, so he had to be careful. After a moment, Heavenly Venerate Yun took advantage of the sinkhole's tide to emerge from the void. He came to the side of the great abyss and looked down. However, he could not tell how deep the sinkhole was. Heavenly Venerate Ling has been here before. There are traces of her divine abilities here. Heavenly Venerate Yun pondered for a moment. The Tao fruit flew over and landed in the primordial stone between his brows. Then he leaped into the great abyss. At the same time, a golden ship sailed out of the chaotic space. Tao Ancestor and Great Brahma sat at the bow and the other stood at the stern of the ship as they sailed towards the origin world. Most of the people on the ship were Buddhas and Taoists. Over the years, they had carried a portion of the people of eternal peace to the chaotic land to find a small universe to settle them down, build a divine city, and plant crops. This allowed eternal peace's civilization to continue. On the golden ship, other than them, there were also Ming Emperor and Red Emperor. The two tall and sturdy emperors stood on the deck and looked at the origin world and the myriad worlds that were getting closer and closer. On the other side, Baichuer led some gods and devils from the era of High Emperor to migrate from one of the heavens. After a long journey, they arrived at the ruins of High Emperor's heavenly court. Yi Shishing brought them to pay respects to the coffins of the previous High Emperors. After Baichuer paid respects to these tombs, she said, "Senior Yi, I am here under the orders of Heavenly Venerate You and have something to ask of you. The great calamity of eternal peace is imminent. Can High Emperor still fight?" Yi Shishing's expression was gloomy as he said sorrowfully, "The era of High Emperor is gone. My senior brothers have already turned into corpse demons, and will cause chaos when they are born. They won't be able to fight anymore." At this moment the coffins trembled. "You said that my master has orders. Do you have a decree?" A thick and sinister voice came from the emperor's coffin as he asked. Baichuer took out Heavenly Venerate Yu's decree. The emperor's coffin cracked open and a large green hand grabbed the decree. Baichuer took a step back, and a tall figure sat up in the emperor's coffin. This emperor was clearly not a human, but a monster from a postnatal race. In the era of the emperor, humans were not the only ones who served as the emperor. Heavenly Venerate You and Heavenly Venerate Ling supported the era of the emperor and selected outstanding people from the postnatal race. Among them, there were a few Heavenly Venerates from other races. The exalted emperor was already a corpse demon. His corpse had turned into a demon, and his body was wrapped in chains. However, Yi Shishing had suppressed him here to prevent him from turning into a corpse demon to wreak havoc. Although his body still retained his obsession, after turning into a corpse demon, it was more of a bloodthirsty instinct. Therefore, Yi Shishing had no choice but to suppress him. The aura of the corpse of the exalted emperor pervaded the air. He lowered his head to look at Celestial Venerate Yu's decree, and green light filled his eyes. The corpse chi on his body was too strong, making people extremely uncomfortable. That was why Baichuer had retreated. "It is indeed my master's handwriting," the emperor's corpse said in a deep voice. "Senior brothers, master has summoned us to fight for the human race again. What do you think?" A muffled voice came from an emperor's coffin. "We are already dead. We died fighting for the human race and for the postnatal creatures. Even though my heart is no longer beating and my blood is no longer flowing, the battles back then still made my heart surge with emotions. But we are already dead." A thick voice came from another emperor coffin. "There are still the sounds of war drums in my mind. How many heroes have been born in the 300,000 years of the High Emperor? This era is our era and shouldn't be buried together with us." In the era of Long Han, Red Emperor, Founding Emperor and Eternal Peace, there were all undying people who came out to fight for this calamity. What about the most glorious era of High Emperor? The era of High Emperor didn't sink, it wasn't buried. The teacher who taught us is still here, still fighting with his life on the line. We can't return to the dust. The rumbling sound of chi and blood flowing came from the emperor coffins one after another. The chains that were wrapped around the emperor coffins rattled and suddenly broke one after another. The withered chi and blood of the previous emperors flew back to life once again. Above the emperor coffins, the heroic faces of the ancient emperors appeared. The shadows of the 9 emperors stood in the qi and blood as they looked at Bai Chuer. Even though many of the previous emperors had their souls destroyed and there weren't any corpses left, we were lucky enough to preserve their bodies. We will fight on their behalf. The corpse qi of the last emperor of heaven was very strong. He said to Bai Chuer, "Go to eternal peace first and tell the emperors there that the era of the emperor is still there. Even if we are dead, we will still climb out of the grave and continue to fight for the human race, for the postnatal beings. This is our unfinished business. Our junior brother, Yi Shisheng, will carry our coffins to the battlefield." Bai Chuer bowed to the 9 emperors and left. Great abyss of the sinkhole. Celestial Master Yun could use the Dao Tree Dao fruit to fight against the cold wind of the ultimate void with the power of Great Abyss. However, the Great Abyss was filled with the hot wind, and even the Dao fruit could not fight against it. It consumed his mana at all times. It even caused his great Dao to disintegrate. This place is probably a dangerous place for a Dao practitioner who has branded the ultimate void. Fortunately, his cultivation base was strong enough. He finally arrived at the bottom of the great abyss of the ultimate. He saw a snow-white ball wrapped around Madame Yuan Mu. It kept rotating, making it difficult for Madame Yuan Mu to resist. The snow-white ball was made up of strands of hair. The white hair was like silk. It sealed Madame Yuan Mu, a Dao practitioner, and made it difficult for her to escape. Heavenly Venerate Yun grabbed the roots of the twin lotuses and looked down. He saw a huge female face at the bottom of the sea that was entangled by chains. However, he could not find Heavenly Venerate Ling after searching for a long time. Did something bad happen to Heavenly Venerate Ling? He was shocked. At this moment, Madame Yuan Mu suddenly said sternly, "Sister, we can only fight this calamity together if we work together. If we manage to escape, I will let you take over the body." "All right." Empress Di's voice suddenly came from Madame Yuan Mu's body. "It won't be difficult for us to escape if we execute the path of reincarnation." The path of reincarnation? Heavenly Venerate Cloud was slightly stunned. Isn't that Heavenly Venerate Mu's ultimate skill? Back in Great Overarching Heaven, Qin Mu had exchanged techniques with him, and he had imparted the path of divine consciousness he had comprehended to Qin Mu. Qin Mu had also imparted his knowledge to him. So Heavenly Venerate Cloud wasn't unfamiliar with Qin Mu's path of reincarnation. His heart moved slightly. This must have been imparted to them by Heavenly Venerate Mu. Does it need the combined efforts of the Empress and Empress to execute it? Looks like Heavenly Venerate Mu has a trick up his sleeve. The path of reincarnation that he imparted to Madame Yuan Mu and Empress must have a flaw. His gaze flickered as he watched Madame Yuan Mu's every move, trying to see the flaw Qin Mu had left behind when she and Empress had executed the path of reincarnation. Below, in the round ball, Empress and Madame Yuan Mu controlled their corporeal bodies and executed the divine art of reincarnation together. Light wheels spun and cut out from the white-haired round ball. Wherever the white hair cut through, it would form a space of sinkhole. However, the halo of reincarnation cut out from the sinkhole, making it impossible for it to stop their bodies. Madame Yuan Mu passed through the path of reincarnation and quickly escaped from the white-haired round ball. She immediately rushed into the sky and rushed towards Heavenly Venerate Yun. Madame Yuan Mu was extremely excited and giggled. "Sister, you are really naive. Do you really think that I will give my body to you?" At this moment, she saw a handsome man floating down from the sky. His 10 fingers flipped and bloomed like a lotus petal. Madame Yuan Mu was caught off guard. She waved her sleeves to block, but the man pointed at the rotating reincarnation halo. Madame Yuan Mu grunted and the mole between her brows turned into a red mole. "Minister Yun." Empress Emperor raised her head and her gaze landed on Heavenly Venerate Yun. "Empress Emperor." Heavenly Venerate Yun bowed slightly. "Where is Heavenly Venerate Ling?" Heavenly Venerate Ling has been sent to the prehistoric universe by the second young master of the Miro Palace in the Chaotic Sea. He said that he wanted to fulfill her unrivaled reputation. Empress Emperor rose into the air and said in a deep voice, "You helped me suppress the little b***. I won't lie to you." Heavenly Master Yun walked side by side with her and said, "I trust you, Empress." The two of them rushed out of the great abyss of the ultimate. One landed on the left side of the great abyss, and the other on the right side of the great abyss. Emperor's gaze fell on him and said indifferently, "Then why are you still following me, Heavenly Master Yun? Do you have to attack me?" Heavenly Master Yun shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, although you have become the master of this body, what will you do when you return to the heavenly court? Heavenly Master How might not be able to tolerate you." The Empress snorted and said, "I will go to Absolute Beginning. With my support, Absolute Beginning will be able to take the throne." Heavenly Master Yun laughed loudly. He shook his head and said, "Your Majesty is still so naive. Back then, you were betrayed by Absolute Beginning and Yuanmu and ended up like this. When you turn back, you still have to rely on the adulterer. Empress, you are proficient in the art of reincarnation. Wouldn't you disguise yourself as Madame Yuanmu? If you disguise yourself as Madame Yuanmu, would Heavenly Venerate How still be wary of you?" Emperor thought about it carefully. The path of reincarnation could indeed achieve such a step, and it was so lifelike that no one could see through it. "Minister Yun, why are you helping me?" Empress Yun sneered. "You want me to wreak havoc in Heavenly Court and help you obtain victory and eternal peace?" Heavenly Venerate Yun didn't deny it and nodded with a smile. "That's right. In that case, how do you choose Empress Yun?" Empress Yun executed the divine ability of reincarnation, and her appearance, voice, and personality became no different from Madame Yuanmu's. She flew up diagonally and was still facing him. She didn't dare to relax and giggled. "I'll do as you wish." Heavenly Venerate Yun hesitated for a moment. In the sky behind Emperor, his divine sense great overarching heaven appeared. The Absolute Beginning Emperor sword was hanging on the Tao tree, and was about to stab from afar. However, he stopped and didn't take the opportunity to assassinate Emperor. Heavenly Venerate Ling isn't here and Eternal Peace has one less expert, so I can only keep Emperor. Besides, I might not be able to assassinate her. When he thought of this, he concealed his divine sense great overarching heaven and smiled at Emperor. Above the heavenly river, the heavenly court's army was vast and mighty. They marched along the heavenly river, and almost all the gods and demons in the heavenly court were mobilized. In addition, many gods and demons flew to different heavens, which were under the direct jurisdiction of the heavenly court. Those gods and demons held Emperor Haoyin's decree, and mobilized all the armies to the Yuan world. Along the way, the scale of the heavenly court's expedition to the Yuan world grew larger and larger. Reinforcements from the various heavens joined in, and their momentum grew larger and larger. Along the way, the heavenly court destroyed a few rebellious heavens, ransacked them, captured many slaves, and used them to take care of logistics. At the same time, the ancestor god king who lived in Xuandu used the power of the heavenly duke to urge the water of the heavenly river, allowing the heavenly court's army to increase their speed. On the surface of the heavenly river, there were all sorts of ships with divine weapons and generals on board. These ships were heavy weapons in and of themselves. There were even the sun and moon revolving around the ships. Not only were there days and nights on the ships, there were also the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There were even some who directly drove a heavenly palace on their way, and the gods and devils in the heavenly palace were like a forest. The stars and gods of heavenly court and the gods of heavenly fiend were also mobilizing the stars and constellations to rush over. There were even some ships that dragged huge divine weapons and sailed on the heavenly river, taking in deep water. The divine weapons on these ships weren't forged like the divine weapons of eternal peace. These divine weapons were more like they were formed naturally. Some of the ships were carrying huge mountains. There were tens of thousands of gods and devils surrounding the mountains and refining them continuously. They were trying to refine the mountains into all kinds of treasures according to the shape of the mountains. There were also many gods and devils on the ships that were refining a river that was thousands of miles long. Ancient god Taiji was guiding them by the side, teaching them how to refine the river into weapons. There were even some ships that had a heavenly gate, 9 prison platforms, jade platforms, and other behemoths that were all plucked out by the god and devil army of heavenly court and refined into treasures. Heavenly court was entrenched in the ancestral court, so how vast and how rich was it? They had dug out all the sacred grounds in the ancestral court, and these sacred grounds were born with endless power. Even though the path of creation of heavenly court was inferior to eternal peace, the power of these sacred grounds was enough to suppress everything. With the accumulation of 1,000,000 years, Not only did the number of gods and devils far surpass that of eternal peace, their financial resources also far surpassed that of eternal peace. Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven returned to the main camp of the Central Army with a gloomy expression. The battle with Qin Mu had given him a strong sense of crisis. This test had allowed him to see that the high-end battle strength of eternal peace was no longer inferior to the heavenly court. The only thing they lacked was the middle-end and low-end gods and devils. The heavenly court had an overwhelming advantage in this aspect. However, if the high-end battle strength was damaged, then this battle would definitely end in their defeat. The only plan now is to borrow the strength of third and fourth young masters. His gaze flickered, and a god general suddenly reported, "Your Majesty, the heavens of Heavenly Lake are rebelling and rebelling. The traitors don't listen to orders and have killed the ruler of Heavenly Lake. They want to establish themselves as the emperor." Heavenly Emperor Vast Heaven smiled and said softly, "Order the ghosts and gods to descend to Yudu and tell Heavenly Master Su to sacrifice the heavens of Heavenly Lake. Remember to tell Heavenly Master Su my exact words. It's to sacrifice the heavens of Heavenly Lake." The Divine General accepted the order and left in a hurry. Heavenly Emperor Haotian leaned back. He muttered, "Sacrificing a heavens to third young master should be able to exchange for a Tao practitioner, right? Third young master will also see my loyalty, and will definitely lend me more power. And I am only one step away from completing the second heaven court technique. At that time both techniques will be in my hands." He completely relaxed. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, oh Heavenly Venerate Mu, I won't let you become my inner devil again. You will definitely lose this battle." The day to level eternal peace was just around the corner. Ultimate Void, Abandoned Land. In front of a huge square stone tablet, the door was floating. Qin Mu raised his head to look at the obelisk. The stone tablet was refined from chaos stone and was indestructible. Qin Mu examined the words on the stone tablet, and after a moment, he stretched out his hand to forcefully break off a piece of the stone tablet. He raised his head and swallowed the primal chaos stone. This primal chaos stone must be very nourishing. If I eat it and refine it into primordial purple qi, I might be able to recover to my peak condition. After a moment, Qin Mu spat out the chaos stone. He had originally thought that there would definitely be chaos qi in the chaos stone. When he had discovered Tai's chaos mine, he had discovered that there was chaos qi stored in the chaos stone. When he took out Tai's eggshell, the entire chaos mine collapsed and the chaos stone shattered. The chaos qi then spread out in all directions and turned into the chaos sea of the ancestral court. From this, it could be seen that the hardness of the chaos stone was not particularly high. It was just that the cold and silent wind of the ultimate void could not remove it. That was why he thought that this obelisk carved out of the chaos stone must also contain chaos energy. However, after eating it, he realized that there was not even the slightest bit of chaos energy in this stone. The chaos energy in this stone had already been taken away by someone. "I've eaten a stone for nothing." The words on the obelisk are written in primordial chaos Tao language, written by the great young master of Miluo Palace, using primordial chaos runes to suppress the enemy. Qin Mu stood under the obelisk. From this sentence of primordial chaos Tao language, the great young master's attainments in primordial chaos runes are extremely high. He can be said to be the number one person below the master of Miluo Palace. How could the seal he left be broken? From the door panel and the obelisk that flew out of the forbidden area, a portion of the seal should have been broken. The eldest young master possessed such superb skills. The seal he left behind would definitely be extremely difficult to break. Just the power of the ultimate void should not be able to cause his seal to show signs of crumbling. Then who was the one who caused the seal to be broken? Things like primal chaos stones are very difficult to find. To create this obelisk, the number of stone materials required is already unimaginable. And from what Lan Yutian said, he saw countless obelisks within the door. Where did young master find the materials needed for these obelisks? His expression became slightly strange as he guessed the origin of the chaos stones. There was only one place that had so many chaos stones, and that was the ancestral court that could give birth to chaos mineral veins that were too easy. However, one chaos mineral vein was unable to refine so many obelisks. It required several mineral veins to be refined, which meant that young master of Mycroft Palace might have searched for chaos mineral veins in several universes. to suppress this enemy of Miluo Palace. 1. Qin Mu pondered for a moment and tried to keep the obelisk into his divine treasure. Spirit embryo divine treasure was located in the heart of his brows, but the obelisk was too long. When Qin Mu put it in, he discovered that the obelisk would pierce through the heart of his brows and reveal itself. It was as if there was a sharp horn growing there. Helpless, he could only give up. Brother, you said that there are many strange things in this abandoned land. Since I can't take away the obelisk, I might be able to find some other treasures here. His eyes flickered with excitement as he gave up on the obelisk and stood on the door board to fly into the depths of the abandoned land. Not long later, Qin Mu stopped the door board and looked forward in bewilderment. He saw a huge head suddenly appearing in the realm of nothingness in front of him. The head was unbelievably huge. It had already grown flesh and blood, but there was no skin. It was flying in this abandoned land and opening its mouth to devour the treasures that had been thrown here. The head was devouring a broken book. The book was shining with golden light and no one moved. The pages flipped and the golden words in the book flew up and imprinted themselves on the head one after another, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. However, it was clear that the broken book was no match for the head, and was swallowed by the mouth of the head. The blood and flesh on the head squirmed and grew, becoming more complete. Suddenly, the head noticed him and immediately flew over excitedly. Qin Mu's expression was nervous as he stood up the door and grabbed the huge knife on the spot. The head rushed over and Qin Mu held his breath to concentrate. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past a broken ship and crashed into the head of the monster that was rushing towards Qin Mu. There were sharp wooden spikes all over the broken ship's broken surface, and it actually pierced through the flesh of the strange head and hung it on it. The broken ship flew past Qin Mu and Qin Mu immediately saw a white bone hanging on the ship. That white bone was the Tao bone of a Tao practitioner. It had not been dissolved by the ultimate void but was nailed to the ship. The strange head let out a soundless roar and struggled to escape from the ship. Qin Mu then saw the skeleton that had been nailed to the ship raise a skeletal arm. The arm grew longer and longer, and it actually grabbed the face of the strange head and tore off a piece of flesh from his face. The skeletal arm pulled back and stuck the piece of flesh to its own body. When the flesh stuck to its Tao bone, it immediately crawled like countless tentacles on the bones, growing as it crawled. The white bone stretched out its arm again to tear the flesh on the face of the strange head. The strange head was furious. It struggled with all its might and finally broke free from the ship. It immediately rolled onto the deck and charged towards the white bone that was nailed to the wall of the ship. The white bone was nailed there. Although it could not escape, it was like an emperor that could not be offended. Its every move showed its supreme dignity. However, he was nailed so he couldn't use much strength. The strange head rolled around on the ship, avoiding its attack. Suddenly it crashed into the white bone. The broken ship shook non-stop, and the strange head retreated. It crashed into the white bone again, but this time the impact was even heavier. Suddenly, the cabin of the broken ship was knocked open. At the opening of the door, 6 or 7 white bones rushed out from the cabin and pounced on the strange head. Qin Mu was stunned. He saw that the white bones were the Tao bones of Tao practitioners and pounced forward. Without any explanation, they tore off strips of flesh from the face of the monster head and stuck them onto his body. Soon, the flesh and blood of the monster head were all torn apart by them. The bodies of the white bones were covered in flesh and blood and were filled with joy. However, a cold wind blew over and the flesh and blood scattered with the wind. The broken ship was silent. Regardless of whether it was the head or the white bones, they didn't beat each other anymore. Instead, they stood on the deck of the broken ship in a daze, allowing the cold wind to blow at them. Qin Mu laughed loudly and shook his head. These fools! Suddenly, the head and the white bones turned their heads to look at him. Qin Mu knew something was wrong, so he immediately urged the door to speed up and leave. The white bones and heads on the broken ship became excited. They quickly climbed onto the mast and raised the tattered sail. Using the cold wind to speed up, they set up the ship to chase after him. They rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms. They were abnormally excited and clearly intended to tear Qin Mu's flesh and blood to stick to their bodies. The white bones that were nailed to the wall of the ship also knocked on the wall of the ship excitedly to urge them to speed up. Even though the ship looked broken, the speed of the sails that were riddled with holes was much faster. They chased after it relentlessly, getting closer and closer to the door. One of the white bones stood on the mast and leaped towards the door. It opened its big, hollow mouth as if it was laughing, but in the next moment, Qin Mu's calamity sword stabbed into its mouth and nailed it onto the broken ship with a thud. Another white skeleton flew over and was punched out by Qin Mu, causing it to hang on the wooden spike of the broken ship. It danced and was unable to come down for a moment. The strange head rolled and jumped out of the broken ship, but it was immediately smashed down by Qin Mu with the door. The strange head rolled under the ship and rolled a few times under the pressure of the broken ship. When the strange head stabilized its body, the broken ship and Qin Mu had already flown far away. On the broken ship, the white bones cooperated with each other to save their companions and continued to pounce at Qin Mu. Qin Mu didn't have much magic power, so he could only rely on the strength of his corporeal body to resist. The situation was very dangerous. The white bones couldn't be destroyed even if it was the great calamity of the universe, and their hardness was astonishing. If he wasn't careful and got close to them, he would definitely be dismembered by them. Boom! The door suddenly stopped, and Qin Mu didn't know what he had hit. His body became unstable and he was astonished. He immediately executed Calamity Sword to fly up and down around him to defend against the white bones' attacks. However, one of the white bones on the broken ship immediately turned the broken sail around, making the ship turn around and avoid the door. On the broken ship, the white bones seemed to be in extreme fear. They crawled to the cabin and locked it with a thud. The white bones that were hung on the wall used their hands and feet to hit the wall. They seemed to be begging their companions to save them so that they could enter the cabin. It wasn't the only one that was locked outside. There was also the white bones that had turned the sail. When the white bones slid down from the mast and realized that the cabin door was already closed, they couldn't help crying as they knelt in front of the cabin door and knocked on the door with their hands. Qin Mu placed his hands on his hips and laughed. "Now you know fear, right?" He turned his head around and the smile on his face froze. The door slammed into a ruin, and there were broken walls everywhere. It was extremely dilapidated, so it was clear that the broken ship wasn't afraid of him, but of the ruin. The ruin looked like the ruins of the ancestral court's Jade capital city. Qin Mu looked over and saw that its layout was different from that of the ancestral court's Jade capital city. Even though it was similar, there was a fundamental difference. The core of the ancestral court's Jade capital city was Miluo Palace and the 7 halls. At the center of Miluo Palace was the path tree of the master of Miluo Palace. 16 Dao fruits were hung on it, and the 7 halls guarded it. On the periphery were 72 treasure halls. On the periphery were the forests formed by the path trees and the residences of those who had attained Dao under the protection of Miluo Palace. The layout here was different. Even though its treasure halls had been destroyed, it could be seen from the ruins that this place had once been prosperous. The number of Dao practitioners here might not be as many as that of Miluo Palace, but it can also be considered as another major force that is comparable to Miluo Palace. Why would the corpses of those Dao practitioners be afraid of this ruin? Qin Mu composed himself. There were more secrets hidden in the abandoned land of the ultimate void than he had imagined. He really wanted to enter this place to explore, but the purpose of his trip was to find the gate where eldest young master had sealed the enemies of Miluo Palace. If he rashly entered this place and explored for too long, it would be very disadvantageous to the war and eternal peace. Just as he was about to leave, a wisp of chaotic chi surged out from the ruins. It was vast and covered the ruins. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. He was lacking chaotic chi to cultivate, but there was actually so much chaotic chi in the ruins. To him it was a supreme treasure land. I'll only go in to collect some chi of chaos, so it shouldn't take too much time. Qin Mu lifted the door and walked into the ruin. He said in a low voice, "If I see that the situation isn't good, I'll immediately retreat." The cold wind blew over, and the chi of chaos churned and retreated from his side. The chi of chaos seemed to have a consciousness. No matter where he went, there wasn't a trace of chi of chaos around him. Qin Mu tried to reach out to grab a trace of chi of chaos, but he couldn't. He turned around and wanted to leave, but he couldn't tell where he was. The path he had come from had already been completely covered. Qin Mu smiled slightly, and the vertical eye in the heart of his brows opened. His vision could see through the chaos and he walked out. At that moment he saw an ancient sacrificial altar that was built with chaos stones. Qin Mu climbed up the sacrificial altar and saw only a stone tablet on it. It wasn't tall, and there was a pair of footprints beside it. He came to the front of the stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet couldn't be examined, but the meaning could be deduced from the structure of the runes. Tiandu, opening the seventh epoch of the universe here. Opening the seventh epoch? This is... Qin Mu was stunned. Could it be that the seventh epoch of the universe was opened by humans? He took a step forward and his 2 feet stepped on the footprints one after another. Boom! A loud sound that could split the heavens and earth instantly came from his mind. The scene before Qin Mu's eyes changed abruptly. He could see the chaotic qi in the surroundings surging crazily. It was incomparably terrifying, as if he was standing at the center of the apocalypse of the universe. He could feel an incomparably powerful pressure and heat. There was no longer the ultimate void here, and the entire universe had turned into a ball of chaos. The pressure was immeasurable, and the heat was immeasurable. In the rolling chaos, only a few Dao practitioners had survived. He saw Jade Capital City in the chaos, which should be the master of Miluo Palace and his followers. Apart from that, there were also some strange things floating in the final chaos, like the World Tree and Sinkhole Great Abyss. Qin Mu saw the figure of the master of Miluo Palace standing in front of Miluo Palace. The Dao Tree gave off a brilliant light as it guarded Jade Capital City in the 6th epoch. Purple qi pervaded the place and it could be considered a peaceful place in the chaotic universe. He also saw that there was a palace around him. The layout was similar to Miluo Palace, and the sacrificial altar under his feet was still there. It was forged with chaos stones. He looked around and saw Dao practitioners standing around him. They revealed expectant gazes. At that moment Qin Mu saw a familiar figure in astonishment. Heavenly Venerate Ling. Qin Mu's mind was filled with rumbling. He had actually seen Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heavenly Venerate Ling was actually among the Dao practitioners of this divine city. How was this possible? However, how familiar was he with Heavenly Venerate Ling? The two of them were teacher and friend. In the early years, Qin Mu had taught Heavenly Venerate Ling the path of creation and encouraged her to create the divine arts of not easy. Later, Heavenly Venerate Ling had taught him the paths, skills and divine arts and sent him back to the early years of Dragon Han. He definitely wouldn't be mistaken. The woman beside the sacrificial altar, the woman among the Dao practitioners of the 6th epoch, was Heavenly Venerate Ling. Why would Ling appear in the past? However, his vision wasn't under his control. His feet should have landed on the footprints of this person called Tiandu, so his vision had become Tiandu's. He saw his own figure and the axe in his hands. Qin Mu was stunned and felt that this axe was somewhat familiar. He had seen such an axe in Great Change's hands before. Great Change had transformed into a giant to cut down the World Tree, and used a similar axe. After the World Tree had been reborn, Qin Mu had borrowed the axe from Great Change to cut down the tree. He had once tried to study this axe thoroughly, and even though he hadn't found the reason, he couldn't be wrong. However, the axe in his hand was still different from Tai Yi's axe. It wasn't exactly the same, but one could see the characteristics of the same lineage. Could this heaven's capital be Tai Yi? Just as Qin Mu thought of this, he suddenly saw himself using all his strength to swing that divine axe. At the same time, the Dao attainers below the sacrificial altar also used all their strength to work together with him to unleash the power of the divine axe to the extreme. At this moment chaos was created. Qin Mu looked at everything from the perspective of the creator, and the shock in his heart was incomparable. There was nothing more magnificent than what he saw at this moment, and there was nothing more exciting than what he saw at this moment. He saw the birth of a universe. He saw these Dao practitioners using their own power to create heaven and earth, unleashing their own paths, skills and divine arts to create a new universe from chaos. Qin Mu had experienced such a grand scene countless times in his spirit embryo divine treasure, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that what he had evolved wasn't really opening up the heavens and earth. His evolution in his divine treasure hadn't exceeded his imagination, and what Tiandu and these Dao practitioners had done was to truly open up the heavens and earth, to evolve the universe. After they split open the chaos, boundless energy burst forth. Boundless heat, boundless light, and boundless space expanded outward. This time there was no matter. The entire primal universe was a mass of rapidly expanding energy hot liquid, and there was no Tao at this time. However, in the next instant Tai and Tai Chu, the two innate Taos, emerged in succession. The evolution speed of these two innate Taos was astonishing. It didn't even take an instant for them to complete their evolution, and void space was also born at the same time. The power of the void pushed the entire universe to expand rapidly, causing the energy to move far away from each other. Qin Mu stood there and saw that the primordial universe was still evolving. The entire universe was a ball of primordial qi with only the form of one qi and no other matter. After about 300,000 years, the primordial universe was pushed into the form of primordial qi by the power of the void. The path of primordial qi was born from primordial qi. Layers after layers of void were born, pushing the evolution of the matter in the universe. From primordial to Taisu, then from Taisu to Tai Chi. When the stars evolved, the sun, moon, and stars revolved around each other, forming galaxies and galaxies. The path of Tai Chi began to evolve all things in the world, and the ultimate void appeared by itself. The grand picture of the universe unfolded, and from the primordial state, it entered its primordial state. And it had already been tens of millions of years. Of course, Qin Mu was standing on the sacrificial altar, and looking at everything from the perspective of Tiandu. It hadn't been that long in reality. When he woke up, his own voice sounded out in his ears. The seventh epoch has been opened. Fellow Taoists, our Tiandu has finally opened up this universe. Our heaven's capital? Qin Mu was astonished. He had originally thought that the heaven's capital on the stone tablet was referring to the person who had opened up the world, and heaven's capital was his name. He hadn't expected to hear that person's meaning. Heaven's capital wasn't referring to a single person, but to their batch of Tao practitioners. Among them was Heavenly Venerate Ling. Heaven's capital referred to the Tao practitioners in this divine city. Perhaps this divine city was also called Heaven's capital. Isn't Heavenly Venerate Ling in the origin world? Why is he here? To come to the end of the sixth epoch, and open up the universe together with the Tao practitioners in Tiandu. His mind was muddled, and he really couldn't understand when Heavenly Venerate Ling had gone to the sixth epoch. The chaos in the surroundings gradually dispersed, and Qin Mu felt lost. However, there was some joy in his heart. The scene of opening up the universe was truly shocking, and it gave him great enlightenment. It allowed him to experience the evolution of the Fifth Supreme in a short period of time. It was a huge improvement to his techniques and divine arts. His comprehension of the five suns had also reached an unprecedented height. He felt that if he could absorb the gains from observing splitting open the heaven, Overlord Body 3 elixir technique would be able to advance one step further. Perhaps in less than 10 years, his cultivation would be restored to its peak, and he might even be able to ascend to a higher level. He would reach an even higher level. However, the time taken by the Tao practitioners observing the sky-splitting technique was too short. He really wanted to meditate over and over again, but unfortunately it was only once. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. As he meditated carefully, his Tao charm churned, and he stepped deeper and deeper into the Tao. Observing the sky-splitting technique this time had greatly improved him. Not only had he improved his understanding of the five ties, but he had also improved the power of his Tao realm Ubichna. Whether it was ethereal bin Taiji primordial Qi Tao traveling together, Taiji evolving into Yin and Yang, or five supreme as one, the power of all of them had increased greatly. Not only that, he had a deeper understanding of his divine arts entering the path, and he was about to enter the 33rd heaven of the path realm of divine arts. The Tao rhythm in Qin Mu's body was extremely dense, and he suddenly heard a rumble. The situation of heaven and earth splitting apart was also evolving in his divine treasures. He was reopening chaos, evolving five supreme, and evolving heaven and earth, heaven and earth, heaven and earth, and heaven and earth. Heaven and earth and chaos in Qin Mu's divine treasure were evolving over and over again, and he was standing in the middle of the two footprints. He took out Calamity Sword, which imitated the axe skill executed when heaven and earth were split open, slashing at the void. The sword in his hand became heavier and heavier. It was large and clumsy, heavy and simple, but a simple sword contained supreme profoundness. He tried to fuse with Primordial Chaos Runes and Primordial Chaos Purple Chi to perfect this move. He practiced it over and over again, and this move also became more and more perfect. Any exquisiteness, any wonder were all hidden in this one sword. This sword didn't seem to be a divine art, but a natural Tao. It was as if he had entered a whole new realm, and each sword contained a Tao. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Mu slashed out again. The Tao charm contained in this sword was extremely dense, and when it was slashed out, it was as if a great Tao was rampaging. Wherever it passed by, the chaos around the sacrificial altar would be cleaved apart by his sword. A phenomenon of heaven and earth cleaving apart appeared. Qin Mu put away his sword and opened his eyes. The phenomenon of heaven and earth cleaving apart in Heaven Capital City slowly dispersed, and the path to the outside world appeared. There was no longer any chi of chaos blocking it. Qin Mu let out a turbid breath. "This sword can't be described as a move anymore," he said in a low voice. "This isn't a move but a Tao." When Founding Emperor Sword Path entered the 33rd Heavenly Tao Realm, he named it after the Tao Sword of Supreme Clarity Realm. He knew that the 33rd heaven of his sword path was no longer a sword skill or sword move, but a Tao. "This sword of mine is even denser than Supreme Clarity Realm, and it's hard to describe the realm of use. Let's call it Heaven Opening Heaven Chapter." He comprehended heaven opening writings, and heaven and earth were opened up in the domain of his divine treasures. 33 layers of void appeared, and his Tao realm became more and more spirited. His cultivation also gradually increased, and his primordial spirit also gradually grew. Not only that, Qin Mu's figure also gradually grew taller. His legs were no longer so small, but they were slowly growing. If the master of heaven's capital is Tai Yi, then what did he mean when he said he saw me shed a tear when I gave up on my path? Qin Mu didn't feel great joy after comprehending the path. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Tai Yi said he was sad that I gave up my path, so now have I returned to the path I gave up? Maybe not. At that time my path should also have been his path, so when he saw me giving up, he would have turned into a tear. Qin Mu collected his emotions and raised his right foot. He was about to leave when Heaven's capital city changed again. He hesitated for a moment and put his right foot back. In his eyes, Heavenly Capital City was no longer a ruin. It was as if it had just been created. It was resplendent in gold and jade, with strips of light standing at the highest point of the universe. However, this Heavenly Capital City was collapsing. Qin Mu's gaze turned into the gaze of the owner of the footprint. The last scene he saw was the master of Miluo Palace's primordial chaos purple chi, the Tao Tree of Miluo Palace, as well as the collapsed Heavenly Capital City behind the Tao Tree and his fallen figure. The Chaos Divine Axe slid down from his hand. Qin Mu also fell down, his Tao heart turning into ashes. "Fellow Taoist, what you are doing is wrong." He heard the voice of the owner of Miluo Palace becoming more and more blurry. After a long while, Qin Mu woke up and his vision gradually recovered. Only then did he realize that he had fallen on the sacrificial altar. He hurriedly got up and looked around. This place was still the ruins of Heavenly Capital City, and nothing had changed. He revealed a blank expression and walked down the sacrificial altar. He walked out of the ruins in a daze, and there was only one huge doubt lingering in his mind. "Master of Mycroft Palace, why did you kill the Master of Heaven Capital? Why?" To update the complete rankings of the 10 Heavenly Venerates at night, and announce it all at once is a huge project, and the rankings will definitely exceed your expectations. What are you waiting for? Qin Mu drifted in the abandoned land. The unclean land of the ultimate void was extremely vast, as if everything that had not been destroyed in the 16 universe eras had been thrown here. He passed by a withered Tao tree, which had already completely withered. However, Qin Mu could still sense a faint consciousness from it. He wanted to take a closer look, but that consciousness was extremely simple and unsophisticated. It didn't respond to him at all, as if it had fallen into a state of chaos and didn't provide him with any information. This Tao practitioner must have had his consciousness beaten into a state of chaos when he was destroying calamity, Qin Mu thought to himself. The consciousness that was hiding in the Tao tree could no longer survive, so it was impossible for it to wake up. When Qin Mu left, the various things in the abandoned land of the ultimate void weren't fixed and could flow at any time. If he wanted to find the door with the obelisk, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, he couldn't use his divine consciousness here. It would be turned into nothingness by the ultimate void, so he could only rely on his eyesight to search. Day after day passed, and Qin Mu encountered countless unimaginable things. He even encountered the ruins of Heaven Capital City a few more times, but he still couldn't find the door. During these days, his legs gradually grew and became about the same height as before. However, his legs were still a little thin and weak. His primordial spirit also gradually grew stronger, so of course, he would need a longer period of bitter cultivation if he wanted to restore it to its peak. At its peak, his primordial spirit was vast. If it was pushed to its limit, it could cover the heavens. Even though it wasn't as terrifying as Heavenly Venerate Yu's primordial spirit, it was still no small matter. Right now, his primordial spirit was only over 100 feet tall, and couldn't compare to divine arts practitioners of Life and Death Realm and Heavenly River Realm. Even so, he was still one of the most powerful existences in the world. His corporeal body and primordial spirit were all refined by primordial chaos, primordial chi, and walked the path of the master of Miluo Palace. His cultivation path was also secretly in line with the path of the master of Heaven's capital, gathering the strengths of both families. I'll search for another 2 years. If I can't find that door in 2 years, I'll return to eternal peace. Qin Mu endured the loneliness alone and searched hard in the abandoned land. He saw the head stuck on the flag, the woman combing her hair in a bronze mirror, and a broken divine weapon that was bleeding non-stop. He also saw a Dao fruit growing out of a human head, but it was also being melted by the cold wind. Apart from that, he also met a group of coffins. They were chained up and formed a row, floating in the boundless void. This abandoned land was filled with strange things. Qin Mu had planned to collect some treasures from the abandoned land, but when he saw these strange things, he had no such thoughts. These things were also trash to him. Not only were they useless, they were also extremely dangerous. He had been chased by the strange heads and broken ships several times, and when he was collecting the mottled bronze mirror, he had almost been pulled into it by the woman combing his hair. As for the heads hanging on the flags, they had already grown together with the flags, and they were inseparable. What was even more terrifying was that the things here had hidden secrets. They were trapped in the abandoned land and were blown by the cold wind, unable to leave. If Qin Mu brought them out of the abandoned land, he would most likely fulfill these things and bring great calamity to the world. The things in the abandoned land hide many undead. The more Qin Mu saw, the more certain he was of his guess. There were some existences that didn't die in the great calamity of life and death, hidden among all kinds of treasures, waiting for the opportunity to revive. They were undying, and even the ultimate void couldn't erase them. The abandoned land was a natural cage that imprisoned them here, making it impossible for them to escape. Bringing these treasures away would help them instead. The 2 years period gradually came, and Qin Mu's state of mind calmed down from anxiety. The door fell on a huge coffin and Qin Mu sat on it. Banging sounds came from within, as if there was a living person being suppressed in the coffin. The door was very heavy, and it was enough to suppress the things in the coffin. Qin Mu knocked on the door and said with a smile, "Brother inside, I'm just hitching a ride. Why are you so anxious?" Muffled roars came from the coffin, and the banging sounds became even more intense. It was as if there was a monster hitting the coffin with its head. Qin Mu laughed loudly and raised his head to look forward. In front of him were rows of coffins that were chained up. Their heads and tails were connected, and they were floating toward the darkness in the distance. Qin Mu planned to use these coffins to rest his feet. As for what was buried among the coffins, he didn't want to know at all. The long journey over the past few years had been somewhat unbearable for him. His legs still hadn't fully recovered, so he had to stop and rest. At that moment, the smile on Qin Mu's face gradually faded away as he stood up. He saw the coffin at the very front turning away from the predetermined path, and in front of the group of coffins was a door frame without a door. Huge obelisks could be faintly seen in the door frame. They were incomparably smooth, like countless mirrors without any flaws. The huge steels formed a forest and stood tall in the world behind the door. The obelisks reflected the void and the coffins that floated past the door. Qin Mu could even vaguely see what was inside the coffins on the surface of the obelisks. The coffins were actually filled with Dao blood. There were monsters with thick hair soaking in the Dao blood. They looked like zombies and zombies. Their teeth were very long and their nails were very sharp. They were crazily grabbing the walls of the coffins. The corpses of these prehistoric Dao practitioners were soaked in the Dao blood of the coffins, turning into a strange life form. Qin Mu was startled and gradually relaxed. These coffins should be another power of Dao practitioners other than Miluo Palace and Heavenly Capital City. The path they took was different from that of Miluo Palace and Heavenly Capital City. The abilities of these Dao practitioners were inferior to that of Miluo Palace and Heavenly Capital City, so they used the world trees to carve the coffins and then locked themselves in the coffins. In the end, the great calamity of life and death erupted, and they used the coffins made from the world tree to avoid the calamity of destruction. However, they didn't manage to avoid the calamity of life and death. In the great calamity of life and death in the universe, they turned into blood, and their corpses were soaked in the blood that they had turned into. They became corpse demons. The blood might not be their own, but it's more likely that they killed other Dao practitioners and used their Dao blood as vessels to lie in the hope of surviving the calamity of life and death. Qin Mu grabbed the door and jumped up. Stepping on the coffins, he rushed straight for the door frame. Under his feet, threatening roars came from the coffins. Clearly, the things in the coffins were restless. However, why can't they come out after the life and death calamity? Qin Mu blinked his eyes. He revealed a smile. Clearly they have gone too far. Someone took advantage of the life and death calamity to seal their coffins, preventing them from escaping after the arrival of the new universe. Well done. His mood was much better, and he laughed loudly. He leaped up from the coffin at the front and landed on the door frame. In his hand, the door frame flew up with a whoosh and fused with the door frame. Qin Mu turned back to take a look. There should be two sides to this door frame, and there was still one door frame missing. Where's the other door frame? Qin Mu couldn't help being astonished. The treasures refined by the eldest young master of Miluo Palace were definitely of superior quality, so they wouldn't be damaged so easily. What made the two doors of this door break away from the door frame? He went forward and tried to remove the door frame, but even if his strength was even stronger than great heavenly emperors, he couldn't separate the door frame from the door frame. Qin Mu frowned and let go of his palm. If I want to destroy this door, its strength must come from the outside world or from the inside. In this universe, there's basically no one stronger than me. Could it be that someone has come out from the world behind the door? He turned around to look at the world behind the door. The square steel was like a forest that towered into the sky. There was a sun that was still burning in the sky, giving off astonishing fire power. The sun didn't move and it didn't have its own star path like the other stars. This was a complete world. The door plate flew out of the door, which means there are two possibilities. One is that the existence suppressed in the forest of steels came out and knocked the door plate away from the inside. The other possibility is that someone from the outside grabbed the door plate and tore it open to throw it out. The second possibility is only 1/3 or even less. Qin Mu stood in front of the door and gestured. The easiest way to break open the door from the outside was definitely not to pull it open and throw it out, but to use brute force to blast the door into the world behind the door. Therefore, it was more likely that the person who was suppressed here had punched out from the inside and sent the two doors flying. Qin Mu composed himself and walked into the world behind the door. No matter who young master is suppressing here, I have to break through. His figure disappeared behind the door and walked into the forest of stone tablets. Yuta was pitch black. Heavenly Venerate Su stood in the center of the heavens of Heavenly Lake. She had pulled the heavens into Yudu, and there were corpses everywhere. Heavenly Venerate Su walked among them, and when his feet landed on the corpses, crisp cracking sounds could be heard. Countless white bones had been crushed by her. These white bones were the living beings of the heavens of the Heavenly Lake. There were no lack of corpses of gods and demons. There were even a few who were at the skyscraping realm. However, when the Heavenly Lake calamity erupted, no matter how powerful these gods and demons were, they died in an instant under Heavenly Venerate Su's divine ability. The entire heavens were exterminated in a breath's time. Heavenly Venerate Su raised his head and looked at the great Luo heaven fragments floating around the heavens of the Heavenly Lake. Each of the great Luo heaven fragments had an extremely huge hexagonal prism, and the surface of the hexagonal prism was carved with various strange patterns. Above each of these hexagonal prism, there was a Dao fruit floating in the air. Dao blood kept flowing out of the Dao fruit, and the Dao blood flowed through the hexagonal prism's patterns, activating these patterns. Above the heavens of the heavenly lake, the hexagonal columns formed a dense Dao chain. The stars and stars of the heavenly lake were all shattered into dust by these Dao chains. Turning into pure energy, it was transmitted to the 16th epoch through the sacrificial altar formed by the hexagonal columns. Heavenly Venerate Su still remembered that when the heavenly lake calamity erupted, she executed all the living beings of the heavenly lake. In the next moment, the blood sacrifice began. Everyone's corpses were rapidly aging, and their flesh, blood, and Yuan Shan were all turned into pure energy and absorbed by the sacrificial altar. They quickly turned into white bones. However, this altar was slightly slower in devouring the heavens of the heavenly lake. Up until now, it had only devoured all the stars, and star systems of the heavenly lake. Now the Dao chain had arrived at the main continent of the heavenly lake. As long as it devoured this main continent, the energy offered should be enough to allow a Dao cultivator to descend. At this moment, a head slowly appeared in the middle of the Dao chain net. Heavenly Master Su's heart trembled slightly. She knew that the person who had achieved Dao was about to arrive. She hurriedly left the heavenly lake continent. Her body tensed up, ready to deal with any unexpected events. No need to be nervous. Heavenly Master Hao's voice came from behind her. This is the spiritual official palace master of the 72 treasured palaces of the ancestral court. She's not an outsider.